still gets done. Oh, I wanna grow and be more like a tree, but until then, I'ma roll one. Who made the rules of life anyway? And who's gonna stop me if I break them? I'ma let you be you, you let me be me. Go at our own speed. Go at our own speed. Yeah. Yeah, I've been going too hard, always take it too far. Really need to slow down and breathe. Been ignoring the signs, sucked back into the grind till a little birdie flew by and told me, just like me, you can fly.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
They say certain people deserve a second chance, and sometimes the second chance is all some of these teams need. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang Challenge Season 6. We are on our final day of the challenge season GSL format, and today is the last chance qualifiers where 4 teams vie for 2 slots into the challenge finals to join the 10 titans that have already locked in their spots. My name is Husky alongside Fasha Bunny to kick off 5 amazing best of 3s today. We'll take over the first 3 before we hand it over to our colleagues later on, but either way, we will get to see some pretty interesting matches coming up.
I mean, prides versus prides. This is nation to be represented right here. So talking about the first match itself is already Philippine versus Philippine, and then the second match is gonna be Indonesian pride along the line as well. So it's intense, definitely. I mean, most of the teams, they've already met with each other. Some of the teams haven't met with each other during the grouping of the challenge season itself. So this is an opportunity to see how they're gonna actually build up after having struggled at the lower bracket and able to refresh themselves into the LCQ. Have they actually able to research? Have they able to actually adapt into the meta gameplay? I mean, like the past 5 days that we've already seen, it seems that most of the gameplay of having Lucas inside the game has been 52% rate of wins. So that's very interesting to be put out on the note whether or not it's a really potential heroes to be put out. But looking on the bracket again, talked about how it's gonna be Philippine versus Philippine on the first run, and then it's gonna be Indonesia versus Indonesia on the second match. So Blacklist International versus Aurora for the first upper bracket. The second one is gonna be Alter Ego versus Team Liquid ID.
And of course, these teams have 2 different outcomes, right? Either you play 2 quick best of 3s, you move on to the challenge finals and prep for the next stage, or you drop down to the lower bracket and have to play 1 extra series and face the risk of elimination. Again, of course, most teams would just want to get it over and done with, which is why the first leg of this, the upper bracket, is so important. Blacklist International against Aurora. I think a lot of people are coming into this with plenty of expectations. Both teams has had a pretty rocky season, at least towards the end of last year prior to M6, especially for Aurora, who made it to M6 and had a run that I think shocked the entire community by not making it out of Swiss stage. And even I think in this challenge group stage, they ran into some struggles as well. So redemption for Aurora and Blacklist. But for the side of AE and TLID, the fact that Team Liquid Indonesia is even in the spot to begin with, I think is also a shock for a lot people because they expected TLID to make it straight through, but they did drop their game that time against Evo's Holy. So that itself, I think, is pretty much of an upset. It sets out the precedence for a very interesting, upper bracket today.
I mean, talking about the names of the teams that have already qualified from the list that we put out, the prediction-wise. I mean, talking about Bigatron managed to actually go in already into the challenge finals as well. It's not really expected because we've already talked about Onyx Philippines. Definitely, I mean, they're already in the momentum from the M6 championship, so we know for a fact they will definitely qualify from the challenge season itself. Now, talking about Bigatron, who would have thought they were able to be right at the top right here and qualify from that upper bracket as well, and putting down some of the teams that we expected more from them to actually push in before to go down into the LCQ. But nevertheless, it's okay. Just like you talked about, even from the first round of our pre-show itself, it is a second chance for all of the teams. Even though there are teams that is already at the challenge finals, we hope to see 2 more names to come in for today.
In today's schedule on your screens right now, we are going to start off with Blacklist International taking on Aurora, followed by Alter Ego against Team Liquid Indonesia. This will be the upper bracket, and afterwards, that's where we kind of see the bracket start to flesh out, right? We have the match that heads straight into the challenge finals in the upper bracket, the winners match, and then afterwards we have the elimination match, which is the first match of the lower bracket, and then the loser of the upper bracket drops down to the decider match, which will be played out towards the very end of the day. We're going to close it out by figuring out who is the last team that locks in the 12th slot in the challenge finals. It's going to be a heck of a gauntlet, but let's take a look at the match history when we talk about both Aurora and Blacklist International, because Aurora has been crushing it every single time that they have met in Season 14.
I mean, okay, looking on the side of the statistics wise, definitely we see Blacklist International after their probably longest past achievements. It shows how they have been going down in their own potential or even their own standardized gameplay, probably because of how Aurora has been standing out so much. And even despite that they do surprise us off throughout that M6 championship, they have been performing well throughout the challenge season. And there are certain times that we do feel a little bit of missteps that's coming in, but from yesterday performance of Aurora, I think respectively Aurora has been very disciplined, and improvement wise there's something to look forward here for today.
And even though Blacklist, they did take down Aurora in the week 8 regular season, but when it came out to the one that mattered, right, Aurora still came out on top. Both victories that they had over Blacklist were basically clean sweeps, right? 2-0 in the week 1 and 3-0 in the playoffs. So I think this can be construed as Aurora having a lot more dominance over Blacklist International, but I think to be fair to Blacklist as well, they are coming in as one of the a roster that kind of form a new era, right? This is no longer the agent era. In fact, ironically, a couple of them are in Aurora right now, so I feel like we can kind of put some of the expectations aside and see what this new era of Blacklist International has to bring to the table. Now that they are in LCQ, maybe they can surprise us a bit more.
Agree, definitely. And knowing for a fact that former teams meeting off with each other, that's definitely something to look forward to. Now, looking into the side of the second match, it's going to be Alter Ego versus Team Liquid Indonesia. Indonesia versus Indonesia. From the past previous season itself, we do see Team Liquid has been performing better. 2-0 on the MPL regular season, and then on the side of regular season week 5, we do see Team Liquid still performing even better with 2-1. Expectation coming in from Alter Ego has been performing well, but at the end of it all, Team Liquid rise above a bit better. So there's a possibility that even for today, I think it's a back and forth. Even throughout this challenge season, they have been meeting each other from time to time again, and yet Alter Ego has been surprising us. Sometimes they do win, sometimes they don't, so expect a surprise element coming in for today as well.
And I think a lot of people also have been talking about Alter Ego's new coach, Zephyr, previously coming from a different game title, but as a professional player, right, which is always very valuable. Sort of taking the same role as a Facehugger from the side of Team Liquid ID or Kesq from RQ Hoshi. All of these coaches have one similarity, which is they were pro players for a different title within the same genre before they even came over to MLBB. So I think Alter Ego being able to put up a fight in the challenge season is impressive enough, but now we need to see if they can take on the full form of Team Liquid ID that back in the regular season for MPL ID itself hasn't really achieved final evolution just yet. We haven't even seen the TLID that won the whole league and then proceeded to finish second place in M6. So today it's going to be quite a challenge for Alter Ego. Daily check-in. Let's take a look at the most assists by roamers. We've got Perkziva from Blacklist with 87, Ivan from Evos with 64, we've got Dreams from Alter Ego with 58, most kills in the tournament so far, MP the King, 46 kills in 8 games, and most turtles and Lord Slain also by MP the King, Blacklist International, 15 turtles and 9 lords.
Oh, it's amazing how it shows how much of MP has been putting up a really good role. He has been not just getting the objectives, but the most kills inside this tournament shows how much of a potential MPP will be doing a really good job here meeting off with the team Aurora. But at the same time, we do saw the potential that Demon Kite as well as Domeng has been performing well on yesterday's fight as well. So it's really a question of how much of the potential that can be put out by these two teams. But really great job coming in from MPP, and we're looking forward to even more for the first game itself.
Even yesterday when Aurora took down Todak, it wasn't necessarily the most straightforward victory, right? It had to come down to a backdoor by Demon Kite on the Suyo. So overall, I think for Aurora, one thing I do like about this team is when it comes to these team fightings, these prolonged engages, when push comes to shove, the game goes late. I think Aurora are very composed in this team fighting. They have a very certain way in carrying out their team comp to execute their plan, something that it takes a lot of time from other teams to kind of catch up and get it right. But Aurora always seems to be able to manage themselves and make individual decisions consciously to help the teams in these high stakes moments. So today against Blacklist, the stakes, they don't get any higher than this.
Agree, definitely. And looking on the Blacklist side, I feel like on the game, on yesterday game itself, Blacklist International was doing a really good momentum to be pushed on into their own match. Aurora on the other side, the only reason why the first game was thrown into Todak's hand, I mean, not to say that Todak was not performing, they were doing amazing, but Aurora was a little bit hesitant, and that gives a lot of leeway to Todak. But let's see if today, will Aurora brings the fire that they portray on yesterday, or will Blacklist International with MPP highest kills can trample their dreams? We're gonna have a short break, but we'll be right back with our first match of day number 6. Wow.
Whoa, is this an Angela?
No. It's
Okay, it's a good thought. I was thinking of, I think I'm gonna go for the classic, Angela, and then your Angela.
Oh yeah, Angela Ling, yeah.
But the good thought, yeah, we talk about the good thought anyways. I do like this approach from Blacklist. Although you are looking at Gatot as the sole initiator for the team, I know LaFell did mention that Lucas can sort of be one as well, but Gatot is still the one that has more of the crowd control.
Yeah.
Only problem is you need to be able to land that AOG, and you do have ways to help. You help the Gatot set it up with the real manipulation. We talk about how Blacklist International have the tools to create a vacuum, to create a pocket that they excel in. Look at this entire draft, right? RWM, AOG, Tempest of Blaze, perfect for that environment, for them to kind of pop off once they get Aurora in this choco, in this tight zone.
Ooh, and coming off for the last pick is going to be Cloud itself for Aurora, and I feel the fact that we are seeing Aurora pretty much picking up Cloud, a lot of mobility-wise coming in from the side of Cloud, you can be able to pull yourself in and pull yourself out immediately on the rush. And coming in from the damage-wise, if you build up on your power spike, that could be a really good benefit coming in for Aurora. Now, from both sides of drafting, I think we do see both the response are very good, but I'm gonna be in the favor of Blacklist. What about you?
Looking at the draft, I do feel like for Blacklist draft is very straightforward. You know, again, if we fight in a in a tight zone, Blacklist does have all the tools to kind of set up the conditions for victory. Although Aurora's draft also has a pretty, a flexible approach. I am with Blacklist draft on this one. I just like the simplicity, how straightforward it is. But you can't, ignore what Aurora has, right? Late game potential with the Claw is always going to be there.
Exactly, definitely. But this is it, guys. Our first match of the day, round number 1, Philippines versus Philippines. They are trying their best to survive it out here for the LCQ. They still have a lifeline. Even though they do not survive it out, they still be able to go drop into the lower bracket, and Blacklist will be going on to the upper. But at the same time, or even either side of Aurora or Blacklist will go to the upper bracket. But so far right now, Atis coming in from the mid lane. They will try to actually initiate a little bit of a team fight right there. Aurora, Renegade, we do see Yue as well as Demon Kite sticking together. Renegade will try to actually go in all out, and I think Team Blacklist is also having a little bit of idea of that.
One thing that is worth noting is that as much as Domain is on the clock and has that scaling, Blacklist has a lot of damage the later the game goes. In fact, I think they will out-damage Aurora if we really hit the ultra late game. You got Harith, you can blow people up with two shots of this enhanced attack. You got MP on this Link, which is a late game beast, an absolute monster. And even the Lucas, right, doesn't do the most damage, but if you go Thunderbelt and you get enough stacks, you are gonna hurt.
You are gonna hurt, and Renegade is in the hurt right now with MP trying to go all out. Can he actually go through? He did manage to get the first blood right here. It's really risky, but he goes all out. But at the same time, right this instant, it seems that Edward is overlooking. But at the same time, he did manage to secure it out. But on this side of the top, it seems to be Demon Kite as well as Doming taking down immediately outplay for the trade.
Very good response. Love what Aurora had in mind. They realized that, okay, Renegade really wanted to try and stop MP because he was invading, right? But MP got the first blood. But the response from Aurora is that we kill your Harry. We know that you're going to have a lot of damage if the game goes late, and we don't want you to accelerate that. Let us slow you down and give our Claude the lead.
And that's what you need to actually make sure that Blacklist will not have that better upper hand. Now, Turtle has already been respawned. Right this instant, they're looking for a way, whether or not Blacklist will actually go in for the fight or they will wait it out. So far, somehow, UA right here trying to pick off anyone from the Blacklist if they can actually. But at the same time right here, JM Pigman is all the way all out, try to go all out for the secret beast form. Can he survive it out? Unfortunately will not be taken out by Edward immediately. But right at the top, outplay was been bullied, but he did manage to secure it out to take down Renegade.
That's the Purifier right there. Presses the Purifier when Renegade goes for the kick. Instantly negates the crowd control. And because he was on the Zaman Force, he keeps refreshing the Chrono Dash shield. So Renegade taking too much aggro, and Domikai didn't have the resources to commit for the kill, and that is exactly what we're talking about, right? They want to stop this Harith, but Outplay very prepared for that.
And coming in right now with Domain King as well. Avatar Guardian been put out, but doesn't manage to cut it off. And Renegade comes in, goes for the Ways of the Dragon, taking down Passiva just a little bit more, but unfortunately he will not be able to take away because UA picks him up and shuts him down for good.
Very classic Gato Kacha. Once you go in, you have to fully commit. Although Aurora, they still want to stay around. They realize that they do have the numbers advantage. And then again, more pressure on Domain.
Oh, and Domain also got to be careful there. But not to worry, UA will be there to back things up. And Demon Cut comes in as well to give a lot of damage to the side of MP. Oh, unfortunately takes down Outplay immediately. But right here is an MP. A little bit of overextension right here. Had to move away as quickly as possible. But it seems that he did manage to survive it out.
All this started because Blacklist International want to kill off Domain Kai, and they had the right idea. They saw where the BMI was. MP jumps in, followed by Perk Ziva, but Domain is a bit too slippery. Pops the sprint, runs out of engaged range, and Aurora just collapses. They have plenty of crowd control and beefiness to constantly juggle all these aggro from Blacklist, and now Aurora with a 2k gold lead, and they can continue to put on the pressure because Outplay really hasn't been able to breathe much in the top side.
This is tough, and it seems that Aurora going all out in, is already pushing on, sticking together. UA will try to actually pick up Persada, but will be denied. They will not allow it. So how Blacklist needs to find an answer from the side, and knowing that 2000 is already in the comedy wise has been much more in the performance of Aurora, Blacklist needs to pull through.
The Blacklist right now, they again look at the focus, right? They're trying to get this Harif online, try to get him back on track at least. Still trying to contest the second turtle. Demon Kai is ahead in terms of XP. Aurora willing to fight this. UA pushed away, but he's fine.
He's fine, and we got a split push coming in down. But right this instant, Persada trying to actually look away. They also try to push out to Demon Kite. The third is on the contest,
Edward.
but MPP will be able to get the kill. Glorious pass been put out right this instant by Edward. Trying to push all out to Haji. Can he actually make it through? He will be able to take down Haji, as well as right here, this instant, they go all out with the Waves of Dragon to take down Persada. Yue comes along to actually help it out. He will be able to clear out Persada immediately. With the turtle being taken out, yet they trade off with 2 kills.
Yeah, they lose the turtle, but they win the fight. They get 3 kills. Edward single-handedly zoned away 4 people of Blacklist International. He just stood on top of Haji, and there's nothing that this Yeeve can do. Edward, too durable to die, and does too much damage for Haji to handle. Runs him down instantly, and unfortunately Haji even used the flicker and ends up face planting into a wall. And while that was happening, he had a split push going on, Domain taking down the bottom tier 1, so Aurora extends that goal advantage by another 2,000. This is where we start to see the power of this Jusin.
Glorious pass been put out right this instant. Oh, Waves of the Dragon picking up Persada immediately as well. Zamapo has been put out right this instant. They want to go all out to Edward, but doesn't manage to do so. And at this one, Domain Kai goes all out to shut down with Demon, also taking down JMP. Man, a lot of the overextension been done by Team Blacklist, been punished straight away by Aurora.
What a duke from Domain, expecting MP to look for him and just backtracks through the bush, so MP ends up missing out on the kill. Domain knew he, again, successfully outplayed this lane. Mid-tier 2 go down. We talk about the Gatot. If you're the only one that's going to go for the engage, you have to full commit to the fight. Into a Jusin, into a Cho, you are asking to get displaced and isolated from the rest of the team. And right now, Persada, there really isn't much that he could do. Once he commits with the AOG, you just have to accept your fate that you are going to die. Yue is going to lift you and toss you around like a ragdoll. If Renegade kicks you, you are straight up gone. And Domain, he is just fast-forwarding his power spike. Outplay only has the Stalin sight, and Domain is almost done with his Holy Trinity.
I mean, looking on the side of how much of the power is coming in from Aurora, this is tough from the team of Blacklist, and this is going to be the third turtle. Definitely is going to be open for Aurora already. Demon Kai takes down the turtle again, and now Blacklist having a little bit more structure. I mean, deficit line coming in with 11 to 2 kills, and even the economy-wise, 26,000 to 18,000. That's how much of a touch. But here right now, they push all out to pick up Haji immediately with the glorious pass to pull out to outplay. Did manage to pull away before being taken out. By the same time, JMP has been gang up. Right this instant will be shut down immediately. But outplay stands up. Oh, a little bit of overextension. He had to pull away. Can he actually survive it? He had to use that Zaman Force to already ran away from Aurora's hands.
I hate to say this, but this game is looking like it is already decided 8 minutes in. Again, there really isn't much Blacklist can do. We say that, okay, I do like the draft and how simple it is. But Aurora is too far ahead.
But RWM been picked up. MVP takes down Demon Kite. That's actually a really good win. A little bit too slow, but Persada, a little bit more attention coming in right this instant. He didn't have any backup. He wanted to go for more, but unfortunately, no one to back things up. And that's a little bit of communication glitch coming in. And at the same time, right here, it's going to be the second turret layer to be put out, and they're going to actually clear it already.
No, all things considered, that's a 1k goal swing, right? A massive shutdown. Actually, almost a 2,000 goal swing. Domain, he's just gonna ult it. JM Pigman, he's gonna eat that. Even with Vengeance, he's dead.
Oh, Spring and MPP takes down Demon Kai as well as Doman. That's double kill going down, but at the same time, UA takes down MP, and now coming in for a fight with Renegade. Can they actually break it through? They want to actually try to finish it up. UA picks up Persiva, but they did not commit, so it's still just pretty much a trade of 2-2-2, but still in the lead for Aurora.
And once more, MP the King making magic happen, finding the right target. That was his first death of the game, but it was traded for Demon Kite's life. So Blacklist, again, able to hold on. UA is gonna get ran at. He will be fine. In fact, Outplay might be in a bit of a danger if he doesn't get away from this. Another 2,000 goal swing, right? Cut down the advantage that Aurora had by 3,000. But yeah, I think that's... Yeah, Outplay gets out. That's purified though.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely a tricky situation if UA was right and close. But JM Pigman, a little bit too ambitious, try to go all out with the fight with Renegade, but at the same time, doesn't need to be overextending themselves because Lord is about to spawn out. They don't want to actually invest so much of the resources, especially the fact they can try to contest it out.
Yeah, I think if you're Aurora, you can just dance around this Lord for as much as you can. The team that wants to make the move, the team that feels pressured, is definitely going to be Blacklist International. They got the tools to do that, but they understand that if they fight for the Lord and they lose, the game just straight up ends. So Blacklist forced to play on the defensive end, but if you are Aurora, you're very happy with the state of the game right now. Again, almost a 9k goal advantage as of this point. Your Claude is online, your Zusin is just making life insanely tough for Blacklist. A kick.
Oh, Ways of the Dragon goes all out. Glorious Path also been put out right this in. UA takes down Outplay as well, going all out to Hunt just a little bit more. JM Pigman just a little bit too close. Had to use that sacrifice to move away closely to survive it out. And here and out, RWM been picked up to go all out to UA just a little bit more, but unfortunately didn't manage to connect the dot to end it off.
Yeah, Domain Kai, he's so confident that he's like, oh, I'm fighting Outplay. I don't need Winds of Nature. Goes for the Winter Crown Blazing Duet. Renegade with an amazing flicker kick to catch Outplay. That's going to allow Aurora to break that mid inhibitor and go for more.
Haji will be taken out by UA immediately. Percival also been picked up, immediately been shut down by UA again by time to time. And even so, JM Pigman try to actually hold on. Glorious has been picked up to slow things down, but the Lord comes through marching in and they try to clear him out. Even the crystals has almost been depleted, but Outplay comes in to take down UA. But Edward comes along to trade off. Demon Kai takes out MP and all out going in for team wipeout. They will get the first win of the game.
Absolute smackdown by Aurora. What a draft coming in. We completely just destroying Blacklist in their own way. No, Blacklist wants to play as a team. They want to be able to extend the game, go to the late game stage and play to the conditions. But Aurora says, no, we're not going to give you any chance to fulfill all the requirements to beat us. We are going to start by pressuring Outplay. Look at this guy. He ends the game with only 2 core items. Didn't even get his Holy Crystal because he was under so much pressure in the early game. And not only that, they shut down Outplay. They abuse the fact that Perxiva is the only guy that can kind of start a fight. So every time Perxiva commits his Avatar of the Guardian, he is straight up dead thanks to Aurora. And because of the lead that Aurora got, they just kept on stepping on the gas, taking over the jungle. Renegade finding opportunities to kick people. MP the King doesn't get any space to farm because they don't really have ways to open up the map and run into Aurora. And then you still have to deal with Edward, who is just in your face. Not to mention that Domain came online so early on that Blacklist didn't have the resources to deal with him.
I mean, again, this is the pattern that we saw yesterday where Aurora, they will find the link. It doesn't really need a weakest link or whatsoever. It's just a link that could actually give a lot of potential if they can shut one player out to make sure that he doesn't go for that power spy or having a little bit of difficulty to actually build up his own level. This is where the fine line of Aurora can do so, because they know there's one link, there's one particular player that if he does not go all out, and it will actually disrupt all of the potential and momentum of the whole entire teams. And it saw when they actually try to actually shut down D, and this is the same case as well where they actually bullied, outplayed, making sure that he will be denied from time to time again.
Yeah, I think overall it's just a very good game from the side of Aurora, understanding what they needed to do with the draft. They, instead of being reactive, they decided to go proactive. And of course, Blacklist International letting this Tucson go and then picking heroes that this Tucson can effectively kind of tossed around, it makes life harder for them, right? Especially this Gatot, like your front line. If your front line is constantly getting isolated against its will, it is so hard for Persada to do his job properly. So that is also one of the reasons I feel like Rora was able to get that early lead, because you have a team comp that excels at catching targets, and Blacklist are the weakest when they are not with the rest of the team. Rora just ran with it.
Yeah, and looking on how the damage wise coming in from Blacklist, right? Even the fact that we are seeing JM Pigment having the highest damage compared to MP as well as Haji, it shows how much of the disruption that was done by Team Aurora itself. But looking on the side of Team Aurora, I mean, UA with the most kills as well as how much damage Doming Kite, even on the earlier run itself, how he was able to be on point and was able to be on a better level compared to how Outplay was. It shows how much potential Aurora was doing on that first run.
Oh yeah, so I think Blacklist kind of have to go back to the drawing board, because look at the priority, right? They took the Harif, they took the Yves, and then they took the Lucas. Looks like 3 individual power picks, but you are essentially revealing your core cards at the very beginning. So if you are, so for Aurora, they're like, okay, you revealed what your key heroes are, or most of your key heroes. We are just gonna play around it. And of course, this game, MVP goes over to UA on this True Sin, giving the Sky Piercer at 1 point. And Sky Piercer is a direct counter to any Revitalize hero. You want to use Revitalize and heal back up. Sky Piercer just kills you off before that even kicks in. So UA really playing that Juicing to a T. I mean, there's not really anything too special. Juicing just does Juicing.
Crucial wise, yes, they still have what it takes to actually respond, because seeing how Blacklist International, they've already picking up Matilda as well as Harith, are you gonna actually allow them to actually go with Hylos as well? So Aurora, know for a fact that are they gonna actually pick up again Hylos as well for themselves, because you don't want to actually, there's nothing to fix if there's nothing to be broken off. But so far right now, we do see Phoveus has been given the leeway to be open up, as well as Khalid. So Aurora picking up those 2 heroes.
And Renegade straight up revealing that he's gonna go for the Khalid roam. You got the Phoveus as well. You want to dash around? Well, try to deal with my Phoveus, right? Like the Phoveus is going to constantly be a pain in the butt for any of these heroes that wants mobility. And even then, if you pick a Lucas, Phoveus is going to be happy. So Blacklist, they're going to switch it up a little bit. Go for the the Matilda, as I like to call it. Plenty of mobility, a lot of pressure for you to kind of apply along the map. But Rora, they do have the Khalid to match up with that.
Okay, so far mobility wise, Blacklist has it. Even Aurora also has a good mobility wise for their own response. The question is, Blacklist, they have Hilda for the front line also as the initiator, so that they can actually do some of the front lines and gatekeep, or even try to hold off the turf for themselves. The question is, how much of more potential that Blacklist want to put out right this instant? Betting off wise, right here we got Sicilian been banned off by Blacklist International.
So the Sicilian ban out, you're gonna prevent any more late game potential, but also like great pokes that can threaten Blacklist draft. Yi banned up Aurora as well. I do like this approach. The Vexana by Blacklist, very straightforward. I'm looking at Blacklist, the fact that okay, never mind, they have a Hilda, Matilda, so they can't go for any XP or roam pick anymore. So the mid lane is gonna be the focus. Valentina still up on the board. We might go down to something like a Faramis at one point. The Aurora is still available for both teams. I feel like if you're Blacklist, you might be considering the Aurora.
Aurora, Faramis, even we see Farsa is also one of the popular picks as well, right here for the SPS. I mean, on the side of Farsa, you do have a lot of damage, but mobility wise you can also back off with the wing by wings. The question is if it's going to be enough though. But Bane been banned off by Aurora. Now that's an interesting choice.
At least they have not picked their jungler yet, so this is very understandable from the side of Aurora. Now that there's no Suyo, no Joy, no Fanny, so the Hayabusa is probably the one left on the field. They did play the Ling in the previous game, but we saw how the Ling was shut down pretty quickly due to just needing a lot of time that they don't have to scale back up.
There is possibility that if they are confident they can do it again, they still can be able to pick it up. But again, Hayabusa is actually a really good choice as well, because again, I keep on saying, but no.
Wow, they go for the Barat.
Wow, we haven't seen this for a while.
We have not. The fact that now, this is interesting. So you go for Barats, and this is essentially Blacklist saying that, okay, game one, you went pretty hard on us, you went pretty hard and fast. We now can do the same, right? Barats Matilda is sort of a classic as well. His biggest weakness is that he's just very slow and bulky. But when you have the Matilda, it solves any transportation issues. You are just constantly being able to use the guiding wind to traverse around the map as conveniently as possible. The Claude it becomes a choice again for Aurora. Hard to catch, even if you're Black International. Good scaling, and the Veil as the final answer for Aurora. Yue, I do like this approach. If Blacklist wants to fight together, they want to run in your face. The wind blow basically kind of denies that, right? Easy crowd control, and Blacklist doubles, triples down with the Alice.
Wow. Okay, again, we are seeing Blacklist-wise, they are looking forward to more of the mobility. They are really, really looking forward to how they be able to actually stack up, how they can actually move from one place to another within their own reach. And I like the fact that they are... most probably it's not really the unorthodox way of you facing off, but it is a surprise element. But let's see, Aurora versus Team Blacklist International. Which drafting do you actually favor right now?
You know what? I like Aurora's draft, but I also when we first saw Blacklist play at the start of the challenge stage, when she got to talk to Coach Bonchan, about his approach to drafting, and this Hilda mid is something that only he has shown so far in this challenge season. I like Aurora's draft, but I think Blacklist, they're onto something, right? This Alice jungle also. So Blacklist, they not only can go fast, but they have so much sustain. Matilda, Alice, Barat, Hilda, Harith. I think they are gonna be looking to overwhelm Aurora before Aurora gets their core items. But once we hit that late game stage where Aurora is farmed up, then the script completely flips, because then Domain can just shred through everyone. But before that, Blacklist are just so durable.
Agree, definitely. And looking on how the perseverance of how Team Aurora is, they will always try to get out. But here, Haji, a little bit of overextension there, but not to worry, still gonna actually be able to survive it out. Round number 2, guys. Team Aurora versus Blacklist International, still on the upper bracket. We still haven't seen who will be dropped down. They still have their one lifeline for themselves. The question is, who will lose their lifeline first? So far, we do see from the movement itself, Team Aurora will try to actually survive it out, and Blacklist looking for an infiltration.
Oh yeah, looking for the side of Blacklist. As much as they have that idea, I wonder if they can pull it off, right? Because you do have someone like a Suyo Khalid who has incredible base damage. And especially when they have short cooldowns too. So not to mention, and Renajay, he's just putting so much pressure. He's gonna die here.
Oh, too much commitment coming in. I mean, like, I know he wanted Haji very badly, and it's going to be a first blood coming in for Team Blacklist. Overextension, but not too much of the barrier coming in from Team Aurora. And on the other note, right here, it seems that they will try to actually have it off right at the turtle spawn.
Blacklist taking control now. Renajay shows up because he died. He's not going to have level 4, but he has damage. Oh my god, MP!
Oh, Renajay comes in, but still, MP managed to survive it out, managed to move away as quickly as possible. But Percival, a little bit too close, but Haji did manage to be able to help it out and able to take down, but he's also been traded off by the side of Team Aurora. But comes along, Edward takes down Percival with a double kill, and at this moment they go for the MP. Right, this isn't 2 more plays to go. MP had to pull away straight away for the flickers and JMP, but they still want to go all out. MP just a little bit more, but Haji comes along to finish it off, takes down Edward at the same time.
Yeah, and Haji's gonna keep on going. Renajay back to life again. Saves Demon Kite. Alongside Yue. I mean, JM JM did so much work in that fight. Renegade still recommits, but Demon Kai is under pressure.
Oh, Demon Kite will be taken out immediately at the same time. Renegade is holding off right this instant. It seems that Blacklist, they want to go all out aggression. Can they see they can actually do it? Nope, they're going to actually pull away. They say that let's just focus on Turtle right now. And Renegade is looking for more with Edward. Can they actually go all out? They're looking for the opportunity. But Turtle just a little bit more. Can they actually steal it up? Nope, MP will be able to get the Turtle. And with the overextension that was done by Edward himself, he will be slain immediately.
Yeah, I'm not really sure why Rora kept on going. I felt like at that point you just called it quits. But they definitely gave away a lot more than they should have. So Blacklist International very happy with that development. Getting a decent goal lead. JM Hickman. Again, we talk about how fast that they can move with this Blacklist grab and how tanky they are. Domeng, he's dead.
Oh, Persada takes on Domeng, and Renegade did manage to take down Outplay, but that's gonna be a really trade-off. Haji still overlooking to the side of Renegade. Let's see if Haji will deny it and immediately still stick to his own target. With MP on the side right here, they're going all out. Renegade having a lot of pressure will be shut down by MPP. Now, Domeng and Demon also coming in as well, trying to actually back things up and trade it off. Gonna go all out to stun off Haji, but doesn't get the kill or even the necessity to have that lifeline.
Yeah, Rora, again, you gotta understand that this Blacklist draft incredibly durable, deals considerable amount of damage, and they can easily close the gap. And they're just gonna try and keep this snowball going. I think Rora finally realizes that the predicament they're in. Just try to stem the bleeding, but Blacklist they're not stopping.
Zaman has been pulled out right this season. They're going all out to the side of Domeng. Domeng will be shut down immediately. Demon still having a lot of pressure, but Renegade comes along to back things up, trying to actually push away the team of Blacklist. And Blacklist, like the discipline-wise, will be able to pull away before they overcommit.
This is such a good situation for Blacklist right now because Rora gave them essentially, you know, what they wanted. So Rora now are on the defense essentially, and Blacklist International they're gonna keep on going, but could engage topside, takes out MP. JM Pigman is dead also. Rora instantly responds. They're gonna lose Domeng bottom side though. Another dive comes through from a 3-man gang from Blacklist.
Okay, at least a little bit of trade coming in from the side of Team Aurora, but at the same time, we do see the split push that was done by Team Blacklist. Now pushing on to Haji. As a 3 versus 1, it's not going to be easy. Haji still managed to survive it out. Persada comes along, is looking for a way. Can actually see the turtle will be contested out right this instant. 3 players and with Edward right waiting at the bushes. But Team Blacklist will be denied immediately. They're holding off for a while.
Alright, but again, we say they needed to stem the bleeding, and they have done just that. So, good stuff for the side of Aurora. Blacklist not getting too far ahead. Aurora regaining some confidence, looking to contest this turtle. Of course, I feel like if they want to fight this, they need the whole team. But for them, it's all about stalling out. If we don't get the turtle, it's fine. Domeng got space. That's all we need.
Yeah, and the fact that they are already split pushing right at the top, Domeng that's the turrets already, and right this instant, they are going all out for the turret. And Haji is already sacrificing himself, just try to be the one to actually have the barrier to make sure that the connection will be done by MP himself to get the turtle. So at least at the meantime, even though the turret has been let go, they get the turtle. But so far for the economy wise, it's just 2,000 beyond for the side of Team Blacklist International.
They're looking for Domeng just now, but they can't get him just yet. So Domeng able to retreat, and Aurora just like that have slowed down this momentum of Blacklist, and allowing their cores to start getting farmed. Even in the jungle, you know, Demon Kite catching up. Domeng also doing pretty well. All things considered, he did get destroyed 3 times in a row. But still, Aurora now being able to buy space. And it's going to be tough for Haji too, right? Because you're going to skill off eventually as a Hilda.
Yeah, and the fact that they are already aware of what Haji is doing. They are always on guard, they always put their eyes on him. So this is a crucial point. But at the same time, they will be able to push the top turret as well. And Domain will also be given a freely for the bottom lane. So far right now, the first lot itself is gonna actually respawn, and this is where the fine line of whether or not they're actually gonna go all out for it. So far, we do see some of the screams coming in. Renegade looking for a way. Who is actually gonna go all out? Haji spotted out Renegade first of all, gonna go fight for a while, and we do see at the buff side as well, they would try to actually contest, but right this instant, we do see MP takes down UA first of all. Renegade also having a lot of pressure right here, go all out by Outplay itself, but at the same time, Edward had to flicker away to survive it out. Zamafo's been put out right this instant. Nope, it's gonna be a chrono dash comes through, and at the same time, right this instant, the one and only to be surviving out from that fight is gonna be Demon, who had to pull away.
What do we say, right? Blacklist, they can go hard and fast. They can keep on going as long as the situation lets them, and that's exactly what they do. They kept on going, and there really wasn't much Aurora could have done in that situation. They just have to give Blacklist the respect the Blacklist deserves. They need a lot more time to come online, but they want to contest.
They want to contest for the Lord right this instant. RG right on the side, and they do able to pick up the Zivar. Zivar had to pull away with the second. Ampy takes down UA immediately. Now pushing off with the Zaman Force, takes down Renegade by Outplay itself. And Aurora says, sorry, we'll back off and we'll give that Lord to you.
What a comfortable position to be in if you're Blacklist International. This draft definitely paying off already. Aurora still needs time, and they don't really have the space to do that because Outplay is scaling out of his mind, thanks to the lead that Blacklist have gotten for him at the very beginning.
And the fact that we keep on seeing that Team Blacklist are doing well now. JM Pigman is looking for Demon Kite, and it seems that they're going all out. 4 players straight away chasing after Demon Kite across the map itself, and they are overlooking. Ampy is already also at the side, clearing out straight away Demon Kite right the spot. I think he was caught off guard, not realizing that Team Blacklist was chasing after him, and Lot is marching off already into that last turret of layer for top.
Yeah, really nothing much that Demon Kite didn't have cooldowns. Not to mention with the Lord coming in, this is going to be a tough defense for Aurora. They don't have the best wave clear aside from UA.
Let's see if they can actually hold this down for a while. Deepnet is coming in already, and at the same time, right this instant, they do try to push into JM. But at the same time, Percival try to actually pull away someone, but Team Aurora is also having a really good discipline, not overextending. Waiting for the lot to just come in until they have the time to actually invest the resources. Percival as well as JMP when overlooking, they do some of the damage right as well, but at the same time they're pushing all out to JM. JM had to pull away before, but the center Edward takes down JMP. Now the lot will be cleared out by Aurora. 4 players to be surviving out. Haji, a little bit ambitious, try to go all out to the turret, and that impression will be sacrificial for the side of Team Blacklist. And now Percival try to go all out to Domain. Can he actually survive it out? No, Domain pulls away from the side, and at the same time MP is on the lookout to the side of Demon Kite. Will be able to trade it off. It's not going to be easy though, and they want to go to Domain, but it's not gonna be the case as he managed to go away. But they want to push out. Renegade going out to Outplay, can actually push through. Zamafo's been put out, not gonna be able to stuck anyone. Aurora still maintain a good defense.
I gotta say, Aurora did, I think, way better than what you know, a lot of people expected, because that fight, it was slightly weird that Haji decided to just run it down. He gave his life up, but the juggling from Aurora was great. First of all, starting with both Edward trading his life for JM. You take this Mirage away, suddenly this front line from Blacklist International is just gone, and you're allowing Aurora to fight a lot more comfortable. Domain, off of that, gets his golden staff, so finally hitting the triple item. He's probably going to think about taking the Winter Crown after this, but at least Aurora now have a better fighting chance despite being 5k behind.
5k behind, 10 kills, also a deficit coming in from their own points, but at the same time we do see Team Blacklist, they are in anxious mode. They want to go all out. Lot is already been spawned out. MP is already in the scene, and we do see Demon Kite is along the line as well. MP, it seems that he's going to actually go all out for the push. Let's see if they can actually do so. MP still goes all out, and it seems that they did manage to pull away or push away Demon Kite along the side, and at the same time, they're going to go for the contest of the Lord. Now, Renegade looking forward. Airborne strike to the Haji. Haji will be the target first of all. Had to pull away from the fight itself, and we do see monster kill coming in from MP set to take down Domain, and as well as that, right decision, Zama will be put out. Renegade being shut down, and they had to pull away from becoming another casualty. So it's going to be an opening for that lot to be taken by Team Blacklist, but it seems that they want more.
And they play so fast. This game might not get to the stage where Aurora can recover. They need to do it this wave first. Again, they got Yue to clear out minions, but means that the Lord is going to be taken by Blacklist International again.
Lord is already open up. This is the second Lord. They are right on their own last lifeline of the inhibitors. So far, clearing out the turrets, and they will be waiting for the defense-wise. If Haji made another mistake that he did before, it might have a really good reverse effects coming in for Team Aurora. Now, they got the buff they needed. Renegade gets the info. We're waiting for the time as the Lord march in.
It's going to be tough for Aurora to deal with. Like, I wonder what items Yue has at this point. Definitely not enough to one-shot anyone, even though you have a lot of burst damage, but the shields of the regions from Blacklist is just too much. They gotta try and cut some losses. Blacklist have been able to dive the backline constantly, even though Domain has purified. Here they go.
Circling Eagles comes in, try to go all out to the side of Domain Kite first of all. Now pushing on to Edward as well. Zemaphor's been put out, right decision to Falcon, but they're not going to be able to do so. Edward will be shut down by Outplay, but at the same time, right decision Demon Kite tried to survive it out to fight off with MPP, but MP still survived it out. Now pushing all out at the Crystal Turret, but MP pull away, and at the same time, they do have their target to the side of Renegade. Renegade will shut down by Outplay and getting the Crystal immediately for the first win in the hands of Blacklist. So we're gonna go to the best of one here for our match one.
So fast, the way that they move. We talk about this draft. Coach Bonchan, he didn't mention that they like to switch it up. This entire idea of running the Hilda mid, and you pair it with a Matilda, is so impressive. And most of the times people would just stop there, but not Blacklist. They double down with the Harif, then they triple down with the Barrage, and then they threw in the curveball of this Alice jungle, which basically sealed the deal. There really wasn't much that Aurora could do because they have so much shields. The amount of dives that Blacklist could pull off with this draft and not having to worry about dying to a turret is just insane. And not to mention, they keep catching out Domain. Domain actually didn't get to play the game because PerkZiva kept looking for him and getting him.
Definitely. The backline that was been put out by the side of Team Blacklist, how they actually go in to shut him down. That's the reason why Blacklist was just in a better form to fight it off for this round number 2. And Aurora tried their best. They did try to actually turn things around, but those are the turnover that was done by Team Aurora that was actually advantage given by Team Blacklist itself. Again, a lot of the overextension was done, and those are the crucial state that Team Aurora was able to reverse itself for them to actually have a little bit of breathing moment for Team Aurora to catch it up with Team Blacklist. But at the end of it all, it comes down to Team Blacklist to hold it off and shut it down.
Yeah, and of course, special mentions to MP, the King, the MVP on this Alice jungle, completely just unstoppable. There's no way for Aurora to kill him. And Blacklist understood, as long as Domain dies, there literally is no one from Aurora that could threaten them in a team fight. That's why they kept diving Domain and they kept getting him time and time again. So really well done. Of course, honorable mention is going to be PerkZiva on this Matilda. This impressive Matilda play. That's why we said that Matilda is such a strong roamer right now. And we literally just witnessed Blacklist taking this to its limits.
And Yue getting 49 1,000 damage for the second round. Shows how much of the power, or how much he was doing his best to actually give so much pressure to Team Blacklist. And it was, we do see amount of time that we see Blacklist was going all out for the close range fights, or even face on to meet off with Team Aurora. They were actually also having a lot of pressure themselves. They had a lot of their damage, or even their lifeline was depleting, but because of the mobility wise of Team Blacklist was able to pull away as quickly as possible the moment they feel threatened, or they feel like there's a little bit of risk of danger on their side. They pull away, wait for the right time, and they go back in for the team fight. And this is where the finite of the discipline that was necessary, the response was just so quick by Team Blacklist itself. But MP definitely deserving of the MVP. 918 KDA with 774 GPM, quite average of our GPM we've seen so far throughout the SPS, with 77% kill participation.
Very well executed by MP the King and the rest of the team. Just going Clock of Destiny, Dharmize, instantly go for an Oracle for the extra shooting you get for the Matilda. Absolutely unstoppable. There really isn't anyone. Again, this whole game just revolved around Blacklist having a draft that goes hard and fast and just have way too many shields for you to take out. And it worked out. It worked out perfectly. Obviously, Aurora, I feel like there are a couple of moments where they didn't need to fight, and yet they overcommit, and they ended up, giving Blacklist more lead than they should have. But at the end of the day, Blacklist draft was already quite a monster to deal with from the start, and giving them the extra lead just made it worse.
And at the point of where every time Team Aurora tried to actually hold things out, it ended up in the favor of Team Black.
Your team.
See, so yeah, they are going to go for the Lucas. It feels like there isn't much choice left, unfortunately. Like, I personally would love to see something like a Guitar or Phobius, but unfortunately both are banned out. Blacklist on the ball with their bans. It's starting to look pretty scary now. Moskov now picked up by the side of Blacklist International.
And Valentina.
This is this looks pretty tough for Aurora. They still have the Roma that they need to pick. Like, Renegade's pick needs to be one of the best picks of this entire game. But there really isn't much. Like, this Valentina blocks out any like Tigreal pick. You pick Tigreal, the implosion risk getting stolen. So I think Blacklist might have just won straight out from the draft itself, right? Aurora, they're put in such a tough spot.
It is, definitely. I mean, again, but they do have jaw heads. Now, I mean, yeah, you will be able to pick it off. You'll be able to separate Blacklist International from those team fights. I mean, it is a good response-wise, but again, it goes down to how they want to actually again respond to how the persecution is going to be like. Because Blacklist, again, from the drafting-wise, power-wise, I love it, and how they are very, very easy with the mobility wise. I mean, talking about Hayabusa as well as Khalid, and then you have Valentina, they can just stole you away. So, I mean, on the side of IAU, Johor, pretty much what they can do, what they've done already on the first round itself, they always try to gang up and try to bully one player off, and that could be something that we might actually have a deja vu here for round number 3.
Hopefully, hopefully for the side of Aurora, they are able to find a way back into this game, or at least in the series, right? Like, Blacklist, again, they definitely have the momentum already, and this draft is really looking good. Like, I'm liking Blacklist draft a lot more compared to what Aurora has. So let's see if Aurora can prove us wrong.
Let's go. And they've already trying to pick off UA right off the bat, but it's okay. It's just a little bit of teasing as well. They're not gonna do anything pretty much on the early rounds. We have at least Perseva just to roam around, gets the info they needed, but they are going out to Renegade just a little bit more further on. Ooh, Ampy goes out straight away to shut down Renegade. That's going to be the first blood they needed. I mean, a little bit of overextension, try to infiltrate right off the bat. That's kind of a little bit of punishment for the team of Aurora, but it's just early against itself. And now they're going to go all out for Demon Kite as well, getting Demon Kite. And now Perseva will also have a little bit of pressure, but at the same time, here on out, they will deny Edward to get the trade is over. Now, Edward having a little bit of pressure, but they will not be able to pick it off. But no! They're going all out! Just a little bit more! No! Wasn't able to do so. Was almost close enough, but Edward managed to pull away.
They might lose Renegade again. This Jawhead. This Jawhead is gonna be what do you do, right? If you're a Jawhead, you can't really get close to the Doosin. You get out damaged by everyone else, and yeah, Yue is straight up dead. Again, we say this draft of Blacklist looks so much better than what Rora has. A 1.3k goal lead by the time the first turtle spawns, and you even have even side lane pressures, right? Like if push comes to shove, and Blacklist says, I think we gotta play macro. We have Moskov, we have Hayabusa, and Aurora. Who do you catch as Renegade? Like Haji is just lifting you up. Like Renegade is having such a tough time right now.
Even coming in, Brazil having damage, but at the same time, Turtle will be slain. At the moment, they do stun off Edward, but at the process, they do manage to trade off Perseva. Now they want more. Demon Kite try to trade it off to JM Peatman. Can actually pick it up. Haji try to help along the line, but they trade off for 2 lives for that Turtle loss.
Great, getting JM Pinkman on this Valentina. I just realized it's a Valentina XP lane. Right, we didn't get to talk about this much because they already have the Doosin. This Valentina XP does serve. It's another innovative pick for Bonchan. Bergziva should be fine for now.
Ooh, nope, Yue takes down immediately, but here Shadow Kill comes along, will get Renegade as well as giving a lot of pressure, but they picked up as well. Demon Kite denying an entrance, even with the Zaman Force, will not be able to help out. So Blacklist getting the 2 kills they needed to actually get more points.
Yeah. Again, we talk about this Valentina XP. Valentina is good into melee matchup because of the Terrify, so it's very hard for Lucas to catch up to him. But of course, you also get to steal some ultimates, right? But the downside to that is the fact that you now don't really have the secondary front line that most drafts are used to. You only have the Khalid to do so. Doesn't seem like it's going to be too big of a problem for Blacklist. They have a lot of utility.
They have a lot of utilities. They have a lot of the pull in and pull out that they needed. So pretty much they're very secure. They know where the front line and where is the ultimate time that they want to actually go all out for the fight itself. Now Turtle is about to spawn right at the top, and we do see that a couple of players of Aurora is already building themselves there. They're already stacking up, looking forward to actually have that contest. Let's see if they can do some to actually at least get that Turtle for themselves. Now Perseva looking along the line and actually go all to see who they want to actually contest it out. Still waiting for the time being. JM Freeman is also preoccupied, but they all go out right in the mid. Demon Kite takes down. The Turtle will be killed by Aurora instead, but at the same time right here, they want to actually trade it off. Outplayed, unfortunately, having a little bit pressure. They managed to get a kill, but at the same time, one-on-one right this instant, it seems that Haji tried to pick off Hedwig, but not want to be able to do so as Dome shuts him down for good.
Triple kill for Demon Kite, and Aurora managing to stem the bleeding even though outplay join. You give props to Edward in the Sacred Beast form. They're soaking up so much damage and splitting the battle lines. So Blacklist International not able to play as a team, killing off MP the King in that process. We saw the utility from JM on this Valentina, constantly just, applying the Terrify effect, but they don't really have the damage there, though Edward will be forced to flicker. JM actually finds a solo kill up top.
Ooh, that's a really good game changer coming in for Team Blacklist. So at least they have what it takes. Even though with the fact that Renegade takes down Outplay immediately, but here MP as well as Percival a little bit too slow to actually finish off the job. But Team Aurora is also on point. So this back and forth coming in from 2 teams are doing well so far.
Oh yeah. By the way, it's also a tank Valentina build. There have been theories of this, but this build basically again makes you a utility bot, right? You're just gonna be tankier and tankier, and you're going to be able to constantly apply the utility, the Terrify, whenever you like, whenever is off cooldown. We don't see this often. I've tried it out myself. I do enjoy the whole tank Valentina utility build. That's why Blacklist are going, even at the Thunder Belt to scale. Topside, Demon Kite.
Going all out for the gang up, shuts down immediately Demon Kite for another kill lifeline, but at the same time it's gonna open up the mid lane and they're gonna go all out. Turtle, this is gonna be the third turtle of the day itself, and they're gonna actually go all out. But at the same time right here, seems that Edward as well as Yue and on the strike with Persever as well as JM Pigman. Not gonna do anything, giving the turtle straight away into the hands of Blacklist. And still, the economy-wise, it's not really that much of a difference, especially the fact that it's 100 points still goes out to Aurora.
There's going to be Blacklist once more stealing the Sacred Beast, JM Pinkman. It's like you have Lucas, I also have a Lucas when he needs it. This is probably one of the more even games that we have so far. Obviously for Aurora, Demon Kite, Edward, all scaling pretty well. Domain though.
They're gonna go all out right. This is Domain has already been spotted out. Zaman first been put out right this instant. Domain having a little bit of pressure, doesn't able to go away and will be shut down immediately. Edward takes down Haji for the kills itself, but MP already done doing well. And at the same time, they want to go out to the side of JM Pigman. Not able to do so. They get the 2-2 for both sides of the kills.
Bjorka trying to get this purple. Actually, was able to steal it away from MP despite MP seemingly having the upper hand. Mid tier 1 finally goes down. Aurora gets the map control back for themselves.
Tough right now, they are able to actually control-wise, the territory-wise of the Team Blacklist. Again, when it comes to kill-wise, yes, Team Blacklist is in the lead, but with economy-wise, still not far behind between each other. Team Aurora able to neutralize the situation. Somehow, they are gonna go right at the top and giving MP that bottom lane.
Yeah, so that is the match though. Again, we talk about the contingency plan, right? Like, oh, if we start to fall behind and we need to start playing a macro, we have that.
Oh, picking off outplay right that instant was a little bit risky, but did a great massive damage indeed. And outplay had to pull away, but did manage to survive it out. But at the same time, right at the mid lane, they're already stacking themselves up, going all out. Zamafor has been picked up right this instant, having a lot of pressure. Domain will be taken out. Remedy takes down outplay at the cell for the trade. Yue takes down Persever, but Renegade shuts down JM Pigman. So that's already a 3-1 kill. Aurora making a lot of huge changes right here.
Losing Domain is definitely unlucky, but still, they should be able to work down the Lord. Haji and MP will need to make some miracle happen, but Aurora is not going to give them the choice. They run down the Lord very quickly. MP has the shadows, but goes in late. So Aurora gets the first noticeable lead in this game 3.
Imagine was able to actually clear things off and as well as now turning things around for themselves. Now this is just the first lot for them to march in. So far, Team Blacklist a little bit staggered compared to the early game stat that we saw. They had a really good formation, they had a really good positioning, but now it seems that Team Aurora is able to outsmart them, able to pick them off, and those are the crucial things that Team Blacklist has to be aware of. March off the lot itself right at the top, and they are holding off right for the mid lanes to rest of that second last layer inhibitors. Bringing out the minions right this instant. We're doing a little bit of pressure there, but at the same time, they need to be holding off some of the minions as well right at the top. So let's see how they want to do it. Somehow, Team Aurora is overlooking already. And at the same time, a little bit of extension coming in from MP. He wanted to go all out for the Shadico, but ended up being damaged as well as punished by the one and only Domain.
And that is a disaster, losing MP the King. They are going to lose the Holy Shoe down mid also. Renegade.
They picked out JM immediately at JM. also being shut down with Persada was taken out. Domain takes down Haji immediately, giving off only 2 more players to go. Haji did manage to actually turn things around with taking down as well Domain, but now at the same time, with even the Pierce was trying to go all out, did manage to take down UA. Outplay, just going all out to the side of the team of Aurora, but JM Pigment, now it seems that Edward was taken out by Outplay, now going all out to Renegade. Can Outplay goes it? He goes all out, he doesn't finish, he is on fire right now to get that triple kill. Now looking for Demon, he's going off. Demon now try to push away, he tried to survive it out, but Team Blacklist, they want more. Now going all out, Outplay had to pull away before becoming a casualty, but Team Blacklist is looking off, the eyeing on the side of Demon Kite. Let's see if they want to deny this or they allow this. MP overlooking, slow it out for the side of Team Demon right this instant as Blacklist denies Demon to pull away from it, but he did manage to take MP down with him.
Massive play from Outplay. The SOD again, the SOD, first of all, finding Yue and then using the flicker forward to take out Domain. And once Domain went down, there really was not anyone that could stop him. Again, big props to Outplay for being able to step up to the plate in such a crucial situation to make sure that the team stays in the game. They still lose two inhibitors, so both the side inhibitors are gone, but at least Aurora had to pay a huge price for it.
19 to 17. Yes, economy-wise, still on the side of Team Aurora. Second Lord already spawning out right this instant. This is a really crucial state coming in for the team of Aurora as well as Team Blacklist. At the time right here, Persada will have his eye on, but at the crucial state, he does not want to overextend. Now, Haji will try to pick up first of all, but unfortunately, Haji overextended will be punished by Domain. But at the same time, Damafor's been put out.
Outplay.
Will be saying the outplay, trying to survive it out. Can he actually go in? But unfortunately, will be shut down immediately and getting MP as well. Now, Persada had to actually move away as quickly as possible before becoming a casualty. Now, 3 of the front liners to be surviving out, unfortunately, was shut down. This is already a win for the side of Aurora. Zamafor's been put out straight away to JM Pigment to take him down. Persada could not do anything. The crystal will be clear out for Aurora. Gets the win for this upper bracket.
The Northern Lights advance forward to the Decider series in this upper bracket. They're gonna wait to see who comes out on top between Alter Ego and Team Liquid ID later on. But for now, Aurora gets to celebrate a 2-1 over Blacklist International, sending them down to the lower bracket. A draft that, I think this game, I thought the Blacklist, I personally like Blacklist draft because it felt like Aurora didn't really have the tools needed. But Aurora just a lot more composed, playing what they felt was best. Same scenario as game 1, Blacklist seemingly having the answers to everything, but Aurora keeps turning it around. And this game, really, the Zaz pick, the Jawhead, they all somehow worked out. And of course, the final fight where Outplay was isolated and they ran him down is the same scenario. Without Outplay, Blacklist just don't have damage.
Separation strategy has been such a fruitful decision making coming in from Aurora. They know for a fact that if they can actually find the key player that has so much potential to help along the line, that's where the fine line they be able to actually do so much to shut down Team Blacklist. And even so, with Haji try to pick off one player of Aurora, try to do as much the necessity of an ED station, it was still not done. Even MP coming along to go all out for the shadow kills, try to actually go in, but at the same time, we're not going to discredit what has been done throughout the early games to the mid game as well, because it was already in the grasp of Blacklist. They were controlling the momentum. It was just that Aurora was just doing, they've already saw what was going on, and they used that potential that we saw from Blacklist against Blacklist themselves.
Oh yeah, I agree. I think, for the side of Blacklist International, they definitely put up a fight. Again, game 2 and 3 was all about innovation, right? Having the game 2 having a full-on Matilda shield comp, and the game 3 getting JM Pinkman, the tank of Valentina, in fact dealing the most damage this game, but unfortunately Aurora was still able to stop them in their tracks. Whenever it comes up to this big team fight, Aurora just played it so well.
81% coming in from Edward with Lucas pick. I mean, talking about how they kind of actually deficit the fact that most of the pools that was in the comfort zone of Aurora itself, and you didn't have any much choices, and you picked out Lucas and come up top for this round itself, shows how much of Edward is so, but how he's adapting and as well as such flexibility of using any kind of heroes and rising on top of that.
Absolutely. MVP this game, Edward on this Lucas. Was going for the Thunderbelt War Axe build, tankiness and damage all in one. Really just decimated the backline of Blacklist International, right? Running Concussive Blast and the Festival of Blood, little mix of both, 81% kill participation. And that's why a lot of people fear going up against Edward. You don't really lose the lane, but you can't beat him either. Edward is just a brick wall.
Edward is just a brick wall indeed, and the fact that we saw how much of the potential been put out by himself to survive it out. He was the front line. He was doing so much to actually make sure that all the damage that is needed for the team of Aurora to survive it out, he will be there to ground it off. And even so, at the earlier runs as well, we do see how Aurora switched things around and they chase off every single player of Team Blacklist itself, and that's where Blacklist was just faltering one piece after another.
Oh yeah, and again you see a lot of these team fights. Aurora doing a pretty good job in isolating these targets, right? Edward in particular. Usually we see the Revitalize or the Vengeance on the Lucas, but this game Edward went for the Flicker just for that extra chase onto Blacklist International whenever they try to go away. And Renajay so sharp with these engages. Jawhead, your one job is to find and isolate targets, and I really think that Blacklist International has a draft that is not easy to catch, and Renajay still find it, but this one really was outplayed, living up to his name, being the sole reason that Blacklist survived for a bit longer in this match. But he also ended up being the first one to get caught in the final fight, which resulted to Aurora running it down.
I mean, if Blacklist was a little bit more cautious on that last fight itself, they could have actually might actually be able to do a little bit of the reverse fight itself, because the fact is this is where the fine line that they were a little bit hesitant, and actually Team Aurora was already overlooking. They saw Haji first. Haji was right in the open, a little bit too at the front line, and could have actually just slowed things down. And loving the fact that Renajay, every single time he will be the one who dash into the front baseline of Team Blacklist itself, picking off one up, and the moment when they picked up, they will go all out ganging up, like Chrono Dash by Demon from Doming itself, and everyone was just right on top of every single play of Team Blacklist because they already got the Q coming in from Renajay himself.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So I think overall it's just good games from both teams. Unfortunately for Blacklist International, they will have to admit defeat one more time in the hands of the Northern Lights. Aurora, they're still not in the challenge finals just yet, but they sure as heck are one step closer. But for Blacklist International, they're now going to be in the perils of the lower bracket, and that is just the beginning of the LCQ, right? Today we're going to go through the entire Last Chance qualifiers to find out which two teams will make it to the challenge finals, and Aurora are one step closer.
It's tough. I mean, like, I expected more coming in from Blacklist International because we keep on saying, drafting wise, 3 rounds in a row, Blacklist has the better idea. But then persecution wise, not in the best formation. They were, most of the time, they were too ambitious, too overconfident, and there was positioning wise that was not in the favor of Team Blacklist itself. So hopefully that's not gonna be the case here for our next matchup, because Indonesia Pride is on the line right here. It's gonna be Alter Ego versus Team Liquid. These are the two teams that we saw how amazing they are throughout the challenge season itself. But on the stats wise, Team Liquid was a little bit in a better stats. Is it going to be the same case here for day number 6? We'll see you guys right after the break to actually see what's going to be like.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Alter Ego, they're cooking. The Phobius up there, Phobius, Lucas. The high-lows is still also available. These are picks that are susceptible to the CC. I don't think Liquid ID are looking, have shown much of a Hilda just yet. It could still be, you know, a potential pick. Although looking at the situation right now, I have this wild idea that Alter Ego might just pull off a Fredrin flex. I hope that's not the case. But you do have the Alpha on the side of Liquid ID, right? And this Fredrin pick is directly into the Alpha. So let's see, the Phobius gets banned out. That's exactly what, you know, I kind of brought up, right? This CC ban could allude to a Phobius pick. Now Alter Ego, they read that.
They read that, and you talked about how Hilo still is in the pool, so they have that opportunity to still be able to pick that up, even though somehow oh, and they picked up Lucas. Those are also one of the options as you talked about. I mean, you can have Hilos, or you even can have the Lucas on the EXP.
We kind of talked about this, right? Lucas, Phobius, Hilos, a couple of these picks that, you know, that the CC generally does well into. So with this Lucas picked up Alter Ego, I think now you need to make a bit of a decision. I think the Hilos isn't too bad of a pick. You don't really have too much damage issues. I feel you have Granger that can go late. You have Loi, big damage, and it's one of the few heroes that can join a turtle fight without level 4. Since majority of your damage and crowd control is going to come from your first two abilities, and then you trigger the duality too. They are gonna go for the Guinevere, so single target crowd control. This I think is quite a genius pick. The Hilda goes over as well. First of all, you have a lot of brawling potential. Guinevere, one of the longest single target crowd control in the entire game. He catches you, it's just straight out lights out.
Oh, Alter Ego liking the respawn wise. I mean, again, when talking about how the mobility wise, how they're going to actually be able to control the map itself is in a better formation. But Team Liquid ID picking up Farsa for the last pick itself. I mean, they want to go all out for the long range as well. The question is, can it be fruitful here to meet off with Team Alter Ego that can be able to move very easily and very quickly from one end to another? And I mean, Alter Ego on the drafting wise, I think it's much of a really good stronghold compared to Team Liquid ID for now.
It is quite a bold move, you know, having the Farsa picked up when you see that Guinevere on the other side. So your head skill better pull out some master class in terms of positioning to not be caught by highs. But I mean, looking at the draft, I personally do like what Alter Ego has. This Loi can be quite a headache because it still, despite not getting something like a Tigreal, the duality can still proc on chip if you all just flood through the shortcut, right? So Alter Ego, if they can get some off-tempo play going with the Guinevere and the Hilda, it can cause a lot of problems for Team Liquid ID.
Oh, definitely. But let's see, we have our second match of the day. It's gonna be the team of Alter Ego versus Team Liquid ID. Indonesia Pride on the line. Again, from time to time again, we are talking about this is still an upper bracket. Even though either one of them drops right here, they still have lower bracket to be waiting to meet off with Blacklist International. So let's see who will win this first round first of all. So far, we do see right at the top, we got the side of Aaron Shiki will be fighting off with Highs. In the mid lane, somehow we are seeing the rotations coming off from Weedy as well as Yezekil. They're trying to actually do some of the scouting as well as infiltration to see where is the potential of they want to actually go all out for now.
The one thing about a chip is that he's just not as durable as he previously was, right? So thank goodness, you know, he went through a couple of adjustments. But of course, the way that you approach Chip right now is more of a backline diver, right? You like running straight at the enemy isn't going to work 100% anymore. He gets blown up slightly, he gets blown up faster, but still, the shortcut has always been a way to kind of play that macro game. And when you are comparing that with Roundel's diversion, if he brings his teammate, your Chip can try to match it as fast as possible. The scuffle in the mid side, we're seeing Dreams. As long as he catches the target, they will have ways to blow that target up.
Oh, and the fact that it's not gonna be easy for the side of both teams as well, if those are the crucial stages, right? But at the same time here, Turtle has already been spawned out. Let's see who's going to actually try to contest. Nino comes in straight away to the side of Dreams, but at the same time, Fabian, a little bit of extension will be taken out by Nino immediately. And Aaron tried to push in, but he's been ganged up. He goes all out to Dreams, but it's not going to be easy. He will be able to survive it up with the Sacred Beast, but the Turtle will be taken by Alter Ego.
I mean, what do you say, right? Like, Alter Ego, in these close quarter combats, you don't need a diversion as long as round down is around. There's plenty of damage. Not to mention Liquid ID. They fought into this more clumped up position where they are just constantly getting vacuumed in by the yin yang, the duality reaction from Loyi, and they got slammed by the Appraiser's Wrap 2. Another catch by Dreams. We talked about the power of the single target crowd control, catching Witty coming through the portal.
Oh, this is tough. Definitely Alter Ego is controlling the momentum from the get-go itself, and Team Liquid ID, they need to find an answer for a while. With 2-0, not much of the deficit coming in from the economy-wise, but still, if it keeps it up to the side of Team Alter Ego, Liquid will have a really tough time.
Oh yeah. I think, at least for now, it's still the early phase, although the question is always, how late is the game going to go when you have a Granger on one side, right? We haven't really seen big diversions just yet. We haven't seen Roundel make those moves to get those off-tempo plays. You can say the same for Witty, but Dreams is doing a great job at keeping track of where this chip is going. Because there really isn't much that Witty can do, so bot side gang.
And Nino comes along right at the bottom, will be ganged out by Fabian as well as Aaron. Clears out with the Spear of Alpha, trying to slow him down. Unfortunately, right here, they're going off for the diversion, try to actually retrade it off. Clears it out right here, Fabian will be taken out by Gebe. But at the same time, right here, Aaron try to do as much pressure as possible with the Secret Beast. Even though they did manage to trade it off, no, it's not done. They want to push all out with the Secret Beast. Ezekiel coming in a little bit too late. Gebe, so much power, still surviving out. There's nothing that Team Liquid ID could do.
Thank goodness Yehescu has the Purify. If not, that would have been straight up in his death. Gebe sticks onto him like glue. You saw that Appraiser's Wrap. That's 50% of Yehescu's health bar just by one slam. And once more, these bushes are so unsafe. Like, Witty cannot just walk up, because if Dreams or Gebe catches him, it's just lights out for the chip.
And coming off right now, we do see the fact that Aaron a little bit has to be very cautious of the situation, and the fact that they're going all out to Witty. Witty will be tagged off just a little bit too close. Unfortunately, Gebek takes him down immediately. This turtle might be open for Team Alter Ego. As even with Fabian trying to tease it off, Team Alter Ego is already dominating at the moment.
Yeah, they're gonna get turtle for sure. I mean, Witty drops the shortcut, tries to, you know, send out the invitation for the rest of his team to join the Witty party, but they're like, no. We're not running straight into Alter Ego. It is a crime to do so, and we don't want to end up, you know, getting locked up and sent back to the fountain like you. So unfortunately, Witty dying for the third time, and we are starting to see how Alter Ego are dealing with this chip. They are just not letting him, you know, bring his teammates in. Every time they see the chip, they just say, go, go, go. We gotta get rid of Witty. This guy is priority number one. Get him out of the map. Make sure that he doesn't get to do much and create that cross-map impact like what he usually does.
And the fact that Team Alter Ego is already right on the scene, seems that they're going to actually stack up right at the bottom. Witty will be caught off guard right this instant. Had to flicker away at the same time right this instant. He's pushing off. Alter Ego's giving so much damage that Witty could not do anything.
Thank goodness Aaron Shiki had that Purify, because that flicker, spatial migration knocked up, would have straight up been his demise. Dreams really hitting some crucial crowd control and forcing out, again, important battle spells from the side of Team Liquid ID. We got a 2k goalie for Alter Ego. Witty waiting in the wings. Alter Ego doesn't know this, but Gebe and Dreams are just looking for intel.
They are looking for intel, scouting the area, doing so much damage to the side of Team Liquid. That's giving tough time for Team Liquid to even get the necessary buff, the necessary farming that they require. Resources already been wasteful on the side, that no matter how much they try to go for damage, but it's still not going to be easy. But now they're pushing all out straight away to Heist, as well as Dream pushing off with a Feather of Airstrike. Can he make it through? Aaron takes down Heist, as well as Ezekiel takes down Dream. So that's a really good trade coming in from the side of Team Liquid. Not only that, getting the turret of bottom lane as well.
That's so patient. Witty waited for what felt like a century and finally found his target and instantly calls in the squads to take him out. Takes out Dreams and Highs, especially Highs. They're trying to amp out the pressure mid-side.
They're still trying to go all out to Nino and Gebe. Waiting for the right time. They know for a fact that they want to do more. And somehow, the turtle will be contested out. Now, Aaron spotted out Nino. And even they will try to actually to hold it out. They want to make sure that they find a really good structure. With Feather Airstrike being put out right this instant, they go all out to the side. Dreams will be shut down by Aaron as well as Fabian takes down Gebe. Now all out to the side of Rounded as well as Highs. Highs was able to pull through, but Nino right in the rise right here will be shut down immediately by Hayes as well as Yezikel shutting him down. But Rounded all alone right here with Hayes is being chased by Aaron, Shiki as well as Yezikel. Going all out just a little bit more. Shut him down for good, getting 4 kills in the midst of getting the turtle.
Honestly, that could have gone so much worse if Dreams didn't land that 3-man knockup to act as a tempo breaker, because Team Liquid ID were on top of AE. Sure, Dreams still AE still lost the team fight, but they could have lost a lot more and gained a lot lesser. So good on Dreams for making it happen, but good move from Team Liquid ID to step on the gas, now equalizing the state of the game.
Equalizing, not far behind for the economy-wise. So far, Team Liquid does manage to actually have a little bit of neutralization coming in from this mid-game itself. But so far, let's see if Alter Ego has what it is to actually respond. Coming in right now from the bottom right this instant with the fact that Dreams comes in for the side of Witty. Witty having a lot of pressure, had to pull away, but Game will denies it immediately, but did manage to flicker away in time and will not become a casualty. Now Witty, he has to be careful because the team of Alter Ego really put their eyes on him.
Witty able to get out of that once more and flicker out for another 2 minutes. So Liquid ID, they are feeling a lot more stronger right now. Gebe, and also they've gotten the items to be able to kind of cut through Gebe's health bar. So this Fredrin not as tanky, not as durable as he was a couple minutes ago. So Team Liquid ID, they can start taking up space on the map. He's gonna be very careful.
They have to be very careful. Does manage to pull away before becoming a casualty, but they are looking forward to Gebe. But nope. Gebe did manage to actually push away before becoming casualty. Right at the top, Aaron Shiki looking for Nino as well as Highs. Now they are letting off that wave coming along, clearing out the minions. And so far, they are not trying to actually go all out for overextension. Now they're back into the objective and the lot has already been spawned out.
Liquid ID continues to take the top side control, but since they do have the shortcut, yeah, this just caught Dreams. Nino actually follows through the portal, but they're just gonna go back to where they are, and now Gebe in danger.
Gebe is in danger. Even they try to actually pull all out right at the top. Coming in right now, they're gonna go fight. Aaron had to pull with the Sacred Beast. Feather Airstrike coming along. Does manage to actually do some damage here, but the team of Alter Ego will pull it away from those sides. But they want to actually try to contest for the lot. Let's see. Widdy right in the open. Gebe going all out for the side right here. Pushing off to Widdy. Aaron comes along with the side of the Sacred Beast, but they had to pull away with Dreams comes along to finish it off. Cuts him down immediately with Nino comes along to takes down Yezikel. Fabian takes down Gebe. Zamanfo has been put out, but the lot will be picked out by Fabian instead. Even though with Alter Ego having so much pressure to the side of Team Liquid ID, but that's a trade they want for now.
And they did kill Gebe, so no retribution for Alter Ego means an easy lure for Team Liquid ID. Eroshiki gonna go for big plays, almost outplays Dreams and gets out with his life.
That was too close. That was too close. I mean, again, Team Liquid ID, they are really, really ambitious. But at the same time, they need to be very careful. From all the decision-making they've done, it seems like it does gives a lot of leeway for Team Alter Ego to punish them.
Oh, yes. Let's see how much damage they can do with this Lord. Fortunately, both Fabian and Eroshiki did... Fabian did have to take a respawn. This Lord will be taken care of in the meantime. Liquid ID looking to take that mid tier 1, ideally. I mean, Alter Ego, they have a comp that wants the team fight, right? They work best when they're together. And usually, when you get pulled apart, that's where you start, exhibiting weakness. But thankfully, you have Roundel on this Loyi, who has been doing a great job in facilitating these team fights. Getting a 2-prong attack, sending members into different parts of the team fight to catch Liquid off guard. Top tier 2 will go down, TLID continues to get as much as they can.
I mean, on the grounds of the inhibitors wise, I do see Team Liquid is really on point with the objective. But here on our Dreams, a little bit of observation coming in. He does want to actually go all out, but he does manage to pull away. But at the same time, Aaron will be in a midst of very good danger. But Feather Airstrike comes in and Gebe just wants to cancel it out and did manage to actually push away before being turned into a casualty. But Heist takes down Weedy immediately, now pushing on to the side of Fabian to be wiped out and now looking for the rest. At the moment right now, Alter Ego will be able to turn things around.
This mid-tier 1 is gonna go down. No Weedy, no Fabian. No front line to defend this. Alter Ego, they have these long-range siege comp thanks to Heist. Oh, Gebe.
Gebe comes along, Zaman has been pulled out. Iron Shiki having a little bit of pressure right this instant will be able to neutralize the situation before becoming a casualty right in the hands of Nino as well as Gebe.
To be slowed down for now. I do am liking what what Alter Ego has been kind of has been doing. This Fredrin is going for, you know, again, the traditional Fredrin build, right? We've seen a lot of Brute Force Breastplate and Thunderbelt nowadays. I say that he just got the Brute Force Breastplate, but everything else is all about being able to stall out the front line. Again, end of the day, you're looking for highs to scale up. Uh-oh, Gebe.
Gebe a little bit too far off open. At the same time, he wants to go for the front line, but Aaron goes all out right here. Feather Airstrike being put out by Python. A little bit overextension, did manage to take down Roundale, but at the same time, right this instant, Aaron will be able to take down Dreams. Now that overextension was a necessity, will be done by Team Liquid ID. They are going all rise, but right here, Farben also once more. Zafirmel Force is taken out by Nino, and now living off, only left with only one player, which is Heist, and now Gebe comes along to finish off as he was just able to survive it out by Team Liquid ID, having a better, more formation right here for those team fights.
Oh my goodness, Fabian making the outplay happen. Buys the Winter Crown, dives in, base Alter Ego to commit and presses Winter Crown, and suddenly Alter Ego like, oh no, the guy that we can take down is invulnerable, and they get turned on. Roundel though does send his team to the bush. Liquid ID, they're gonna pull back, they're not gonna take the risk, it is not a necessity. Bottom wave stacked up, so that bot tier 2 for Alter Ego is gonna be taken down. Liquid ID have control, not just of the map, but also of the Lord Pit.
Agree, definitely. And the fact that they don't need to do so much right this instant. They just need to be very aware of the map itself, making sure that they be able to actually do a little bit of resources as well as the scouting. And somehow they are trying to contest for the Lord. Let's see, Dreams as the opener right here. We do have Feather Sight right this instant to just hold them down. Ashity takes down the Lord first of all, but at the same time Weedy comes along to finish it off. At the moment, Dreams had to pull away, and now they did manage to actually take down Weedy at the moment, but that's just already a sacrifice that was needed for Team Liquid to get the turtle and do so much resources that is needed for Team Alter Ego.
Silver lining for Alter Ego, they got out without any casualties. Good catch from Dreams. We got the Wild Requiem knockout onto Aran, just to make sure that Aran doesn't get to straight up dive the back line, and afterwards Alter Ego call for disengage. After taking out Widdy, now they find Fabian.
Fabian, a little bit too overextending right now. Had to
With
pull
the
away.
crown?
But Feather Airstrike comes along right this instant. Zamafo has been put out right here. Gebet fighting off with Aaron at this instant, trying to do as much damage as possible. But Gebet is just so much to bear, not even able to do anything at all. But Nino comes
Wow.
out, but they still try to do more. They want to go all out to Gebet.
Aaron!
But Aaron just pushing off every single time. They want to go more. Zamafo has been put out. Aaron Shiki takes down Gebet, and now they want even more tougher right now to the side of Dreams. The fact that they did manage to have so much damage, they only managed to pull Gabby only.
That is madness. First of all, Gebe survived for the longest of times, but Aran, unkillable. He does have the immortality just now, which he popped. Now the Lord and Erashiki both would take one inhibs each without Gebe. That means that it's gonna take a while longer to deal with this Lord. Team Liquid ID just playing it to a T. Once more, Fabian with the delay with the Winter Crown, and afterwards Aran. This Lucas Sacred Beast form is just madness. The amount of crowd control, the amount of damage, crowd control and sustain that he had, Alter Ego just could not deal with it.
Could not deal kill at all, but some of course had to be pulled out. They're going all out to the side of Aaron Shiki, but he did manage to pull away. But there's strike to be put out right here. Really, a little bit of extension will be taken out by Heights, but Fabian down Rondale. It's going to be an opening. Double Jit comes in. Fabian was shut down to the side of Heights, but Yezikiel did make it work with Dreams to be taken out. So that's a trade for 2 to 3 for the side of Team Alter Ego.
And a triple kill for Highs because Dreams once more catches 2 people with the spatial migration, allowing Highs to line them up and shoot them down. Alter Ego not willing to go out just yet. They almost lost the mid inhibitor, but now this is late game territory. Highs 12-2-2 on this Granger. He is jacked, full slotted, ready to deal some serious damage to Team Liquid ID.
It's very dangerous coming in from Heights itself. Those are the target that needs to be eyed up right this instant, with Lord going to be spawning out within 10 seconds. Team Liquid ID, if they can find a way to break off Team Alter Ego, that could be a really good composition coming in from themselves. But then again, is Alter Ego is going to allow this, as they are already stacking off right at the Lord Pete.
This is going to be second Lord game. ESQ with the Holy Crystal. Again, so much burst. Goodbye, Highs.
Oh.
This could be the beginning of the end. Highs caught sleeping at the wheel. These bushes, they are incredibly dangerous. You need Nino or Dreams to help you check them out. You can't just walk up like that. So Liquid ID, they will guarantee this Lord for themselves.
Lord will be in the hands. The map awareness was been punished by the side of Team Liquid to the side of Alter Ego, when the fact that you talked about it, they have to be aware of their bushes itself, and at that peak you have to be very careful. That Team Liquid by their side put out, did manage to actually at least clear out the last turret, and they're coming up for the crystal as well, pulling all the sun right here. Even with all the fights they've done, it is going to be the crystal to be depleted, giving first round win to the Team Liquid ID.
Team Liquid really waiting for their item spikes, waiting for the right moments, and just making sure that as long as Alter Ego they don't get out of control, this Granger is not going to be a big problem. Obviously, Alter Ego played the best that they could, but the catch towards the very end, Liquid ID, the fact that Yehescu, the moment he got the Holy Crystal, they instantly blasted Highs, who had a near flawless game, but it was just unfortunate that his death ended up causing the team the game. And Liquid ID, they're gonna walk away with the first game, put themselves one step closer to that upper bracket decider match against Aurora later on. But still, I mean, so far both teams showing a lot of promises, a lot of good ideas. I like what TLID did, despite Widdy being shut down early on. He knows that as long as the team gets space, eventually they're going to be able to overpower AE.
I mean, I would say that at the crucial timing of the momentum that was the most, or a majority wise of the momentum of the first round itself, it was actually being controlled by Alter Ego. It was just a mishap coming in from the side of Highs. He wasn't actually been guarded out by anyone at that time. You saw it how it was when Team Liquid ID saw an opportunity, because Highs was just a bit far away from the teams, from his own teammates, and that's the fine line of Team Liquid. Say, if you find an opportunity to see anyone all alone, you'll be able to tag off. And once Highs was not in the picture anymore, that's the fine line that they were able to just shut down Team Alter Ego for good. And look how much damage Highs has done. 112,774 damage. That's the highest we've seen throughout 6 days of us casting for the challenge season itself. And the potential that been put out by Highs, how much of work he was investing for this round number 1, unfortunately comes down to where you position yourself at that late game.
And unfortunately, he had to fight King Aaron Shiki, who dealt more damage than Highs. In fact, 2,000 more damage, right? He currently making Highs the second highest of the day. Aaron Shiki actually 114,842 total damage on this Harith. Both goal laners really went out of their way to dish out the numbers. But again, TLID just having the right decisions in that late game, right? One good catch was all they need. Alter Ego, it eventually this draft they have eventually is going to end up being the 4 protect one, protect President Highs. But if you let your president get assassinated like that, you give him the JFK treatment, then unfortunately there's really nothing much that you can do afterwards. So MVP for game 1 is going to be Aaron Shiki on this Harif. Flawless 4-0-8.
Oh, flawless, definitely. Highest damage-wise, 408 KDA, 840 GPM, and 71% kill participation. And not to dismiss Team Liquid ID. I mean, the back and forth was really beautiful. I think even though with Alter Ego was dominating during the early games as well as the mid game, Team Liquid ID, there was a lot of neutralization that was done. They had the idea coming through. Even so, when the fact that it looks like so much of power coming in from Alter Ego, how they were able to immobilize the movement of Team Liquid ID because of the fact that you have Guinevere. You got the fact that you are able to pull in and pull out as much as you want, as much as you need it. That's where the fine line that is having a little bit of crucial time. Yes, they did get the title on their side, but Team Alter Ego was able to actually win it off and at least get the trade they needed. But as time goes by, that's where the fine line of Team Liquid was having a little bit of structural problems when Team Alter Ego was able to reverse it back.
Oh yeah. When we look at the highlight reels, it's also Alter Ego. This Loyi, I was actually expecting a couple of off-tempo plays, but good on Team ID for being able to cover a lot of important points on the map. So it was a constant push and pull of, is this Loyi divergence going to come true? Is the shortcut from Witty going to happen? But this one was also a big moment, right, in this bot side, where the Winter Crown from Fabian, first off, was able to bait Alter Ego to overcommit, and then afterwards, you got this big Aran just running it down, has the immortality, doesn't care what Alter Ego does to him because he has King Aaron Shiki backing him up.
Yeah, he was on fire. He was so ambitious right at that bottom lane. He was just going all out, and this is where the fine line, yes, we do see Team Alter Ego was able to neutralize for that first lot itself, but then comes along on the second lot. That was the point where they tag off Highs immediately and they know that was the opening. They didn't even matter. They just go all out for the crystal, and no matter what it is, Alter Ego was already losing the one and only damage burst that they needed. That's when Team Liquid used that potential.
Oh yeah. What a no for Team Liquid Indonesia. One game away from proceeding to the upper bracket. At least a decided match. Again, Aurora will be watching and waiting to see if it's going to be TLID or Alter Ego. And you know what? You know what, Fasha? I want to see TLID go to the upper bracket because Aurora, in one of the interviews, they did say that losing to TLID in M6 was a fluke. And TLID will never win a single game against them from this point onwards. So I want to see that rematch happen. I want to see if TLID indeed fluked in M6 and will lose to Aurora. But again, we gotta let them win this series first before we get to that conversation. Heat map of Fabian throughout the entire game on this alpha. Had a slightly rougher early game, but once he came online, he was just a massive beast.
I think pretty much that was point that we talk about how it was dominating for the side of Alter Ego. They were denying a lot of the movement coming off from Team Liquid itself, and a lot of the positioning making that was done by Team Liquid, they were actually been shut down. But after a while, Team Liquid was able to find their own beat, find their own rhythm to fight off against Team Alter Ego itself. And once it was portrayed, and looking on how the movement is, like, Fabian was just on his own territory. He didn't do much of infiltration. He was focusing on how he was able to actually just do as much farming as his end. And at the final end of the late game, that's where he saw a lot of potential because Aaron was doing so much damage, and that's where he comes along to follow along with the team fights.
Yeah, this entire heat map is pretty interesting because you see most of the fights are focus on the bottom side of the map, right? Like we had one big fight on the top side, but that was pretty much it. A lot of these fights really goes over to the bottom quadrant of the map. That's also where most of the objectives sort of spawn. And you can see even like Fabian's, like where we see the most of Fabian's presence is at the Lord Pit itself. So that I think is pretty interesting.
Oh yeah, agree, definitely. Because the fact is, I feel like they put out so much pressure right down below. Wait, oh my god, Husky, are you there? Husky, you're gone. He just did some. Oh,
Hello.
oh, there you are.
I'm back. You caught my magic trick. I was so close. I was so close to getting it right. Okay, I'll practice.
Amazing. A really good surprise coming along. I mean, was it a surprise that Team Liquid won that first round? I don't think so. I think even though we do in the favor of the drafting of Alter Ego, how they were able to control the movement of Alter Ego on that first round shows how much potential that Team Liquid has to do so much. And again, from my point of view, I feel like if it wasn't for Heist to be picked off very quickly by Team Liquid, it could have gone to Alter Ego. They could have actually be able to do something and make it happen for them for this first round. So again, sometimes this is it. One mistake is all that's needed for you to just shut down for good.
Yeah. So I say that a lot. Sometimes I tell myself that you can do 10 things right. All it takes is one mistake to lose a game. And a lot of times my mistake is just logging on to play ranked games, right? Because I feel like I should never put myself in a position to lose. But in this case, you got a feel for Heist. You played almost a flawless game up to that point. But thankfully for Alter Ego, they still got one more chance, or more potentially two more chances if they equalize this series. Momentum is on TLID's side, but after game 1, I do feel like Alter Ego got some very good ideas. Now we need to see them punch back at TLID.
Yeah, definitely. And the fact that Team Alter Ego, looking on the side of the drafting wise, they were really focusing more on all the popular heroes itself. I mean, going into how we talked about, I mean, we did saw on the drafting wise or even on the stats wise, Alpha is usually one of the picks from the side of Alter Ego, and Team Liquid ID taking away that Alpha was also a really good idea composition coming in from them. They actually use most of the signature zeros that Alter Ego usually use throughout this SPS. So question to be made of, if Alter Ego have that opportunity, will they be picking off that Alpha, or will Team Liquid actually denies it? So far, I feel like most of the priorities have done. Joy is out. We do see Suyo Jushin as well as Fanny. We haven't seen that yet. Loi been given that opportunity, a free chance for Team Alter Ego to take off. Even no matter how much divergence you put out, yet it was still not enough to fight off with Team Liquid.
Let's see if this is going to be any different in the Draft 4 game number 2, because we're going to head into the drafting phase right now between Alter Ego and Team Liquid ID. Right off the bat, Matilda, Loi out of the picture. We don't want to deal with it anymore. We've given AE their chance. They took their shot. They missed. TLID now on blue side.
Okay, now we see Team Liquid respecting the Loi will be banning it off. Matilda also been banned off. Jushin as well as Fanny will be banned off. The question is, are they going to actually ban off Suyo as well? Are they going to actually give that leeway? Or are they going to actually ban off Alpha? Or even Harith along the line, because we see how much potential Granger and Harith was very, very damaging. And it seems that Harith will be banned off. Team Liquid will deny it as well. Now, Alter Ego, what is your response?
See, I mean, the Joy still up. The Joy, you got the Suyo, you got the Yeef. Granger too. We've seen Team Liquid ID take out the Granger just now, but Aaron plays a mean Granger. You giving Granger, I think, is a recipe of disaster. Alter Ego might have to actually consider banning out the Granger and then get yourself like a Suyo Joy matchup. And that is going to favor Joy eventually. Like Fabian, when he first played Joy in the challenge season, he instantly got a Savage. That's how good he is. And Alter Ego knows it, so they rather take their chances with a potential Granger pick.
Okay, so now Suyo will be picked up and Alter Ego will definitely pick up the Granger for themselves. And we did saw how amazing Highs was, so that could be a potential priorities coming off from Alter Ego.
Let's see, so Granger is going to go to AE again, just like last game. Valentina instantly gets picked up. As the Yves is still up on the table. Plenty of mages that the Valentina can steal ultimates from. Liquid ID, they still have the Lucas, right? We see them play Lucas in game 1. They also had the idea of going for Phoveus at one point. That was banned up by Alter Ego.
Okay, so let's see who are they gonna actually favor more right here. So far, the respawn wise, I feel like definitely they had a really good potential with the Yves is in fact, and it's actually a really good choice to be major. But Cho been picked up right this instant, and they want to actually hold off for a while. I mean, yes, you could pick up the Lucas, but then they ended up pick up the Choi and Alpha being picked up by Alter Ego instead.
So they still go for the Yves Cho. So they are going for the whole idea of let's just overload the Valentina, right? Give her choices. I heard that some people, when given too much choices, they're gonna start seeing stars. They're gonna panic. So give Valentina as much choices as possible on the market and overwhelm Roundel. So Irritel ban, a direct answer to the Granger taken out. Now that there's no Harif, it does start cornering Aaron Shiki's hero pool. I think Alter Ego, they might look for a Moskov ban after this. There's a high chance of Moskov ban. Although, Liquid ID, you still have something like a 1-1 you could go for, like a Beatrix, the Claw that we have seen twice this day. So I don't think that worried. But if you are Liquid ID, you might be looking to get your XP laner a decent matchup.
Agree, definitely. And the fact that they want to make sure that at least that pool will not be the heroes of pools is not being deficit to a point that you don't have much choice. It's actually very crucial. But Trigger will be banned off by Team Liquid. Now Alter Ego, they have an opportunity. They want to actually deficit even more. They want to deplete more of the choices that is here for the side of Team Liquid ID.
Taking out Tigro. Tigro is at this stage of the game an almost guaranteed ban in the second phase. Like most teams just ban Tigro. He's such a good hero, right? So we did see Dreams play the Guinevere in the previous game. And also I just remembered there's another pick that you can go for Aaron, which is the Bruno. The Bruno Granger matchup was also a big thing during M6. But yeah, Moscow ban now. We kind of saw this coming. So Bruno left on the table for Aaron Shiki. Most likely it's going to be that unless they have other plans.
It's either Bruno or Cloud. We did saw a lot of potential coming in from those two heroes itself. Now going to Team Liquid, they're gonna actually ban off CC. Now Alter Ego, what are they going to do?
Is this another Phoveus, a potential Phoveus? I mean, surely, CC bet again. It could be for the Lucas again. It could be the Lucas that they are looking for. It's either Lucas or Phoveus. Alter Ego, I feel like you might consider taking the Phoveus this game. It does decent into the Lucas overall, and you can have this have good backline dives. That's how I see it.
I mean, they do have Gatot Kacha. That could also be a good composition making from the Alter Ego itself if they want someone to just jump off, find an opportunity. But yep, Phoveus will be picked up right here from Alter Ego side. Team Liquid ID, the question is how are they going to actually respond? Because so far right now, you got Suyo, you got Cho, you do have Yves on the side. Now, moving on along, again, the question is which potential heroes they want to actually put out. Is it Bruno, a really good matchup with Granger? Would they want to go for Cloud? They want to have a mobility-wise to actually pull in, even though it is a little bit of late game if you want to actually pick out Cloud.
This could be a Lucas still, I think, for TLID.
I've been waiting.
Not much gonna change it. Wow, carry of
Carry!
and the high lows.
High-lows.
Okay, a very different approach. Phoveus in the high lows is not too big of a problem for the Phoveus, but Liquid ID really switching it up. And I suppose it's not too bad of a thing, right? If the Alpha dives the backline, they are gonna get absolutely shredded by this carry.
Yeah, I mean, like, carry melting the guards off with a very good rates coming in from the damage as well. So it's a really good idea coming in from Team Liquid ID. Again, a lot of surprise elements for today's matchup as well. Alter Ego, they just need one more heroes picks right here for them to close off the drafting phase.
Looking for the roam roll, the Akai roam. Can we forget about that? You want to be able to fight together. You want to be able to run at us straight. Oh, I'm just gonna knock you all away. You know, we're gonna knock you all away. We can pin you to the wall. So that's what I like about some of the NPL ID teams. They're so innovative. We even saw we saw Masha, we saw Padang at some point in time. Obviously, Blacklist, they also had some very creative hero choices, but you always don't know what you're gonna get. This Roam Akai has plenty of damage. It's tanky, has displacement, so this show is not gonna be able to have a good time. I'm liking what I'm seeing from Alter Ego.
Okay, drafting wise, I feel like both sides are very equalized. It's really balanced. Both of their response are really good respectively, and I feel on the side of how they will be able to counter each other is really good. So round number 2, match number 2, the decision making whether or not Team Liquid ID gets the first point and to go to the upper bracket to meet off with their opponents, or maybe Alter Ego has an opportunity to prolong this match number 2. Let's see. It's Indonesia versus Indonesia again, guys, for this match number 2.
All right, ding 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 ding, ring the bell. PLID. Let's see what the focus is gonna be. Might be a lot of focus on that in the gold lane side, right? To get Eroshiki a decent time. Yehescu will just have to eat the pressure just a bit. This show, unfortunately, can't directly contend with the Akai. You have to accept that fact. Bottom lane is pretty much a dead lane between those two XP laners. So Aran, he has a lot of. He just is going to be that meat shoe this entire game. In Liquid ID, your angle of attack might just really be that ranger side.
Let's see. I mean, we did saw Heist was really performing. He was on point, and again, if he's really on a good point, he might be able to do so. But Aaron, a little bit too overextension, and he's gonna actually have a lot of difficulties right here. Gebe as well as Nino try to do as much damage, but he did manage to survive it out. And even with Dreams try to come along, and Witty comes in to the backup, it doesn't gonna do anything as Aaron still survives it out.
It's not the worst case scenario. You don't get the kill onto Aran, but you get his revitalize out. And while re-engage Aran, he's dead.
He's dead. He's definitely good. They are already eyeing up. But here, Fabian as well as Vidi comes along to actually trade it up. Goes out to Gebe, going off for airborne. Fabian takes down Gebe, but at the same time, right here, Vidi wants to pull away. Fabian a little bit too had to be aware of the situation because he pulled away too quickly to opponent, leaving Vidi all by himself. But then again, they did manage to survive it out. Hopefully, it was just a little bit too close call for the team of Alter Ego to manage to trade it off.
Thank goodness Aran makes it back to the wave in time thanks to the extended fight, so he's gonna hit level 4 off of that wave. Keep a good ID. A decent exchange spot side. They have the RWM2, no kick for Witty, but they still want to contest.
Want to contest, RWM been put up right this instant. Draw the pass also going out for the side of Dreams. Dreams had to pull away, but at the same time right here, they go all out for another RWM to be stolen. But at the same time, Fabian gets the turtle, but they did trade off 1-1.
And you trade a roamer for the enemy jungler, and the turtle is a win for TLID all day long. Of course, Nino did get the kill onto Witty early on. If you're TLID, I think you're really happy with the development. Alter Ego, they were so split up because of the RWM that it allowed Liquid ID to just come in and pick them off.
Now coming in, as we see, it is a little bit tight. With a deficit of the side of 8, or not even 800, probably like 300s of lack of the economy-wise inflation to the side of Team Liquid ID, they're still in a really good form for both sides. Now, again, a lot of the heavy focus and tension coming in right at the bottom. We got Aaron, Fabian, Witty, as well as Jessica looking on the side of Gebe as well as Nino. And leaving off Aaron Shiki doing his thing right at the top. And this is very dangerous because it seems that Team Alter Ego, they have their eyes already. Now, Aaron Shiki has to be away, and Heist comes along as well as with Roundale. Had to pull away before becoming a casualty. And now, we do see now Fabian comes along with Ezekiel. They already find the opening. Witty overlooking right on the back line. Let's see if they want to actually go all out. But nope, we do see that Gebe does manage to actually pull away Witty, denying any of the entrance of Ways of the Dragon.
Good coverage from Aaron Shiki. Did have to use the flicker, right? Earlier on when Dreams ganked him, he had to use the flicker to get away from the heavy spin, so pinned to the wall. But with Aaron Shiki surviving, unfortunately Alter Ego didn't really lose much. Dreams.
Oh, Rays of Dragon pulled it out by Dreams, and right this instant, Witty has that potential to actually initiate, but then again, Dreams overextending and able to actually pull away before becoming a casualty, so still a safe call for both sides.
Forcing out the heavy spin. Good shun pull for the CC immunity. That's how Witty got away. Orion proxy the whole way down bot. Nino tried to call for help, but we're not going to do anything against Orion at this point of time. Gaby gets his purple. Turtle is up again. AE wants to contest.
But Aaron, a little bit of being get out by the side of Alter Ego now, pushing
That's
out
it.
with the RWM. They go all out. Yesika takes down Gabe, Fabian takes down Dreams, as well as now pushing out to Nino. Had to flicker away. Roundel was surviving, but Aaron shuts down Nino, immediately getting the 3 kills in the hands. But at the same time, Witty, a little bit ambitious, try to go all out to Roundel, but it's already been done. 3 kills with 1 turtle in their hands is already a win for Team Liquid.
Yeah, a big win. I am pleasantly surprised that Alter Ego wanted to take that turtle contest. Gaby was 2 levels behind Fabian. There was no way they're going to get the contest, and they just ran straight into an engage. But here
They go out, spinning off to Fabian. He shut him down for good, right pinning off at the wall, making them at least trade off 1 lifeline into Alter Ego's hand.
good pick off onto Fabian. Again, the heavy spin is going to consistently be quite an annoying threat. Aaron gone on. Witty, what a kick.
Lord is
Current
being
engage.
picked up right there. At the same time, right here, around it, a little bit overextension. Aaron tried to pull away, but no, around it will be shut down by Aaron Shiki. But at the same time, right here, Witty had to pull away before becoming casualty. But Aaron, so much pressure has been done. Heist shuts him down for good. And at the same time, at least it is a 1-to-1 trade. And RWM been picked up right this instant to pull out together just a little bit more. But Fabian goes out to Dreams, doesn't spot out Gaby inside. But Yezikel did manage to take down Gaby. Now Dreams is a little bit more closer to going all out. Yezikel shuts him down for good. No! Team Liquid ID, they did manage to turn things around, but Nino comes along to finish the job with Fabian shuts down.
Yeah, Fabian dies again, but at least Yeheski was able to pick up 2 massive kills. Aaron Shiki surviving that topside fight again, goes to the bottom, starts getting off farm. See the golden staff and the corrosion sight already done, going for the 3rd item, the DHS for the Holy Trinity. Team Liquid ID, they're in a pretty comfortable spot. The 3rd turtle spawning in just 20 seconds. But Yeheski doing mad work this game.
Mad Works doing a really good job coming in right now, even despite that they already saw how Alter Ego was going to actually gang up now. The last turtle is about to spawn within 6 seconds, and they know for a fact they need to stack up already. They want to contest if off and decide that Team Liquid ID, they have the input. They know for a fact the location-wise of Alter Ego. Fine line-wise right here, it seems that Team Alter Ego, no matter how much they try to actually mirror off or even try to actually get the backline, it's been denied from time to time again by Team Liquid. Now Witty is in the bushes. He's going to actually try to spot out. He knows for a fact if he can pick up anyone, it would be a good opening coming in. Fabian going all out. Growl's split path has already been put out right on the lane. And here Witty, right with the side of Roundel, he was actually going to be pushed out by Nino as well as Heist. But at the same time, it's going to give a lot of opportunity for Team Liquid, not just to get the turtle, but they have a separation split that was done for themselves.
Yeah, Alter Ego took so long, they actually got nothing. Lost the turtle, didn't get any kills. Witty got out, and they lost the mid-tier too because Aaron Shiki was just running it down. That, again, is going to extend Liquid ID's lead by a bit more. Aaron Shiki finally gets his Holy Trinity. The DHS completed. Gang topside.
Again, topside, career will be triggered out. Glorious Path been put up by Dreams. Not gonna get anything, but at the same time, RWM been put up by both sides right here. Dreams
What a
having a lot
knockout.
of pressure, but at the same time, goal all out. Heist takes down Witty, and Aaron Shiki trades it off with Dreams as well. Now they are done with the job, but they are not gonna overcommit.
And again, Liquid ID, they essentially win. You think it's a 1-for-1, but
Yeah.
no Roma for Roma, but they just got the bottom lane tier 2. So Team Liquid ID always getting more whenever they get into an exchange with Alter Ego.
I mean, this is what we saw from the stats, even from the first show itself, the first beginning of the show. We talked about Alter Ego. When it comes to kill wise, yes, they are on a higher stat, just a little bit. But when it comes to damage per minute, as well as for the goal per minute as well, Team Liquid is just in a better position. This is where we find line that Team Liquid, they very focused on objective. They know how to cover. The map's covering, the map control is what is much more important. But RWM been picked up right there, straight away giving a lot of pressure to Alter Ego to pull away. And at the same time, Gaby overextension right here. Moving punished by Aaron. Aaron Shiki takes down Gaby immediately and now pushing on right away. Really also try to be pulled away, but he has been spinned and been shut down for good. But a double kill comes in from Aaron Shiki to take down Nino. Gets a really good trade to 2-1.
I don't think Alter Ego were ready for that fight. Gaby tries to spray of Alpha in, but it's less of Gaby making a mistake and more of Fabian outplaying him. He expected, he anticipated the engage from Gaby. He sidesteps the crowd control. And Gaby, once he misses that ultimate, he was straight up dead. But still, a run, he's gonna lose his life thanks to Alter Ego getting him down. But TOID, they got the Lord anyway. Now they are trying to go for more.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's the sacrifice that is needed, and Aaron doesn't even matter. That's the thing. You have the Lord already. It's already enough for you to at least break the last layer of the inhibitor, and that's what Team Liquid is focusing already.
Wow, we have that cool banner in game. I didn't even see that.
That's really cool. That's really pretty good design graphic coming in. And Arashiki, you gotta be careful there.
Oh my god, Nino.
On the right side. That was too close. That was really too close. But here, Widdy comes along with the Waves of Dragon. Fabian takes down Nino immediately with the Trace of Highs with Widdy as well.
Oh my god,
At the
Aaron.
same time, go all out to Dreams now. Also with the side of Gibbon to be shut down, leaving only Rounddale as well as his to be surviving out. 3-2 versus 2 right this instant. Can they actually use this potential of Lord to clear out the last layer of the trade? They try to go out for the bottom one, but didn't make it. But still, Team Alter Ego, even though it is a little bit of mess, but they did manage to neutralize just a little bit of time left for them to breathe.
Hiroshiki tried to actually baited Nito into his death. Honestly, if Hiroshiki survived that, this game would have gone to an irreparable state for Alter Ego. But at least now they still keep all inhibitors up. Only the bottom one is severely damaged. Yescu, Divine Glaive online, Malefic Gun for Aaron Shiki. Core items, all of them are available right now for the side of Team Liquid ID.
Looking on Team Liquid ID, just a little bit of mishap, but then again, it's because of so much of defense has been put out by Alter Ego. Now, Lord is about to spawn within 70 seconds. Within is trying to actually find an opportunity, trying to find any gates of opening for him to do so, because if he can actually tags off anyone, it might be a good opening for Team Liquid ID. They're overlooking already. They got the info. Gebe is inside the bush. They're not going to allow any surprise elements coming in from Alter Ego. So far, Alter Ego, they are on a really a little bit crucial state right now, because as they are pushing off, letting the wave comes in naturally, Team Alter Ego, they have to be really cautious as well.
I think if you are TLID, you're probably just waiting for the next Lord. Not really, don't need to rush anything. Because so far, you know, Alter Ego has been kind of trying to really look for these isolations, right? Like Dreams has been trying to look for Aeroshiki the entire time, but it is so tough. Not to mention you're running into an RWM. So Alter Ego constantly playing on the back foot. Fabian just got his VOD. Lord gonna be spawning just a little bit. TLID looking to take control of the pit.
Let's see, and the fact that Gebe also knows the fact that this is going to be a crucial fight indeed for the second Lord itself. Fabian is already there, the Lord. Now let's see how they want to actually control that mid lane. We see how Aaron is always right at the front line. He's going to make sure that at least Alter Ego will not come through. RWM is already putting out. Glorious Path also been put out right there to make sure that they will be denying it off. But at the same time, Fabian is doing his well to make sure that the Lord will be in the hands. Now Dreams as well as Gebe going in for rotation, but it's already a done deal. The Lord is already in the hands of Team Liquid ID. I mean, at least you do not overcommit and you don't want to lose lifeline. At least with this last layer of the defense, they still be able to survive it out.
That, and also, did you just see the damage of Aaron Shiki on this late game carry? Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. And This might be a bit of a problem for AE. I don't think they have a. There really is no way to survive this carry damage in this late game. Like if no one can if no one can catch Aaron Shiki and just blow him up, he is going to eviscerate everyone from Alter Ego. Like Dreams lost half his health bar in a blink of an eye just now at the Lord Pit.
Let's see. Lord is marching in right here. They're gonna go all out fight right at the top. Glorious Path been put out right this instant. But at the same time, they're not gonna overextend. Nino is right in front of the line. Will not do anything as the Lord is already marching in. And we do see Fabian right on the bottom right this instant having a lot of pressure. But they are also a little bit hesitant as well. A bit afraid to try to commit and get that inhibitor. And in the end, the Lord was just a bit wasteful. But here on our Dreams, overextension will be denied immediately by Aaron. And pushing along right now, going for the Gabby. RWM being put out. Actually takes down GB. As well as right now, Nino pushing on to Aaron. Aaron doing as much pressure as possible. But the Crystal is already depleting, giving this one more win in the hands of Team Liquid ID. So they are pushing off straight away into the upper bracket, pushing down Team Alter Ego to meet with Blacklist.
We're gonna see the Aurora against TLID later on. That is gonna be interesting, but good attempt from Dreams to try and catch Fabian. They had to make a play happen. They cannot just sit there and let TLID slowly take everything away. But unfortunately, the Hail Mary attempt led to TLID getting the win. Still, commendations given over to AE. The idea was correct. The execution was almost perfect. But TLID were ready for any sort of shenanigans that AE had.
I mean, this is really a tough call coming in from Alter Ego. I think they had the idea, especially the fact that Dreams was always trying to pin someone against the wall, and to a point that they will try to separate the players itself. But on the fashionable style of Team Liquid ID, they know that if you let Dreams get away with that, it's not gonna be easy. So on the side of Team Liquid ID, I like how every single time there was a possibility of they want to go all out fight, Weedy will be the one to make sure that backlines is covered. We have Aaron making sure that he survives on the front line. He has the Glory Path, either way to slow things down for Team Alter Ego, or even for a gateway for Team Liquid ID to move as quickly as possible before it turns ugly.
And this carry pick really worked magic. There's really, at one point there really isn't anything you can do to the carry except killing her, and if you don't kill her, you just lose the game. That is essentially what happened in this game. Like Aaron Shiki given way too much space. Like it's Alter Ego, you see plenty of times that they really wanted to shut down Aaron Shiki early on, but the response from TLID have always been so on point that Aaron Shiki was essentially getting the best possible game you could get for a carry. Getting all the space you need to farm, being able to split push, and eventually carry your team to victory.
Pun intended indeed. With 55,000 damage coming in from Aaron Shiki, but the MVP wise is by Gabby with 2 kills. And on no, definitely Fabian is a little bit of a mistake there with Fabian as the MVP with 824 gold per minute. Honorable mentions coming in from Ezekiel as well as Aaron Shiki with 829. MVP wise, 81% coming from Fabian, 75 from Ezekiel, and Arishiki with 62%.
Oh yeah, I mean this entire game really came down to Aaron Shiki and Fabian. I mean, Yuhetsuki also did mad work, right? And as much as I say that, okay, Widdy is going to have a pretty rough time, and he did have some challenges, you know, every time he engages, he's going to get controlled to oblivion. But he knows that, again, sometimes your job is to die, but before you die, you're going to sow chaos in the enemy lines. And Widdy, he got some pretty good multi-target Jikundo knockups to buy space for the team, and that's really all they needed. MVP for this game, Fabian, 528 on the Suyo.
Yeah, not a backdoor success story like yesterday, and I think this is where Team Liquid is much more better off, because seeing how their faces were when they won yesterday, I think this is much more satisfying to see, and I think Team Liquid is definitely happy going off into the upper bracket itself. And the fact that we talked about Aaron Shiki, we talked about even Ezekiel with that RWM. Every time Ezekiel dropped that RWM, that's where Alter Ego was a bit intimidated to go in for a fight. They were pushing away or pulling away from those team fight because they don't want to be caught off into that R-down because so much damage has been put out. So that gave a lot of opportunity for Team Liquid to do whatever they want freely throughout that map.
And yeah, you can see that these early fights also Liquid ID there's so much control over the battleground, and not to mention that Aaron Shiki was joining these fights so early on, and even then, because of the recent buffs to her, even though it sounds minor, it made her a bit stronger, especially the changes to the ultimate. Right now, she doesn't need to fully rely on hitting the now she has a lot more damage output essentially when she pops that ultimate. That's why when Aaron Shiki joined the fight in like what 4 or 5 minutes, he is still shredding through health bars.
He was shredding, he was doing so much damage. I mean, that's overhead session coming from Gebet. It was a little bit too early on. And even this one at the fine line, they were trying to actually contest for the Lord. It was too much to bear. And even they were able to actually trample against the team of Alter Ego. And they did actually manage to actually steal away some of the lifeline of Team Liquid ID. But at what cost? They were trying to neutralize. At the end of it all, Team Liquid was just far better off for that damage rate.
With the endgame scenario, it really started with Dreams wanting to get the engage off. Didn't happen. Very unlucky. But yeah, congratulations to Team Liquid Indonesia. They move on to the decider match in the upper bracket, which will be coming up in right after this. So Aurora got some time to prep against them, but for TLID, it is full steam ahead, right? You gotta keep on playing. We're going to the entire LCQ today, so gotta buckle up, be on your A game and see if Aurora can really stop TLID from beating them again.
Yeah, I mean, again, again, facts as well as a reminder to everyone who's watching, your favorite teams are not done just yet. Those who able to go to the upper bracket, they have one more fight they have to actually go on to make sure they survive it out for the challenge finals. But those who didn't survive at the upper bracket, now they're at the bottom, and those teams are Blacklist, and as well as who's joining them just currently is going to be Alter Ego, and that's going to be very interesting to see if Blacklist or Alter Ego will be the one who be able to pull through at that lower bracket to survive and meet off with those who are still rising from that upper bracket.
It's going to be a long journey in the lower bracket because you have to essentially play 2 best of 3s, right? You're playing 1 extra series, then whoever gets the direct slot into the challenge finals later on. So it's going to be a long journey. It's going to be tiring for them for sure, but that's the nature of competition, right? You go into the lower bracket, losing brings its own disadvantage. They just got to keep on going, but they do have some time to prep for their elimination series, elimination gauntlet run, whereas the upcoming series, I think, is going to be so important to see who gets to call it a day and who will have to call in over time. Coming up, Aurora against Team Liquid ID to get the 11th slot into the challenge finals. A rematch of epic proportions. We'll see you guys in a bit.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Here we go!
Steady jump design, think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life. This is my sentence. 3, 2, 1, deploy. You waited all night for me to come back. Why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Was hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. I'm good, babe. I'm on my own. This ain't a phase. Just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Don't bother wasting breath. Begging for one more chance. Yeah, know you got carried away. Ooh, you made me to say. You've been messing with greatness, faces, stay in your place. I was looking to play, then you got in the way. All the love that we made got me stuck in the rain. Got no time to stay here and say goodbye. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. Take back your heart. Yeah, yeah. Like a moth to the flame, I'm attracted when the doubts start saying my name. I can go there easily, and it's hard to maintain, 'cause I know it's not the world I know, it's me. Believe in every little thing I hear, and no, I ain't no stranger to the fire, burning up all my desire to be great. It stays coming in waves. greatest days coming in waves. And no, I ain't no stranger to the fire, burning up all my desire to be great. I gotta just open the gate. All I need is saving from hitting the pavement, understanding when I'm impatient, that only I give to me. All I need is a little love in lonely places, the strength to stand fear in the face, that only I give to me.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Season LCQ Season 6. We got Aurora against Team Liquid ID coming up next in this crazy best of 3. Two teams have faced each other multiple times in the past month or two, and every single time Liquid ID seems to have gotten the upper hand, and Aurora wants to stop that cap. It's Husky and Fasha Bunny on the mic for one last series before we pass it onwards, and we got one of the best ones to happen just yet.
Yes, sir. Lafel and Giddle are just waiting on the sideline to join us later on for the last two matches at the end of it all. But before we get to that, we have to start off with our upper bracket first of all. I mean, looking on the statistics wise, yes, Aurora is in a better form when it comes to the kill wise, but from again, I keep on repeating this because it's the truth. Team Liquid ID, when it comes to objective wise, they're pretty much more focus oriented. They always get it done with the DPM. They always make sure they have that goal per minute that they need it to hold on. The question is, no matter how much you go in for your objective wise, Aurora has this thing that they love. They love to make sure that you will not able to do what is necessary, because we've seen so far throughout when they fought off with Toda and even when they fought off with Blacklist as well, they make sure they find one key player they can bully out and denies you any of the power spike it is necessary for you to do it. So Edward, Demon Kite, Yue, Renegade as well as Domain Kite, they have to be watching out for these 5 players.
Yeah, they have to bring that not just an A game but an A plus S tier game, because when they faced off against Team Liquid ID in M6, they lost the first Swiss round to them, the BO1, and afterwards they lost the elimination series in the 1-2 bracket against Liquid ID again. So happy with finding success from M6 itself. TLID went on to not only knock Aurora out of the tournament, but eventually finished second in the World Championship for Aran, Fabian, Yehescu, Widdy, and Aaron Shaky, and ready to do it again in the Snapdragon Pro Series and send Aurora to the lower bracket.
Let's see, because again, they still have a lifeline. This is the upper bracket where they did manage to actually get the success rate that they needed, but again, I feel like going into the SPS wise, when we talked about the past achievement, a lot of involvement has already been seen throughout the SPS challenge season, and itself is been portrayed not just because of the gameplay, not just because of the play style, not even because of the fact that the success rate is been portrayed as well. It's because of the switch of the metas itself. And I feel like when it comes to Aurora wise, we know how Philippines are. They're very straightforward when it comes to their drafting. They know who to actually respond, what are the heroes that are required to actually be able to shut down the teams itself that they see when the heroes say, oh, okay, we can. If you have that heroes, we can able to counter with this one. So those are the crucial things. And not only that, they know who to actually gang up against so that they can actually shut you down for good. When it comes to Team Liquid ID, and you talked about it, they're not very unorthodox. They always bring that surprise element, which make it even more interesting coming up into this upper bracket.
Yeah. This is a destined rematch, right? They meet again after TLID crushed the dreams of Aurora in a M6 World Championship. Again, they didn't make it out of Swiss stage. Let's take a look at the head-to-head. Both Harif users, Harif aficionados in the bottom side on the gold lane, Domain Kite and Aaron Shiki. And it's safe to say that Aaron Shiki has been putting up big numbers.
Yeah, I mean like 114,000 damage just by the fight with the opponent side previously. It was just a really good form coming in from himself. And the fact that going in up against to Domain Kite, not to actually put him down, because on the side that they have been performing has been actually been tough on the side of Aurora. So that's the reason why we see that strats a little bit inflated on the side of Team Liquid. But going into the prediction wise, it's also a little bit imbalanced between both of us. You're much on the favor of Team Liquid ID, whereas I'm much in the favor of Aurora. Do you want to actually go first with your own opinion?
Yeah, actually, you know what? I forgot to key in my prediction, but I'm glad everyone else read my mind. I was gonna go Liquid ID anyways, but I'm gonna amp it up. I'm gonna say Liquid ID 2-0 Aurora. Right? Liquid ID. Yeah, look, they read my mind. Liquid ID. I'm gonna say they 2-0 Aurora. I think history will repeat itself again. I am ready to be proven wrong by Aurora, of course. But I just feel like Liquid ID, they got it on lockdown, right? They got it on lockdown. They're looking so much cleaner. Aurora has some great moments. You know, I think Demon Kite and Domain has been really showing off. I want to see how this game one plays out. Matilda for Aurora. Now, Liquid ID, they have the tendency to give away your power picks and then beat you anyways. Granger is now open. I'm waiting to see if Aaron Shiki is going to take it. Yep, I'm going to take the Granger. There's no Joy or Suyo this game, so we're looking at Alpha, we're looking at Hayabusa, but ID teams, they are going to go for the Alpha. Even though they have played Frederick before, but not this game.
Yeah, and the fact that Eves is already out from the pool as well. You still have Valentina, you still have Cho to be picked up if you want to actually go for that first of all. If it depends on what Aurora actually expecting more of what they want to actually go out for the gameplay itself. I mean, we do saw when it comes to how Yue goes all out with the fight itself. He has a potential to do so much damage. He can actually do portray and give a lot of help for Team Aurora to push on through. So looking on the priorities side, let's see what Aurora will actually pick off right here.
See, if you're Aurora, you probably are looking for... Yeah, I was about to say the Phoveus and the Irithel, especially the Irithel, right? A direct answer to the Granger. Liquid ID definitely saw this coming. Instantly we get the Khalid. High chance is a witty pick. You know, he has been a very proficient Khalid Rome.
Roma, yeah.
Yep, Khalid Rome player. The Lucas is still open. We've seen Ran rocking that Lucas quite frequently into the Phoveus. There's another pick that we've seen a few times into Phoveus that has mixed results, and that's the Glue. We talk about the Fredrin. Liquid ID bans it out. I love it so much. Matilda Fredrin is a nuisance. Liquid ID don't want anything to do with it.
I mean, yeah, if you let Frederick out again, we saw how much of the survivability, how it is so much to be reckoned. It's a really respective band coming out from Team Liquid ID. Now, Team Aurora, you might be trying to actually ban off some of your potential heroes that you want to actually take off. I mean, looking on the side of Team Liquid, right, you still have a potential to pick up your mid just yet. I mean, maybe Vexana you want to actually ban off, or maybe Valentina. Either way, those are the things that you might actually want to even pull down even more the hero space.
So there's a CC ban is for to protect the Phobias as well. But getting rid of the CC does mean that Liquid ID will inching closer and closer to a potential Lucas, which again it's almost going to be a guarantee unless that glue somehow comes true for Aran. He also plays the Hilda, but in this case, it's going to be pretty tough to play a Hilda into what Aurora has. So yeah, probably not that. If you're Liquid ID, you ban the Fredrin. You now probably want to look at that mid lane too. You could ban the Valentina here if you want to. They're a bit higher Hayabusa, so they want to keep pressing on Demon Kai's hero pool.
Okay, so they want to make sure that at least the jungler have a little bit of a problem. But it doesn't matter, even with Hayabusa been banned off, you still be able to pick up other couples of pools that you see that can be able to pull through. But again, I mean, I've seen Renegade with Cho before, and it is still in the pool right here. There's a possibility maybe Renegade was also going to pick up that Cho for himself as well.
Fight for the ultimate answer.
Well, the Hilda doesn't get banned out, but by Aurora. This one, obviously, they still don't want to deal with the Hilda, surprisingly, right? Because I kind of feel like Hilda is not going to, it's going to suffer a little bit, but I can see how it's going to work out. Here's Kudo to get his Farsa once more.
Okay, Farsa as a pick for Team Liquid ID. Now, Aurora, you still need to figure out if you want to actually pick out the mid lane. Vexana still a really good pick right here. You still be able to use it, and I've seen Aurora has a really good composition when it comes to Vexana as well. On the side of your other jungler, do you think any other choices that is very obvious here, Husky?
Ling, I guess. There's Ling.
Oh yeah.
There's Akai, there's Alice jungle. Akai jungle is a thing too. Julian, yep. I was about to say Julian is probably one of it too. Julian and Sicilian. Julian have not been picked until now. Sicilian has been banned every now and then, but wow, Aurora. Huge magic damage, by the way. But again, the mobility, right, that they have will be a very fast tempo draft.
Oh, and you talked about Glue. Now Glue is already open to be taken. Team Liquid ID having Glue on the side. They also have a very good structured ground. I mean, looking on the side how they already have their drafting wise, they can actually be able to spread away easily without any casualty to make sure that they still survive it out. I mean, all in all, I think pretty much it's really surprise coming in from both sides of their drafting.
I like Liquid ID's draft a bit more. I think that despite there's the Matilda for Aurora, it's their signature pick. I think Liquid ID just overall have a more robust draft. You have a XP lane that essentially by default should win. No Glue into Phobius. You got Granger. Obviously, the Cecilia being taken away. The Cecilia being picked up. It's also, you don't want that to be like a double scaling. Not that TLID cared about it anyways. They did take the Farsa for the extra utility to get that insane burst instead of having to wait for the scaling. Let's head into game one. Let's see how this is going to pan out.
Let's see. This is match number 3 for the upper bracket. They won against their opponent. Now they have both lifeline for themselves. The question is, who will still survive and be able to go straight away to the challenge finals, and those who have to go drop down to make sure they meet up with those who are at the lower bracket.
So for Liquid ID, again, even though you are a Matilda, you have to always respect the Khalid. There's insane burst damage at level 1 in these kind of duels. And you don't really have too much of a shield yet, even as a Matilda, right? So these early space is going to be a chance to control. By the way, Julian also rocking the Hunter Hunter collab skin. They got Kurapika, first time. The only one that we probably won't get to see is Gone, because that's Dyrov, and no one plays Dyrov nowadays. But yeah, I think Liquid ID, pretty, and also the Glue in that lane not only can find Edward, but at the same time he essentially is just moving first, right? Like you can see that Aran is constantly hovering around this mid side.
He's hovering, and then the fact that Weedy, a little bit of overextension, has his potential to be taken out, but it's okay. He will be able to move away as quickly as possible, as he is very mobility-wise, and the fact that we are seeing most of the confrontational will be done right at the mid lane, and as the turtle is about to be spawned out, they are pretty much trying to find a break right this instant.
Yeah. Of course, not about clearing that midway to hit 4. Fabian will be on the case very quickly, hitting level 5. Demon Kite already late in that regard. So this turtle should go over to Team Liquid ID. I don't think Aurora can do much. They will try.
Oh, but they're going all out right here. Distance and Feather Extra has been pulled out right at the top. But at the same time, Jessica takes down Edward immediately. Now Aaron, once more, he goes all out to Demon Kite. But Demon Kite was able to pull away before becoming it off. So first blood comes in from Team Liquid ID.
I think that, again, Aurora, I'm surprised that they wanted to try that. It really felt like there was no chance to even contest. They don't need to do that. So they give first blood over to Yescu as he blows up Edward. Was far away from home. Domain is going to receive a bit of pressure down bar. Liquid ID wants to free up Aaron Shiki, who is actually a full level ahead of Domain.
And the fact that right now, they're having so much pressure being put off them, and Ezekiel getting the info required with the Feather Air Strike, just doing what is necessary to actually scout the areas or even the information for the location of the players itself. So Team Liquid ID, they already have the idea, and Team Aurora, if they can actually hold off just for a little while, not allowing to actually get into the bait itself, they might actually potentially do something about it. Because the fact is, right in the early bets, Team Liquid might be in a better power position.
Was Witty doing the usual check push thing? Gonna be fine from that. First item most likely is gonna be Athena or Radiant. In this case, you probably go for Radiant armor or Witty. Demon Kite, Domain. Hot, he's dead.
Oh.
We're gonna do a clip right on the edge by display of Alpha, pop spread, and still dies. That is exactly what Liquid ID wants.
Team Liquid ID, very aggressive earlier on, and this is where Aurora, they're having a little bit of struggle to actually pull through. And they know for a fact that they don't want to actually mess around and they don't want to actually mess up things. But somehow, with 1 second on the clock, right here, Turtle, they're all going to try to contest it off. Renee J, looking forward to Ezekiel as well as Widdy. Now, Edward is right on the front line. He wants to go all out to Widdy first. Feather Air Strike been put out, but it's been castled away, and they're going to go a little bit more further on the line. Aaron also pushing it right in the mid, going all out to Ezekiel, but at the same time, right this instant, having a lot of pressure. They did manage to take this Turtle right into the hands of Fabian, but Team Liquid, they want more. Fabian managed to take down, getting double kills right this instant, and also triple kill. Started down Yue, and Renee J has to run away, and Edward all alone will be immediately shut down with the Spear of Alpha.
Fabian once more shows up big time with a maniac on his Alpha. And can I just say, Aurora, they tried to get the whole squad out with the guiding win, you know, the Renegade 5-star Cab Express, but Aran was able to stick himself onto Domain. So it really doesn't matter how far you fly, Aran's gonna stick onto you. And Team Liquid, just like that, ballooned that goal lead to 5k. And this entire jungle is now under threat. There is no way for Aurora to just walk in without risking any death. Fabian, he's ready for more.
Oh, they want more right this instant. They also try to actually steal the buff. Aurora is just overlooking and couldn't do anything at all to slow things down. Now at the mid, they are already marching in the minions, but it's not going to do anything. And we do see split push coming in from Fabian right at the top. Feather X Stride, just try to hold on every movement that Aurora comes in. So it's already open. Fabian knows what he has to do. He just has to actually clear out some of this point, and that turret will be in the hands of Team Liquid ID.
And Demon Kai essentially doesn't get to play the game much anymore from this point onwards. He needs to be able to find space, and that space is not in the jungle. The jungle belongs to Team Liquid ID. And no one from Aurora now can just walk out into the lane without risk getting ganked. Even with a Matilda, you can only cover so much. Renegade, he's more preoccupied in defending the rest of his cores. So even, look at that, 3 Feather Airstrike and Renegade is down to less than 20%. And then you have Aran walking around in your jungle jungle camps are constantly getting taken, and Rashiki is just outclassing Domain Kai, and no way, he's even out-leveling him. Team Liquid are in full control.
Team Liquid are in full control, and the fact that here Aurora, they're being pushed to the corners, not able to do so. Another turret been taken by Team Liquid ID. So that's already the first level. Feather X Stride doing some damage to Demon Kai, and as well as turning off UA as well. Now UA tried to pull into Widdy, but it's not going to do anything. It's just try to push Team Liquid. And there you go, having another layer of turret to be taken off, and with the turtle open up straight away to Team Liquid, they're not just gaining the objective, Liquid, they're getting all the economies in their hands.
And everyone, Shiki, he's untouchable. Not really sure how you're gonna get on top of him unless you commit like a flicker or Renegade brings someone in. Aurora needs a lot more time. Team Liquid ID, they got almost a 9k goal advantage in under 7.5 minutes. The top tier 2 goes down. Thor hasn't even spawned yet. Demon Kai, he's been stuck at level 8 for the longest of times, and Fabian is 5 levels ahead of him. Aaron Shiki, Sky Piercer online. This game is close to being over.
Yeah, and really just finding a way to try to go into the backline. Aaron, we spotted out, they're gonna go all out for the spin, but at the same time, really comes all through. But they're not gonna do anything because they will not overcommit. So a good call coming in from Aurora, but still, it's not enough. So much damage been put out. Even Aaron Shiki doing so much pressure, but that's gonna be the second last layer turret of the mid. So now it's up to the last inhibitors.
I bet you on Mirko's watch party right now, one person is gonna be happy, which is obviously Mirko. Then Wolf is gonna be in despair watching how this game is going down because Team Liquid ID are just demolishing Aurora. We saw them back in M6, of course, when Team Liquid ID won. It was sort of a beatdown as well, but it really seems like, you know, the locks hasn't changed yet. It's still Team Liquid ID putting Aurora on a vice grip, right? You feel so helpless. And the thing is, Demon Kite needs money, Domain Kite needs money, and Liquid is not giving them anything.
They're denying a lot of the structural ground for Team Aurora itself. Now, a lot has already been spawned out, and with Team Liquid, this is their only opportunity. Not to actually commit itself, but at the same time, because the fact that they have really just guarding off right at that lane or even at their base, they're already giving Team Liquid ID the opportunity to get that loss. So it doesn't really matter. Now it comes down to how they want to actually defend once the Lord march in with the waves.
Oh yeah, and look at this, the first Lord down middle lane, Demon Kai once more, it's gonna be poked. Ooh, gotta get out from that. Sky Pierce on Eroshiki is merciless.
It was so much damage to portray, but at the same time right here, as the Lord marches in, let's see who they want to actually tell. The Fabian, try to actually figure out its way, and even Weedy waiting for the backline to be opened up from the top turret as well. So they're going to focus on. We do see that they are going to close in right at the bottom lane as well as at the mid lane. Now Lord is also closing in, but the turret has already been done deal. Now Weedy is already inside the base, and it seems that Team Liquid ID, they are very, very respective. They don't really push too much. They're not really too aggressive. They're just waiting for the right time. Now the second wave coming in for the side of the mid lane. Now pushing out right now, Fabian a little bit too ambitious, but at the same time, he's going to go out with Edward. Can he push in? Arashiki takes down Demon Kite first of all, but at the same time right here, it seems that they go all out to Edward, and Arashiki takes down Edward immediately with Renegade. Try to survive it out. They did manage to take down though Yezikel at that spot, but it's only for 2-1 at this instant, and Aaron still want more. It seems that they're going to go all out, waiting for the next wave comes in for the crystal as well. Now Witty comes along, going all out to Domain, as well as the side of Arashiki takes down Domain, and pushing all out for the crystal is going to be the first win in the hands of Team Liquid ID.
Not even breaking a sweat in that game one. Team Liquid ID absolutely destroyed Aurora in this game one. Of course, Aurora getting a couple of their power picks, right? The Renegade Matilda Express getting the direct, quote-unquote, on paper answer to the Granger, which was Irithel, getting a Cecilion, even Edward getting his hands on the 4 wins, but it really didn't matter. Team Liquid ID were just leaps and bounds ahead. Again, we talk about this draft, the pressure that the glue and the Khalid provides, and the fact that Aurora tried to take on early fights that they clearly could have avoided, and just ended up getting Liquid ID this snowball that was unstoppable.
earlier on for even on the early games itself, on the early stages of the game itself, we know for a fact that Team Liquid ID as a group itself, they're not someone that you want to actually mess around too early on, and they have so much power within themselves. They're easily be able to break off, especially Aaron. If you want to actually go all out for him, he still be able to actually pull away as quickly as possible. He'll be able to survive whatever you actually throw to him. And at the same time, we see how much of potential that Yezekiel pull out with that Farsa. The moment he opens up with the Feather X Strike, doing so much damage to Renegade, he had to pull away, not able to do anything.
One of the fastest game today as well. 10 minutes and 40 seconds. And look, Fasha, a 13.7k gold lead.
Oof.
It is madness. This is whack. What can you do, right? You just gotta accept the beating. This is a royal beatdown, 9-1 in terms of kills. And Fabian, I gotta say, man, level 15 before 9 minutes. Of course, you gotta give him the MVP.
Definitely deserving of the MVP. And this is the fine line that we see. Team Liquid ID, great map control, great objective wise, from one end to another end. They clear out the turrets, they get the lords, they even make sure that after not just the lord, the turtles as well. Once they get the turtles, they'll be able to also give so much pressure to Team Aurora. They could not do anything, but here and now we do see there is a lot of damage that's been put out by UA, 28,000. But on the side of the rest of the players, they could not do anything. They keep on being caught off guard, they keep on trying, being given so much pressure, they had to pull away before becoming a casualty. And this is the fine line that Aurora was just a little bit too intimidated by Team Liquid itself.
Hey, you know what they say? Fabian ate and left no crumbs. This man hitting a nice 60 GPM and just an MVP worthy performance. That's why he is King Kong's #1 rival, even though King Kong has won almost every single time they met. But still, you know, big respect to this man on this alpha. Funny enough, you know, 5-0-3, and 4 of them were from the Maniac streak that we saw very early on. We thought that, you know, Team Liquid ID, they got off to a slightly slower start in the beginning, and they also did drop down to this LCQ because losing the EVO's Holy. But right now, this is the Liquid ID that everyone knows and loves and remembers from M6.
It is really amazing to see the best form coming in from Team Liquid ID. I think the fact that we saw how Fabian was definitely controlling most of the momentum coming off for this first round itself. And looking at this, even though, yes, Aurora was the one who managed to actually get a lot of the initiation picks first of all, but then Team Liquid turns things around and they got the first blood. And no matter how much they try to contest with the turtle, yet Team Liquid ID was shutting it down. This is where 5N getting double kill takes down Domain, as well as going all out to UA and shutting down Renegade for that Maniac.
I bet Liquid ID took the interview pretty personal. You know, Aurora saying that they were never going to win a game ever again against them, that they were just lucky during M6, and Liquid ID was like, are you sure about that? We play a best of 1, we beat you. We play a best of 3, we beat you too. And you really think we got lucky? Okay, how about we give you again? We beat you again, 10 minutes, 40 seconds. Right, let Fabian show you how it's done. 1-0 for TLID, 1 game away from knocking Aurora to that lower bracket decider, and they themselves locking in the tickets straight to the challenge finals to join RRQ Hoshi.
One more match to go for our upper bracket. I mean, it's really amazing. And looking on the heat map itself, Fabian's movement, the freedom of him farming off what it is necessary. He started off from the top itself, and then he getting all the buffies needed. And then this is where the fine line. Once you got the turtle, he goes all out for the fight right at the bottom. He's getting all the kills is necessary to shut down the team of Aurora.
This let me look at Fabian, right? Look at the 5 kills bottom lane. All 5 kills that Fabian got was bottom side. This is the freest game that Fabian has ever had to play in his life. Like, he goes everywhere he wants. He's a boss. Right? Like, Fabian coming through, you just gotta give way. Whenever he shows up, it's death follows, as they say. So pretty straightforward heat map. for Fabian, of course facilitated by the rest of TLID. We said that even in the XP lane, a run into Edward, a run is going to have that priority. He's not going to be worried about Edward, and he's always moving first to help his teammate. He's looking around the river to see if any movements come up from Rora. Renegade can't really do much to because of Witty. He's just constantly on him. So at the end of the day, TLID's draft does have a lot more perks and advantage over what Rora has, and that's how they kind of won game one. Not to mention that all these decisions that TLID made were just better.
Yep, definitely. I agree on that. And the fact that Aurora, they were just not just outplayed, outsmart, and the fact that they were also having a lot of struggle to find a way to shut down Team Liquid ID. The fine line, no matter how much Renegade was going all out for the backline, it will be denied immediately by Ezekiel. And with Fabian, with so much power to shut everyone up with the Spear of Alpha, that's where Team Aurora was just not in a better position. But again, this is it. This is just the first round. We still have one more round to go. If Team Aurora does drop here, they have that lower bracket to survive it out. So not to worry much. This is just the opportunity to see who will go to that challenge finals earlier on compared to those who have to be dropped at the lower bracket.
Oh yeah. Also, this officially is the fastest game of the season so far. I did say that it's the fastest game today, and now it's the fastest game of the season. 10 minutes and 40 seconds. Quite an insane performance overall. But Rora, they still have a chance to bounce back, right? This series is not done and dusted just yet. No, we've seen teams come back from worse openings, with TLID just looking like a machine, just a wild oil machine in this game one. Aurora gotta switch it up because they were gifted their power picks by TLID, and TLID said it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you get, we're gonna beat you anyways.
Yeah, I mean, Matilda wise, you have it in your hands, and you even have Phobias on your line, and then the fact that those are the heroes that if you actually meet up against face on right on to the Land of Dawn, you know that there's a potential that it could actually falter. You have that 50-50 situation where it's not going to be easy to shut down, but Team Liquid ID proves otherwise, and those are the things that Aurora needs to be aware of coming off into the second drafting. It really doesn't matter whether who you actually pick, is how you actually execute and how you actually find the potential to just break off Team Liquid idea and very good strategy to fight off on the gameplay.
Absolutely. So I mean, with that being said, I want to see what Aurora has in store for game two. We've seen like Renegade. I would say he is a roamer that can play, the Enchanter Matilda, right? But he also plays like setups like the Cho, the Tigreal. I want to see Rora go into that sort, the usual one the usual playstyle that we see, right? You start fights, you play extended fights, and then you kind of win out in terms of the micros, right? Renegade good in finding these pickoffs. Like Witty has shown that you give it an opening, he's gonna find opportunities to make things work. Now Renegade needs to be able to match that because game one they were put on the defensive the whole time and there was just no way of recovery.
Oh, and that also add on the notes, right? If you could actually split up the Team Liquid ID, that could be a good idea coming off into this second match. And because every time that Renegade tried to actually pick them up, and it was not really a place for isolation that is required for Team Liquid to be spread out, that's when Aurora was just having so much of struggleness to pull through to fight with Team Liquid ID. So let's see if this is a possibility, a switch of the roles, or not just switch of the roles, switch of the heroes itself, of the pools itself for the teams and the players to pull out here for the second drafting of match number 3.
Oh yeah, I can't wait to see how this second game is gonna go. Although I do want to see how Liquid ID is going to deal with this right now. Are they gonna still stick to the same thing? Well, it seems like they're banning the Matilda. They don't really care about the Matilda, but they don't want Aurora to have it. So Matilda Loyi gets banned out by Liquid ID. Aurora goes for the Fanny ban.
Okay, let's see. Matilda, Loyi, Fanny. Now, is Aurora gonna actually leave out the Granger as well? Because we did see that Granger was also banned off previously, and then also the fact that we saw how amazing Aurora with Alpha as well. So those also one of the crucial idea whether or not Alpha is gonna be banned out. But Joy still been banned off right here. So Team Liquid ID, are they gonna allow it or are they gonna give another opportunity? But it's gonna be Eve to be the one that is prioritized by Team Liquid ID, and now Aurora, they have the opportunity either to ban Suyo or Alpha.
Oh yeah. So the Yi ban out does take away the whole control type playstyle that we wanted that you know Aurora does play. So now there's Suyo. The Jusin is still up as
Oh
well.
yeah.
The Granger.
Your team is
Let's see.
Oh.
The Harry ban. So yeah, they can just open everything. See what Liquid ID wants.
Let's see. Are they going to go for Suyo? Are they going to go for Jushin? Those are the two crucial answer definitely. So Team Liquid ID, if they let go of the Suyo, they still have Alpha, so they don't need to worry much. But the question is, are they going to allow that to happen?
Do you take Granger here or do you take Suyo? I feel like you take Suyo here.
Yeah, you take Suyo here.
You take Jusin, sorry. Jusin is open, right? So you take Jusin
yeah.
every time.
You take Jushin, and then at the Aurora side, they take Suyo in the hands, showing as well as Granger. This is a good response coming in. It's already an orthodox, a straightforward lineup for the side of Aurora, unless they want something else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Suyo and Granger, yeah, it's no brainer there. There could be a show out for Widdy, or they could still go for the be a show to catch the Suyo Granger, or you could go for the show Alpha, right? Okay, so far so good.
So far straightforward. Definitely a lot of response is already we predicted wise. I mean, especially the fact that Weedy finally gets Cho in his hands. It's going to be very good on the side of Team Liquid ID itself. And we saw how Fabian is with Alpha. It's shown how he's already well aware of what he can do, because again, if it's not broken, why fix it? So Team Liquid ID is in a really good confidence on their own picks right now. Aurora on the side, they can actually pretty much focus on who they want to actually focus. They want to actually take their mid lane right now, or would they actually go instead? Oh, they're picking up their mid lanes, and Zaz is again been picked out. And again, from time to time again, I keep on saying Zaz been picked up, but I haven't seen much of the potential of Zaz being used and getting the wins that is required into the fight itself.
So Zaz, we kind of saw the application in the previous game, right? Like, you want to lift me, don't really care. And assassins or whatever, just the ultimate is annoying. But you can't overwhelm it with damage. Aurora might be looking for Irritel ban. This again, it's always almost a direct response to the Granger. They're gonna go with the Phobius first. Take out what Aran has in his arsenal. There is the Hilda available. Jawhead banned by Liquid ID. Good homework done. It was Renegades' pick in their game, where they also went for the Zask. So I do like the Jawhead being eliminated.
So Phobius been banned off. And looking on Team Liquid ID, so they already got their junglers, they have their roamers as well as mid lane. The only thing is that you talked about, they can also already take out Irritil here, right? But even though if Irritil's been taken off, you still have a lot of pools that you can pick out, like Claude. You still have a lot of pools. Even Bruno can still be here to be put up by Team Liquid ID.
It'd be crazy if they go back for the carry again.
Yeah, true.
So the Hylos does get banned out first. Take away the front lines that Liquid ID can go for. I do like it. No, yeah, basically just targeting a run right now. Lucas banned out by Liquid ID. Good stuff. There's still the CC available. CC, Gatot, Khalid. I think the CC is not too bad of a pick for Aurora if they want to go for it. So let's see. I do think the CC isn't too bad for Aurora.
Yeah, CC can be a potential here to actually be picked up, but I mean, there's other heroes that is under their sleeve at the moment right now. They're actually looking for other things, but nope. It seems that they will be picking CC. So Team Liquid ID, even despite they are been denied, they still have again, Erythil is still in the lead. They can be able to pick it up right here, right in this instant, unless they want to go in a different direction, like you talk about. If they want to actually just go all out for the carry again.
Yeah, so the CC gets picked up. It's also to wither down what a run can play, right? Like Hilda doesn't feel too good anymore thanks to the CC. I want to say Glue isn't too bad still. Aurora can't really pick. Yeah, the Aurora already has mid lane, so Faramis is not a worry anymore. But they still go for the Hilda. Hilda Moscow still. They still want to keep it fast.
You want to keep it fast, and Moscow's. I mean, yeah, we know for a fact that it is actually really good to be used as well. So Team Liquid ID, in the Hilda wise, I do feel like it's a little bit more on the front lines, how the survival wise, and Fabian will be able to actually able to do so much damage on the front line as well with the Spear of Alpha. Aaron picking off with the Waves of Dragon. It's actually quite good now. Aurora leaving off with one more pick to go.
The Roma again. The tick is up. You want to go for the tick. Unless you go for the Renege's classic. The Renege Rafaela. That would be a throwback. That would be a massive throwback. Yeah, no, they're going to go for the Khalid. Okay, let's keep it normal. Keep it simple, right? No need to think too much.
No need to think too much. So again, both sides when it comes to response wise, I feel like this is really good. It's a really good response, straightforward wise, coming off even from the get-go itself. You got Jushin, and then response wise by Granger and Suyo's combo itself. It's just, for me at the time being right now, I'm just a bit worried on Team Liquid ID, but I don't really need to worry much because we saw how it was before. No matter how much you throw off, they are pretty much in a really good solid ground. The problem with Aurora, they have a lot of mobility. They have a lot of ways to actually pull out and pull in as much as they want. The question is, I'm afraid that because of the fact that they are quite easily going in and out as much as they want, I'm worried that they might get intimidated like they did before on game number 1. But don't know what's gonna happen because this is game number 2. We might be surprised off right this instant. Cause Husky said it's 2-0 to up against to the side of Team Liquid. I said 2-1. Let's see what's gonna happen. Team Liquid ID versus Aurora Philippines. This is match number 3 for the challenge finals. The first one to go in.
I look at the draft. I really like Fabian's, not Fabian, but I just like Liquid ID's draft overall. I think Liquid ID's draft is just objectively better. Renege,
Yeah.
he has the flicker. I did like this Zask. I understand the approach, but I just don't think it is the right call. Because now the question is, in the event that Liquid ID is sieging your base, who is gonna wave clear? And who is gonna siege aside from Domain? And Domain, Granger isn't the best tower hitter. They are going for some extra damage, right? 3 in pure rage, like sure there's some extra damage, but again, like this Zaz, what do you aim to achieve with it? Are you gonna aim to achieve being Dove? Sure. Then that's pretty much it. And Rashiki should be safe here. Renege even almost dying in the process.
I mean, again, another part, the fact that I keep on seeing the players picking off the Zaz itself. They need to know that Zaz is pretty much one single tunnel vision itself, just one vision for them to actually control wise. So you don't get much of the CC, the AoE that you require to actually fight off whenever it's a team fight. And those are the crucial decision making that you want to actually hold on to. Now, Yezikel, he keeps on being a menace. He always tried to pick off Aurora at every single corner. And this is what you want to do if you have Jushin on your side. If you have Jushin, you mess things around. If you have Weedy with the Cho as well. Once you have those two picked up, but at this moment time right here, going all out to Renege, picked up Renege immediately, pushing him, pulling him back, and he's gonna actually be taken out immediately by Ezekiel. That's a really good first blood coming off. You will be such a disturbance point. You cannot do anything now. UA, as well as the fact that Demon Kite was almost been ganged up, he had to pull away as quickly as possible. And here on out, you do see UA trying to do some damage, but Aaron takes down Demon Demon Kite as well as Aaron. Edward will be shut down by Fabian. Oh no, that was
Yue is
a
dead.
close call. But at the same time, really takes down Yue. So that's a trade for 2-2-2, but still in the side of Team Liquid right here.
No, Renegade. Oh no, Renegade is gonna die from here if he doesn't get away. He's gonna get lifted back. Bill Valva, Fabian, free kill right to your doorstep. Oh man, it's a disaster. That was sure a disaster for Aurora. What were they thinking? Did they really thought they had a chance to fight? First of all, when you pick a Zaz, you forfeit any sort of defense in your jungle because Zaz is horrible. You don't really get to defend your jungler much, not against a Hilda, Cho, and a Jusin. And second of all, the fact that they even attempted to contest for turtle space, that was a mistake, and they continue to try and fight afterwards. Aurora needs to understand that they don't have the most damage, and Demon Kite needs farm. You gotta play to the bottom side, get Domain ahead. That is the guy that is gonna carry you into the late game. But right now, Aurora, they are in a rough spot.
They are in a rough spot indeed, and the fact that right here, Team Liquid, we see Witty always coming along, try to actually go on the back line. Here on out, we do see finally coming through Five and also infiltrating into the territory every single time, getting the buff, getting the farms, and Aurora could not do anything to deny it. Edward, right in front of Iron, trying to go all out right here. It seems that it's not going to do anything, but pretty much Five-N is on the line as well, so they're going to go ganging up. But Edward, almost close to call, will be pulling away straight to the turret shelter.
Yeah, and see this. Here he comes, Widdy. That's another flicker. So Domain is gonna get away. They should be able to get Widdy. Okay, never mind. Widdy is out.
Widdy is out. Even Arishiki, almost close to call, managed to pull away. A great backup coming in from the side of Arishiki, denying any of the entrants coming through. Even Renegade tried to actually pull it off to get into Widdy's side. It has been denied him. Really good structure holes as well as backup from each and every single player of Team Liquid ID.
Yeah. See, it's a 2k goal advantage now for Liquid for TLID. They're gonna get the turtle, and nothing Aurora can do. You know, just give it. Like whatever Liquid ID wants, you just have to give it to them. Again, this is not your time to fight just yet. You don't have the resources, and the fact that you kind of dropped the ball in the early game makes it worse. So if you're Aurora, just buy time. This Zaz, I'm not sure how much the Zaz can do right now, but map control isn't Aurora's strong suit with this draft.
And coming along right now, they are trying to actually pull straight away to Widdy. They might actually get at least the first kill, but nope, Widdy backs off very quickly. And Five-Man at the end takes down Demon Kite instead right at the top lane. Again, focus-wise of Aurora is already been disrupted. It's like as if they are focusing on the wrong objective to a point that they are denied. But Ezekiel, he is a little bit overextending. He's trying to pick it up from the side of Yoming, but will not be able to do so as Edward comes along, punishing off for those overextension.
At least some exchange going over to the side of Aurora, right? Able to pick up your Hesku, who did overstep a little bit, but still, they're not out of the water just yet, simply because Aurora just now reached the point where they abandoned their XP lane to give Demon Kite farm, and Demon Kite got picked up again and engaged with Fabian.
Ooh, a really big win right there with Fabian being taken down already by Domain, and at the same time, that could be a little bit of closure coming in as well. But Renegade coming along with Widdy as well, a little bit more far off, but Aaron Shiki always back things up, denying it. But Aaron coming off from the back line, going all out to the side of Domain. He goes all out, pushing it off, will be able to shut down Domain, and at the same time, Renegade pushing off with Aaron Shiki, shut down Renegade. Now leaving off only Edward to fight off with Aaron Shiki. He does been picked out by Ezekiel with Widdy as well. Now 2-1, will Ella be able to survive it? I don't think so, because they will also be able to get some of the kills. But Edward, before he takes it down, he will bring Ezekiel as well along the line as he was able to trade it off.
There's still 4 dead for Aurora though, compared to 2 for TLID. A run on the flank, just chops Domain in half and proceeds to eat some alien meat for dinner, as Yue also could not survive his axe. Third turtle, Aurora really wants to contest this.
Ezekiel coming along right this instant. Somehow, they are spotting out Ezekiel. want to make sure that at least Ezekiel will not be able to pick up. But Fabian does get the turtle, so it's not going to be any contest whatsoever because no matter what, Aurora still hesitant and still a bit afraid to fight with Team Liquid.
We need a replay for that because Fabian was ice cold. He knew he was 3 levels ahead of Demon Kai. He just waited for the early retreat timing.
Oh, but they go all out to Weedy first of all. That's going to be at least a trade-off. So far right now, it's not much that Aurora is able to neutralize, but they know for a fact they have to do at least some of the small wins that is required for Team Aurora itself. Even though, yes, they haven't managed to actually get any of the objective, and they've just not even been a touch. But here on now, Ezekiel gonna pitch off straight away to Edward. But at the same time, Unikite is along the line, gonna actually pull into Aaron. Already spotted out Aaron just a little bit more, but they also pull through. Now a little bit too as if Edward will be able to take down Aaron first of all. Ezekiel also having so much pressure was able to go away before taken down.
Well, the top tier 2 is dead. Almost dead. They are just in time. Big fat wave. So up to this point, we're 8.5 minutes in, and Aurora has not gotten a single turret yet.
Coming along to 5 with Fabian right this instant. Just a little bit too close. Edward wants it to get it done, but Fabian was able to pull away. Oh, that was so close. If Aurora could have actually get Fabian right that point, they might actually turn things a little bit to their side for a while.
I do wonder, I mean, Liquid ID, they are just winning in the macro game, right? They're able to always get to the side lanes first. In fact, I feel like they're better heroes to deal with the side lanes. The Demon Kite is there. There's the Suyo for Aurora. But that's pretty much it. If Liquid ID gets this mid tier 1, Aurora will lose even more map control. Second item for Yue is going to be Divine Glaive. But we're just waiting for the Holy Trinity for Liquid ID. Once Aaron Shiki gets the DHS, Liquid ID will be completely online. But at least this game is so much closer than the first one, where Liquid ID won in the first 5 minutes. But still, Aurora struggling to find any opportunities.
With Lord already spawning out, Fabian gonna go all out to the first Lord itself. But at the same time, we have Ezekiel just overlooking. They're trying to pick anyone out. Got Demon Kai right at the side, right here. Domain gonna go all out to the back line first of all. Focusing on Fabian first of all. Edward takes down Fabian. But at the same time, Demon Kai also be able to shut down immediately and making sure that they will stall
the bottom side
itself. And at the same time, right here, Aaron does manage to take down Domain. But here on out, they have Renegade as well as Yue. They're denying it. They're not gonna go all out extension for Aaron when they
Aaron!
But
Bot side,
they go to the right side right here. Aaron Shiki takes down, but meeting off with Edward. Can he actually survive it up? No, Edward denies it immediately and making sure that this is a good trade coming off from Team Aurora.
Yeah, good trade for TLID, even better trade. They got an inhibitor and they solo killed Demon Kite. If no one was at base, Aaron Shiki would have just ended the game with a backdoor 10 minutes in. This Lord is, thankfully they killed Aaron Shiki, so this Lord gets to push a little bit. But I gotta say, man, you get the Lord and you lose an inhibitor? I'm not sure if that's a win for Aurora.
I mean, they do neutralize just a little bit far off, but at the same time, there was a lot of the micro fights that they weren't seeing at that time, which Team Liquid ID, a great separation of focus that was done. And right on out, they're gonna actually clear out at least the mid turret to get the coverage they do need it. And at the same time, right this is Team Liquid ID giving a lot of space around, making sure that not much of Team Aurora can come in through.
Well, good news is that they did equalize the goal advantage, the net worth, but bad news is they lost an inhibitor, and they were the ones who got the Lord. You know what, again, you want to talk about split push comp, you want to talk about playing side lanes, Moskov is always going to be a prime candidate to do so. Now Aurora will have to constantly grapple with the fact that bottom wave is always going to push in. Good news is the next Lord is spawning bottom side, so they don't have to worry about that too much. But Eroshiki can just keep on pushing. He's just going to be on the side lanes, and every time they need him for a fight, he just joins with the SOD, that's all.
This is really tough coming in from Aurora. Yes, there's a really good defense mechanism coming in from them. There's a really good respawn as well, but it's not easy, especially the fact that we are seeing that no matter how much they try to go for the back line, they will be able to easily trample now. Here on out, Aaron Shiki is just overlooking from the bushes itself. Not going to allow any of the waves comes through. And at the same time, with 30 seconds on the clock for the second lot, they are actually trying to go push all out. And Aaron Shiki just a little bit far off, but will be taken out by Yue. There's going to be an opening. Aaron Shiki takes down Weedy as well. Fabian right in the open. A little bit overextension will be punished immediately. They're not going to allow it. So 3 kills come through from Aurora's side because of the fact of the hold off, or even that pause coming in from Team Liquid ID gives an opening for Aurora.
Very well done by Aurora. That's exactly what they need. Yue chasing down Aaron Shiki. Aaron Shiki used everything but still ends up dying. So right now, Aurora finally gets to take a Lord and use it to try and crack an inhibitor. Liquid ID dropping the ball a little bit. So this is the first lead that Aurora has gotten for themselves in a long time, in the entire series, may I say.
It is tough. It's definitely tough because all the way from the start, definitely Team Liquid was grasping the momentum of what is going to happen for this game itself. Aurora could not do anything, but once they finally break the pattern of Team Liquid, and not only that, even so with the fact that Inhibitors was actually having a problem, they were actually having a split push themselves at the end of it all because of the fact that Team Liquid was actually overstaying their infiltration. That's where Team Aurora takes advantage of the situation now. Yes, they finally breaks into the second layer of that turret, but the question is, they still need to be aware right at the bottom as well before they come in for a fight right here at the baseline of Team Liquid ID. Now pushing on right away to the Aaron side, going all out for the turret, finally breaks in. So now it's going to be equalized for both sides, having that first layer of turrets itself been denied immediately. But at the same time right here, Aura going in for rotation right to the mid lane. Not going to overextend because they know they've already got what they needed. They just need to buy some time out.
Both sides losing a side lane inhibitor. The next Lord spawning bottom side again. So it benefits Aurora once more. Slight luck on their side, at least in the spawn location for sure. Now Aurora confident to fight. Yue is stacked up. Fabian jumped on.
Jumped on straight away, and at the same time right here, Weedy go all out straight away to fight it off with the Waves of Dragon, but doesn't manage to
Can't
do
fight a
anything. He will be able to be taken out by Yue, but at the same time right here, going all out to the side of Aaron.
Yue!
Oh, but Yue managed to take down Fabian as well for the double kill. Aaron, a little bit overextension, will be punished by Edwin immediately now, leaving off only Ezekiel all by himself. Now, Team Aurora, they can finish it off already here now. Even with Ezekiel trying to survive it out, they will be able to get the crystal and making this a 1-1.
Actually too close for comfort, but a few too many mistakes from TLID gave Aurora just enough time and space to get back into the game. Talked about how Aurora, whatever TLID needs, give it to them. You just need time for your cores to come online. And when that time came, Aurora just ran TLID down. Again, they got a bit, a bit angsty in that early game, trying to keep on fighting and not being able to fight Liquid ID. But you know what? My personal MVP for this game is Yue, for sure. Right? Yue constantly being able to fight Aaron Shiki and kill him off before he could do anything was a big part of why TID could not fight these team fights, because they do not have the Moskov with them.
Oh, I mean, yeah, talking about at the earlier rounds, it was a bit tough because we keep on seeing Ezekiel always come for Yue, but at the same time, it's a possibility because they saw how much of Yue was not doing the pressure, so Ezekiel was actually much focusing on Edward, was also trying to pick off Renegade as well as Doming at the time, but Yue making it possible to actually shut down every possibility, even with Weedy coming along at that last game, right, at the last fight, team fight, he was trying to go all out with the Waves of Dragon, didn't manage to lock onto anyone. At the end of it all, it was a win for Team Aurora.
Yeah. Then we're gonna extend this to a game 3, and Aurora at least putting up a fight against TLID. Part of me was worried that this is gonna end in a 2-0. The dream is still alive for Aurora, but it did take them a while to readjust. I also did say that instead of playing something like a Matilda, maybe Aurora should kind of look at taking the fight straight to TLID. Renegade also doing a fantastic job. A lot of great catches with the Raging Sandstorm onto people like Fabian, onto Aran. Really stopped them from doing too much. So Aurora really doing well. This Zaz pick somehow worked out because it was given enough time and space. Is it a pick that I personally like? No, not really, but I can see in specific situations the idea for Aurora to make it work finally came to fruition.
57,000 damage coming in from Arashiki. It started out really good for him. I mean, definitely he was really on par, and we saw how he was almost to actually melt every single inhibitors on that bottom lane itself. But then coming off to Aurora's side, once the moment that UA was able to find an opportunity, again, it comes down to the fact that Team Liquid again made a little bit of mistakes that was able to give that opportunity for Aurora to take them down. That's when they managed to switch things around. So good job coming in from Aurora, deserving of the MVP wise with 88% of kill percentage, Demon Kai also with 50%, and UA with 76%.
In this game, of course, hidden MVP is also Edward. Oh, in this game, my hidden MVP is Yue, Edward being the MVP overall. The CC, actually quite a nightmare. We did say the CC into Hilda eventually. The Hilda isn't going to be able to stand up to Edward at all. And we saw that, right? The game goes state. Every time Aran walks up, Edward just shreds his health bar. Not only that, in these close quarter fights, every time the curtain call is thrown at TLID and it catches two people, those two targets are straight up dead. There's no way of getting out of that unless you have something like a Winter Crown or Immortality. So overall, again, Aurora doing this game right, and that brings us to a well-deserved game 3.
It is a tough call indeed. I mean, we expected it would be more to the side of Team Liquid because they have a better drafting wise compared to what we see on Aurora. And even at the beginning of round, they were the one who would actually really control the flow of what was happening for this round number 2 itself. And even so, no matter how much Team Liquid ID was been initiated so many times, it has been denied, and Aurora was not able to actually do anything. No matter how much it is, they want to actually have a little bit of aggression too early on, and add it up goes to the side of Team Liquid ID. But this is where the front line, where they want to actually try to contest for the lot, and they gave an opportunity for Team Aurora to turn things around. And even so, with right at that back door, Aaron Shiki was already been spotted out. As quickly as possible, Edward straight away respawn and recall.
Yeah, I would say Aaron Shiki actually created quite a macro advantage for Aurora. Obviously, the Lord spawn location also was a big factor. The fact that Aurora lost their bottom in here, but Lord keeps spawning bottom side did help them manage that a little bit. This last fight, Weedy was just trying to buy time, couldn't find any kick at all, and Aaron Shiki, because he used his Shadow Stab early on, had to take the Spear of Destruction to relocate and got caught out by Yue at the very end. So yeah, Aurora getting some space to breathe. One more chance. Winner goes over to Challenge Finals. Losers will have to not bow out, but go down to the decided match in the lower bracket, which will continue later today. So if you want an early evening, want to be able to grab. I personally am leaning towards TLID's draft still. I think it's I think they have a
of Team Liquid ID. Knowing for a fact that, I mean, yeah, Arishiki doesn't have Harith though, but there's still potential of the Moskov to still be picked up. But they ended up going for Valentina.
Valentina ban. Is this? Ooh, it still could be a Zaz pick, but why does a part of me feel like we haven't? Okay, by the way, we haven't seen Aurora or Vexana at all today.
Yeah, we haven't seen both of the heroes for the mid lane.
Faramis? There's no reason to go Faramis if you're Aurora. Yeah, there's no reason to go Faramis if you're Aurora. Liquid ID is gonna go for Vexana.
Funny. Yeah.
Vexana without Valentina, you're not worried about the Eternal Guard getting stolen. What other mid lanes are there? Loi is banned out, so no Loi, no Jusin, no Valentina, no Yves, no Vex. Aurora seems to be the next on the list.
They can pick up the Zaz again if they want to. They can just surprise us off right here. It could be a case here, but okay, so they picked up Edith. So Oh, Sicilian will be picked up here.
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, you again, Sicilian and Granger, right? Two heroes that scale to infinity, and they just get stronger and stronger. Yeah, a lot of long range damage, a lot of sieging potential. Moskov once more, one last time for Aaron Shiki in this game. I would say that at least you're not dealing with, you know, the Zaz, but if the game goes late, like 1-2 bad impacts could just blow you up if you're in Moskov. We'll see how they navigate with Weedy's Matilda. It definitely gives you a way to get to the back line. This Edith and the Phobius is a classic matchup. Edith doesn't really care too much about the Phobius. Both teams having a decent draft, but I personally am leaning towards TRID's draft still. You know, I think they have a draft that is, you know, that is balanced overall. Whereas for Aurora, again, you give them enough time, the game goes late enough, they are gonna prevail.
Oh, again, Team Liquid ID, when it comes to their drafting choices, the fact that they know in the early games they have that much more potential. But let's see if Team Aurora has other things to say right here for our last match. The tiebreaker right here for match number 3. Those who wins here will go to challenge final straight away, and those who lose still have one more lifeline to go, going down to the lower bracket to meet off with either Blacklist or even meet off with Alter Ego. So let's see who could that be between the two teams of Aurora versus Team Liquid.
Right at the bat, Renajay trying to look for some info, but yeah, really nothing much you can do against Witty. Matilda actually does quite a considerable amount of damage as a Matilda. Like, you don't really think about it until it starts hurting first. Bottom side domain against Aaron Shiki is the same matchup for the previous game, but I feel like if you are Aaron Shiki, you gotta be a bit more careful because there's a higher booster on the enemy team. And Aurora, if they can find the opportunity to speed up bot side, it could be detrimental to TID.
And it seems that we do see Forvis is also overlooking on all the territories coming in from Aurora, so he gets the info that is needed. But somehow, Team Liquid ID, very respectful coming in, getting all the info is needed, not going to actually get up too early on. Giving a little bit of pressure here for the EXP lane, taking off that gold crab for themselves. So it's just pretty much pressure for the top lane itself, and just looking to see how it's gonna be like once they actually try to contest for the third turn. Now looking on the side of Renajay, it's a little bit overextension, had to pull away before becoming the equation, but Weedy is not gonna allow it. But Edward comes along for the backup, so he's still safe for now.
Thank goodness that's not a first blood, although that means that they lose control of the turtle, and TRID is going to get it again. I mean, they had some... TRID overall objective secure rate has been close to flawless, right? They've had a high average turtle and lord secure rate. And even when you just look at Fabian's leveling speed, it has been, on average, slightly faster than Demon Kite this entire series.
And the fact that right now, they're going to push all out to Weedy as well. The fact that this comes down to how Renajay is going to cool off. Because if you can actually pick out someone with a Wizard Dragon, it could actually be a good opening coming in for Team Aurora. But then again, they're denying it. Every single time, they're sticking together. And this is where Team Liquid, they know how to cover grounds very well.
I want to see how fast Fabian... Look at how fast he moves. Goodness. He just finished his purple buff. Now he's going to show up at Demon's Kite's jungle. Run on to him, here comes the engage. They're gonna miss it, but looks like Weedy is still gonna try.
It does try to pick off as well. And here on out, we do see Renajay coming in right
Good cancel.
here. Ooh, almost close call. And even with the Spirit of Destruction, doesn't manage to actually get anyone, but we are gonna go out for a technical pause. I mean, again, the back and forth between Team Liquid ID as well as Team Aurora, very, very intense. It could have gone either way. There was a lot of potential, even with the picks that coming off from Renajay. It was been cancelled out immediately.
Yeah, actually, Renajay, he was fishing for a kick, but good response from the head skill, dropping the Eternal Guardian to cancel the follow-up. If not, it could have been a kick. So again, again TLID doing a good job in terms of just stopping the follow-up engage from Aurora.
Things are getting a little bit more intense right here between the two teams. I think that pretty much for now, for a while, I feel like Team Liquid is in a better form. They are very grasping what Aurora's trying to do. They're controlling on the flow wise, but on the side of Aurora, they are trying to adapt.
Yeah, I think Aurora right now, it's again, right, Demon Kite needs some time, and like ideally you want to be able to put pressure onto Aaron Shiki as a Hayabusa, but he can't thanks to the coverage that TLID has, you know, with the Matilda, you know, not to mention the Matilda being in the roster as well. So just in the game 2, need a bit of extra time for sure.
And this is what they need. A little bit of time while we're having a technical pause. They can actually run through all the strategy wise, and you talked about it. I'd also talked about it. When it comes to Team Liquid ID, I like how much focus oriented they are to the objective wise. They always make sure that they know no matter how much team fight you want to actually get in, you want to make sure that your objective is also been secured. They make sure they get the farm, they make sure that they clear out the waves as well and the turrets as well, making sure that they have more coverage when it comes to infiltrating into the territories of the opponent. This is what Team Liquid is. Like, they are very solid and very perfection in what they do whenever they want to actually go all out fight.
I think if you are TLID, just keep all this pressure, right?
Yep.
Get Fabian ahead, right? Fabian is already ahead in terms of experience. I think he's 2 levels ahead of Demon Kite. So you want to use that to get objectives, and then use the objectives to translate to even a bigger lead, right? That's how TLID has been snowballing the games in the entire series. So I think if TLID keeps this up, they will be winning in terms of objective, and that is going to put a lot more pressure onto Aurora. And especially as a Hayabusa, you need time to get your resources. You are kind of like hungry for goal. So if you can't get those space, we might just end up seeing that game 1 scenario where Demon Kite play the Julian but just cannot do much.
That is true. That is very true, because so far right now we do feel there's such a point of time yet the Aurora is actually also having a lot of struggle to actually break in. It all comes down to how Renegade comes in, right? Because we keep on saying yes, he wants to go all out, and with how much of the nuisance Team Liquid is, the moment when Yezekiel dropped that Eternal God, he needs to be aware of the situation. If he wants to go to pick off, he has to make sure that the Waves of Dragon will be able to pull through, and it needs to be done as quickly as possible so that Aurora can get the pickoffs that it needed. But the question is, with Team Liquid so reflective and so quick on point, can Aurora do so? So far, we're still waiting for our game to continue on. A lot of things is been put out on the line. The question is, I mean, for the fact right now we're already down to our tiebreaker, I still feel like Team Liquid is just in a better form compared to Team Aurora, even though I am the one who actually supporting Aurora in the first place to get the 2-1. But it really depends on how much of Aurora wants this, and seeing how Team Liquid was, hopefully they don't really make a mistake, because so far they are in a perfection form.
Yeah, they are. I really think that right now, for Aurora, this draft, they've drafted themselves into a state that you generally just have to take the beating, right? Take the beating early on, and then once you skill up, and that's why you start hitting back. Like game 2 was a perfect example. So this game, well, I think we're gonna fall into the same scenario again. Although TLID, they haven't gotten this massive lead yet, and it's still a game that is within controls. But again, we're looking at the junglers, right? And obviously Fabian is having a way better time.
Oh, Fabian, he's also really, really quick. And you even talked about it, right? How his movement and speed is was just something that need to be mentioned of and needs to be aware as well. And if they let Fabian to be freely surrounding, and it shows how potential he is, because we saw how the heat map when it comes to Fabian's movement, you don't want allow that freedom too much to the side of Fabian. But here on out, we do see Edward as well as Renegade having a half line been depleted already. They're going all out for the fight. Still, we see the first turtle is in the hands of Team Liquid ID. Team Aurora still having a little bit struggle. None whatsoever having, both of them having none whatsoever kills on both sides.
Yep. Looking good for Aurora, obviously. At least in the way of just not giving any leeway to Liquid ID. They're doing a good job. Another purple was stolen. Just have to deal with it. You know, if you're Demon Kite, you really feel helpless. You just gotta try and find as much space as possible on the map.
Coming off right now, we do see that they are targeting again right to the top. They see Edward all by himself, but it's not going to do anything because they're just trying to set up for the turtle, right? This is going to be the second turtle. He's already going out already to the half line of the turtle, but at the same time right now they're gonna all out to the push to the side of Aaron. Does pick him off, but he does manage to actually pull away. He does so much damage, but can he actually
oh my god, a run.
Just a little bit off. He will be able to take it out by Edward. At the same time right here, Dimika takes down Fabian, denying of the turtle, and Renegade takes down Weedy immediately. Now this is a turnover for the side of Aurora.
Yeah, this the Spear of Destruction miss from Aaron Shiki, because I feel like if Aaron Shiki connected that Spear of Destruction, he's probably going to take it and get a kill or two for himself. So slightly unfortunate for TLID, they ended up losing the turtle, but Aaron Shiki in return was able to get almost the entire gold plating down in the bottom tier 1. For that goal, Aran just got the Thunder Belt too.
Okay, so it's at least a balanced situation from both sides of Team Liquid ID. You get the gold plating, you also get the turtle, so it's still economy-wise definitely goes out to Aurora right now. But they are going to go out for scrimmage. Renegade goes out for the Waves of Dragon, immobilized straight away to the side of Fabian, and Edward finishing it off straight away. Now Edward, he looks for Aaron Shiki and also Wividi, but Domain comes along to shut down Yazikil. Now that's already another 2 kills in the hands of Team Aurora, but they feel like they want more. They already spotted out Aaron Shiki right here. Edward straight away into the turret as well, but Demon Kite shuts down Wividi immediately with the shadow kills, and at the moment right now with left only Aaron to survive it out, and Aaron Shiki almost close enough to be shut down. He managed to move away.
And that's the scenario that Demon Kai wants to be in. Sneak to the back line, kill off the important targets, be untouchable. And suddenly Aurora have amassed a 3k gold lead. We say they needed time, but that one turtle fight and this jungle skirmish have fast-tracked that power spike. Another kick.
Another kick coming in, picking up straight away to Fabian. Now they are opening for the bottom turret as well. Now Aaron comes along, going into the front line, denies it immediately, but Yue also pushing a lot of pressure. He goes all out for the point and denying a little bit of the lead, but they are also pulling away before becoming a casualty as well. So now they're stopping that motion for a while.
I'm starting to think that this Granger pick, you know, the fact that Liquid ID, I know they beat the Granger pick earlier on against AE before, but still Granger is a strong pick. And right now Granger isn't even the main problem, right? The main problem is everyone else on Aurora. And Domain getting the freest game of his life right now. 2 straight Taras in the bottom lane.
2 straight Taurus, and even so right here, Aaron Shiki comes along, will be denied instantly by Edwin, and they got the 3rd turtle as well in their hands. So Aurora making a really good game changer right here and making the control to be in their hands instead, after seeing how Team Liquid was the one who controls so much of the momentum, but 7-0 kills. Aurora is making a lot of changes.
Again, Renegade actively finding these picks, and even there's the Matilda. You can't really escape with a guiding wind if you just get bursted down, you know. So Aurora having enough damage to carry out these bursts, these maneuvers, and is Liquid ID getting a taste of their own medicine, being trapped in their own jungle.
They're going all out straight away, right? This is going to be Renegade, a little bit overextension. Weedy will take him down.
Oh
Yue
my
comes
goodness.
along with a trade of Fabian as well. And now moving along, Demon Kite takes down Yezekil with a double kill. But at the same time, right here, going to push all out to Aaron just a little bit more. They're further off right now. Aaron will be immediately takes down down by Doming as well. So that's a great win.
What?
But at the same time,
What?
Aaron Shiki try to go all out for the trade, does not allow it. And in the end, it's going to be only Renegade they able to pull through with the 4 kills in the hands of Aurora.
Again, Demon Kai sneaking to the back, kills off the important target. I think he got Witty, so Witty couldn't provide the guiding wind shield to protect TLID. But most importantly, Aaron Shiki tried to be a hero, but that was not the time to do so. You're not innocent, and even innocent wouldn't take that SOD. So ends up dying, and now Aurora 8.4k ahead. We are back to game 1 scenario where this time the roles have switched. It's Aurora in firm control of this game.
And now looking off, right assistant waves need to be shut down. Renegade comes on with the Waves of Dragon, picking off Fabian again and again. But Domain Kai takes it off straight away to clear the dot and getting another kill in the hands of Aurora. Big wins coming along, and Lord is already spawned out. It's already up for grabs for Demon Kite to get it all done already. And they're just gonna hold off Team Liquid ID right at their own base. They're denying them to come in, and they're just allowing that Lord to just march in just straight away. So Lord has been spawned, now getting off already in the hands of Team Aurora. Just need one more inhibitor layers to be cleared out.
All the holy shields have been popped too. So Liquid ID, what's the plan? I mean, Aaron Shiki can't even go onto the map, right? You have Demon Kite around. Whoever steps off the map just straight up dies. The only thing they can do right now is turtle, but no, you are playing up against a comp that wants time to snowball and get items, but they've fast-tracked that process. So they've essentially hit mid to late game spike when they should have taken a couple minutes. I would want to say that this game is pretty much done.
I mean, it could be, because the fact is, if Renegade does pick up again, like how he did before, it could be a success right here, but they cannot make any mistakes. And we do see Witty comes along with the Circle Eagle, trying to pick up anyone, but at the same time, turrets mid already been open, Lords marching in through already, but a little bit of session coming in for Edward, and at the same time, Farven had to pull away from the side, but Aaron at the same time having pressure, they managed to stir before becoming a casualty. That's already a good defense mechanism coming in from the side of Team Liquid ID, but they want more. They're gonna push out right at the bottom for the turrets, denied immediately, but the March of Minion is coming in. Can they actually carry it out, or will they be denied? Comes through right here, some having a little bit of struggle, but at the same time, Team Liquid ID, they're firm on their ground.
For now, I'm not sure how long this will stay. I feel it's gonna be uprooted pretty soon. This next Lord, I don't even know how. Like Fabian, there has to be some godly steal, and even then, I'm not sure if they can hold on to this game. Like Liquid ID, they need like 5 more minutes. They need a lot more net worth lead. Like they're not more net worth. They're not even at the 30k mark yet. They're not in any position to fight. Like Fabian is committed to damage, right? He went for the brute force breastplate. Now he's going for the winter crown, but he's not gonna reach the winter crown when you can't even farm the map.
Looking on how we see Demon Kite making sure that the waves come through, but this is a little bit unnecessary. Oversession coming through. Fabian takes down one player. Now they had to pull away. Great, at least reposition coming in from the side of Team Aurora. Almost close call for the side of them, but Team Liquid ID, at least they turn things around. Just a little bit of small win for now.
Yeah, I think right now, if you are TLID, I would like to say you send Aaron Shiki to split push like Moscow always do, but you have a higher booster to contend with. You are just unsafe. Liquid ID, they really want to make something happen. But even if they get it engaged off, you are just going to lose out because your net worth is significantly lower. Like Fabian, he's one bad impact away from dying.
Oh, there's a lot, and even Demon Kite right here, pushing in one after another. And we do have Aaron right overtaking right here on the spot. They want to actually get the lot first of all, and they're actually doing a lot of good split pushing. But at the same time, right here, Demon Kite coming in, right, going in. Can he go in? Yue takes down Aaron first of all. Domain takes down Fabian, but at the same time, we do see Lord comes through right here, and Domain takes down Aaron Shiki with the Lord already been picked up by Aurora. They get the things get done with the team wiped out. Aurora River Sweep with 2-1 in their hands right here with the Lord marching in. They can just shut this down already with the crystal.
It is done and dusted. Aurora finally able to deliver their promise. Perhaps M6 was just a fluke because TLID will have to bow down to the Northern Lights. Aurora advances into the challenge finals, taking the 11th slot to the upper bracket. And for TLID, if they ever want any shot of revenge and redemption, they gotta get through that lower bracket run first. So what a comeback, a reverse sweep by the Filipino Giants. A road to redemption that is still going on. This game was perfection from Aurora.
Perfection indeed. I mean, yeah, it was tough, but it was a great discipline coming from both sides. I like how much respect from both sides, how much they were very, very cautious with one another, how they know that no matter what, you don't want to slip out. Even by the time that it was almost close call to 5 minutes already, we do see there was not much of engagement was done. They were denied immediately, but the moment when Aurora was able to pop off that first blood, it was more and more and more bloods or even more bodies that was dropped by Aurora himself, that they were able to actually turn things around. And even with Team Liquid tried to actually do a little bit of neutralization, it was still not enough because solid grounds was coming up from Team Aurora themselves. And looking how much of the goalies, I mean, like 9,000 in the hands of Aurora. That's how much of potential that even though with Team Liquid has so much focus oriented, Aurora was just in a better form for this last round.
Yeah, in the best possible, coming online in the best possible time as well. TLID, I mean, they stuck to what's comfortable to them, right? It's something that has been working for them, throughout the entire challenge season, or at least for the span of today. But unfortunately, it's just not this last game. Aurora found a way to shut it down. The early turtle fight really became a snowball that got out of control. TLID had no way back into the game. It was the exact scenario as game 1, where Matilda was given to a team, but it was shut down very quickly, and Aurora gave TLID a taste of their own medicine.
And the fact that Renegade just have that one item, which is the Winter Crown, pretty much shows how much of Aurora, even though we know for a fact that Renegade was the one who will be going right on front, goes in for the Waves of Dragon, and there was a couple of times Ezekiel was actually cancelling it out, he still pulls through. And it was because of the fact that you talked about it. Demon Kite was a menace. He goes in and out from time to time again, doing so much damage that Team Liquid was not expecting it. When 71% KP coming in from Demon Kite, 88% to Domain Kite, as well as Wave with 65%.
And Demon Kite, despite having a slightly rough early game, getting ran at by Fabian and getting a stiff arm, Fabian just in his face telling him that he's not going to get anything, Demon Kite still persevered, and a few good kills did the job. And I mean, Domain, right? 972 GPM, Demon Kite 905 GPM, UA 616. It's just a flawless game. There really wasn't much that TLID can do, and I think because of the early deficit that they suffered, they couldn't carry out the game plan of just running at Aurora. And not only that, the Edward Edith was also a great pick, because you not only have crowd control, you have plenty of damage to fight if TLID gets in your face.
Yeah, I think solid drafting wise coming in from Team Aura for this round number 3 that made it really possible. Great positioning. They were really on point with all their focus that is required. But give it up to Domain Kite as the MVP right here with 817 KDA, 972 GPM. That's really high with 88% of kill participation.
Oh yeah, this is again an almost flawless game for Domain. It really is no contest. Really nothing that you can do to him, right? Even in lane, he is comfortable with the matchup. You see, like, Liquid ID trying to take this fight, it's never gonna work out. The fact that it was a 4v5 to begin with is already a big red flag for TLID.
And you talked about how the Spears was not able to actually go in for the last hit of the turtle. They could have actually do something, but it didn't, but ended up in the favor. And as it goes on, Team Liquid ID was just not in a good shape, and that there was a part where they were a little bit overstaying. They didn't really necessarily need to go all out for the fight, but they did anyway. They ended up in the favor of Team Aurora, and this is where the fine line that if you actually hold on too long or you actually expected a fight, Team Aurora will bring it off to you.
Yeah. Like I again at one point when I said that the game is pretty much over, it really was over. Like this one, they got a decent engage. I mean, they killed Domain, sure,
Yeah.
but when a full team fight blows up, you just lose because you don't have the items, right? It's the pure definition of people just throwing money in your face, and it's more than enough to take you down. That's how far ahead Aurora was in this game. So congratulations to Aurora. They will stay alive in the challenge season. In fact, they will now make it to the challenge finals and join the rest of the competitors there. So they're the 11th team, which means we got one more slot left. One more slot, but 3 teams that vie for it. We still got Alter Ego, we still got Blacklist International, and then we got TLID. Good news for TLID, they get to take a bit of a break before they have to play the decider match. But for Alter Ego and Blacklist International, that one's coming up. And after that, one team will have to say goodbye to their SPS run.
Still 2 more matches to go for our LCQ. It's been a really good run. I mean, for the fact that it could have gone either ways. I think that Team Liquid ID pretty much solid gameplay has already been shown from round number 1 to round number 2. The question is, going into the lower bracket, can they actually do the same case as well once they meet off with the rest of the 2 teams, which is Blacklist International? This is gonna be another redemption making, because we've already saw Team Liquid ID meeting off with Alter Ego yesterday and how they were able to pull through. And these 2 teams, either one who is about to meet with Team Liquid ID, it's a really story to be told, and that will only be continued by Lafel as well as Gideon right after this. So it's been a really good run. Any notes from you, Husky, as we trying to go end in for at least have before we go for the short break, after we're going to join in for the next 4th match?
Any notes? Aurora played fantastic today, right? I think Aurora really exceeded expectations. I came into this as confident as I was, you know, the TRID is gonna win. I also, you look back at Aurora's performance throughout the entire run, they have shown a lot of great moments. So I'm happy that they won, that I'm proven wrong. But now we look at the lower bracket, I still feel like TLID is going to be a challenge, still going to be that last hurdle. Any team that faces up against TLID, if TLID wins, then it kind of proves the point, right? But if they can take out TLID, we're in for quite a challenge finals. Again, my name is Husky alongside Fasha Bunny, but this is just the upper bracket. We still got the lower brackets coming up with Blacklist International taking on Alter Ego for the first elimination match. We're gonna sign off and hand it over to ADHD and Hyperactivity, Gideon Q and Lafel. We'll see you guys in a bit.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Here we go!
Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Speed up, make that thing rev. Foot on the gas, so you got nothing left. Let's drive to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was solo. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I be living for the thrill of it. Whoa, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we can go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, never even seen us, and nothing will ever get in between us. I'ma ride by your side every season, and if anyone try to stop us, we just speed up. Yeah, always keep it at 100. Top down, pretty face, so sun-kissed. Know it's scary, but I swear I really love this. Big shades on, summertime in London. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. Know I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit in, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster.
It definitely feels like the meta here in SPS is very much around tempo.
Now, I do want to point out for Blacklist, I feel like one ban they should really consider is the Moskov. Not saying that the Moskov has that great of a matchup going up against the Harif, but just because we've seen how Indonesian teams, when they have a Suyo as well as a Moskov, they like to split the map where both heroes can go split push, and that can cause some form of chaos. Even though they have the Hilda as well as the Khalid, very fast moving heroes, but still, it's something that if they want to respect, or they're just understand that that's a possibility.
Well, I mean, even if they don't get Moskov, there is the possibility of Claude as well. Somewhat a little slower out there, as you called it. The Moskov ban comes through. Granger, the fact that it didn't get picked up by Alter Ego is a little shocking to me, because High's performed very nicely on it in all of the matches we've seen him actually play with outstanding KDAs. But Alter Ego, very respectful, getting rid of the Hayabusa, and as well as the Alice as we move on to the second phase of picks.
Usually it's an Iritel pick for going up against the Harif. However, if we're looking at matchups so far, the Beatrix actually has a pretty good laning phase going up against the Harif, and in terms of scaling, it actually does quite well. So if you're talking about meta, it should be an Iritel pick for Alter Ego, but if they want to switch it up, Beatrix seems to be quite a good option here. In terms of a priority mid, I don't know, maybe something like Sicilian or a Valentina.
Yeah, something, if they want to go for the Beatrix, they probably want to incorporate the mid lane to be sort of that setter, but instead they're going to go with Valentina. They've got the Raging Sandstorm to work with here. The Beatrix could still be a possibility for Alter Ego. We now jump over to Blacklist International. Don't know where this Hilda is going to go, or even with the double flex pick of the Khalid, but at this point, we need to know where the jungle wants to play, because they already have a bit of an issue if they want to go for Ling. Having to deal with the Fulvius is hard. Valentina naturally makes melee ranged junglers a bit of an issue with the added fear with the Shadow Strikes. So I'm curious to see how Blacklist International is actually going to, lean around those picks.
Honestly, even I'm not entirely sure. If they don't want this Hilda to be mid, I'm thinking something like, usually it's a UA pick, but Veil might not be a bad pick, but oh, they go with the Bane! And we haven't seen the Bane so far, and the Faramis. Even though Valentina can pick that up, but still, this is a very fight-heavy comp by Blacklist International.
Oh, I'm actually kind of down for this, right? You just stick as 5. If they try to engage, you have a guaranteed disengage. You also have strong counter engagement as well if Alter Ego maintains tempo. Begs the question, this very final pick, what is going to be the gold lane? Because it doesn't feel like anything is really good at this point. You get a Beatrix, you still have to deal with the Netherrealm. If you go for Claude, same problem as well, and even worse because now you have to deal with the Sharks on top of that.
Yeah, I kind of feel like Beatrix is still okay if you want like the Beatrix just to deny that all and then everyone goes in. But yeah, I feel like at this point, if possible, try to win the lane. Again, Iritel as well as the, what did you say? Oh yeah, Beatrix. Other marksmen, I don't know, a bit of a stretch, but no, they go for the Claude, like you mentioned before. And I actually do agree, the Claude might not have a great matchup here going up against the Bane as well as the Faramis, but the same thing can be applied when we're talking about Moskov and Suyo. Alter Ego is having plan B here. If they don't win the team fight, time to split up the map, and Claude can do just as well as the Moskov.
I don't know. I feel like protection is better. Prevention is better than the cure. They need protection. They need to be able to kind of address the map accordingly because, again, it's going to be a very tight game of who can control that tempo. We're expecting Khalid to actually increase the momentum for Blacklist International if they do find that space in time. But once you have that Matilda, you can actually split the map into 2 if necessary while still protecting your cores from these initial dives. I am curious because this is one of the few times that we are seeing that Alter Ego are straying away from that team fight heavy style of composition in comparison to the Blacklist International who want to stay as 5.
Yeah, but I kind of feel like with that Bane pick, it's very difficult for you to win this team fight because essentially you have to force MP to use the deadly catch early so that the quad doesn't get stopped when he uses his blazing duet. But again, looking at having the Faramis as well as a very heavy front line with the Hilda and the Khalid, I kind of feel like he will have plenty of time to wait before he uses his deadly catch. So honestly, looking at the draft here, Blacklist International is definitely the favorite to win the team fight.
All right, let's see how they're going to play this out. It's going to be Alter Ego on the red side up against Blacklist International on the blue side. In terms of emblems, Master Assassin, as well as a bit of Vitality coming in from Highs, knowing that there is a potential to punish if AE are going to rotate to his side of the map, which I'm expecting him to do so. But with an early invade stealing away that purple, Alter Ego going to get slowed down from Suyo hitting that level 4 on time.
Yeah, and again, I kind of feel like that Master Assassin is setting up so that he can actually go. Oh, but hold on. Looks like a bit of a scuffle here in the mid, but Gabe as well as Dreams is able to get away. And Alter Ego really needs to avoid these early fights. And JM Pikmin is down in deep, and he gets first blood onto Gabe, but JM Pikmin, he will die himself. But I gotta tell you, man, I kind of feel like that is worth it.
Oh, it's so worth it. I mean, yes, Phoveus is going to be able to catch back up, even though JM Pikmin was doing a good job in lane, but he's punching above his weight. He's slowing down Gabe even more than he already was, losing out on that purple buff. So at this point, Blacklist International, they can actually play this pretty slow and steadily. Like, Outplayed, yes, he's getting chunked out by Highs, but that's not the end of the world. His whole team's going to be moving to that side of the map. As we go into a technical pause here, we'll see how exactly the adjustments are going to go, or at the very least, get the players back into shape. Hopefully, the ping issues do not sustain.
I kind of feel like the only way that they can really recover from this is some kind of off-tempo play where when the Matilda hits level 4, use the Circling Eagle to pull someone in and get some kind of kill. If possible, give the CEO at least an assist so that you recover a bit of your farm, because at this point, Alter Ego, based on the draft, they have to play slow, but because they've been punished so hard in the early game, they might have to risk it. If they're able to get some kind of win in terms of kills, then maybe they can turn things around. But again, that's quite a big risk, and going up against a Philippine team like Blacklist International, rarely do we see them making the mistake of overstaying their welcome.
I think there's a couple of like protocols that need to be followed, right? Yes, in the current match status, Outplayed is a little chunked out here. He's on his last third of health, but you can tell that Blacklist International are going to his side of the map to alleviate that pressure, give him a free recall. I think that Alter Ego might be able to punish this later down the line, maybe within the next minute or so, trying to catch off, especially the mid laner here, Haji, on their rotate back to the mid lane. That could be one of the tempo breakers that we're looking for, assuming that Matilda hits 4 on time. If not, maybe they could play towards Hilda's side, but then again, it's just JM Pikmin on the Hilda. It's not going to really change the outcome of the game. So they still, if they are finding that tempo break, it's got to be on somebody of value.
Actually, now that I think about it, if somehow Blacklist International gets another kill onto Gebe, that actually might be GG, because if his goal is lower than Dreams, that's a very bad spot to be, because you're denying that roam boots. Speaking of which, Alter Ego, they're forcing this turtle, and they really need to get this, and then they're able to get it. So that's one way they're recovering a bit of the farm.
And I mean, it's totally fine, because Blacklist International, with or without the turtle, isn't that big of a deal, right? JB is still level 4. MP has been power farming the top side of the map and even alleviated pressure for Outplayed. He's down again, 2 levels ahead of JB as the next clear is coming through.
Yeah, we're looking at the levels here. Yeah, MP has been farming quite well. Everyone else is more or less the same, but it looks like a fight happened up top, and Outplay actually still survives that. Kiza is here to help out, able to get Outplayed, but Dreams has to be traded. But again, I feel like if you're able to take down the high rave early in the game, that's a good play by Alter Ego.
They found their tempo breaker here. At the very least, you know, neutral objectives still pretty uncontestable at this point of time. Let's see how MP is going to play around it, because at this point it's a bit of a recovery period as Alter Ego do take the lead back from Blacklist International. And you can see that the mid trio is going to be a very important proponent of it. Keep in mind, they did lose 2 battle spells, 2 flickers for the cost of Outplayed, and I mean, Outplayed is more than happy to just sit in lane for the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, and now honestly, MP, he has a choice. Whether he wants to save his deadly catch for a big fight, or he'll just visit a lane, throw it out to chunk down the turret a little bit, and then continuously farm. Because this is the advantage that he has as a Bane, where Alter Ego, they themselves want to farm a little bit onto Dream. So he can choose. He doesn't have to save it. He can use it for turrets, or if they're playing a fight, then just save it.
Okay, they've got priority, and JM, he's running up the river. There could be a potential fight that could happen here, but in the next 13 seconds or so, looks like Blacklist International don't find the right conditions just yet. They just want to hit level 8, and then move on towards Turtle side and look to potentially punish Alter Ego if they want to take a fight with a man down.
Yeah, right now, it looks like both teams do want to contest the Turtle. I kind of feel like Blacklist International, they can force a fight. It looks like Alter Ego, they want this.
Well, they're going to start off the Raging Sandstorm with the Netherrealm. Nobody is able to be killed. Nothing they could do. And they even bring in Outplayed for this team fight as well to kind of boost him up with another kill and an assist underneath his belt. It's a very clean take from Blacklist International for the Turtle as they swap the lane so that Outplay can actually farm up the turret plane and they catch back up the highs.
And this is where we start to see the strength of the draft Blacklist International has, because again, this is a very strong team fighting comp, and there's a lot of utility in that previous fight. It looks like up top, looks like they want to engage on GM Pikmin, but it looks like he's able to get away. Highs has to use the Blazing Duet, but just to clear the minion wave. In terms of the goal, with one fight, Blacklist International is way ahead. 1.7k ahead, in fact.
Now, we got to keep in mind the shape of how these fights need to look like. For Alter Ego, they definitely want to break the battle lines. Oh, Gibby, that probably wasn't Blazer you were looking for. He gets bailed out by Dreams. Very dangerous movements here. He's got to make sure that his ability, his cooldowns for mobility options are still available if ever he wants to instigate a fight.
And now it looks like they want to continue on to highs. Blacklist International want to keep up the pressure. They're looking at this top lane, and all 5 members are here. I kind of feel like Alter Ego, they gotta let it go. Circling Eagle is used, but looks like they're just gonna retreat. They're not gonna fight head on with Blacklist International. Gabe is going mid. Looks like he's not able to get much advantages there.
They're slowing down that mid rotation. I definitely think there was a point of contention where maybe Gebe could have looked to actually crack open that tier 1, but instead he's focusing on that farm, leaving Nino out for now. Dreams, he needs to pull him back, but unfortunately Nino is left out to die. Vengeance being popped at the same time, and even the Deadly Catch being thrown towards Dreams' side. Blacklist International are just bulldozing through the line of Alter Ego. You will not slow us down. We will take what we want.
Oh, and Highs in the backline looks like he is safe with the BMI, but Blacklist International, they're just pushing because they know they're strong and they move in. They got Gebe and Roundel, even though he got the farm, is all his going down. Killing spree for Haji, and at this point, Alter Ego, they want to fight back, but now the Netherrealm has been popped. Alter Ego does not have enough damage to deal with Blacklist International.
Blacklist International, I was wondering about their chemistry for the longest time here at SPS, but it has been steadily growing, and it's getting better and better. With the movements that we're seeing with the Shadow Stampede coming in from Haji, pulling them into Perkziva, who bothered to even throw out his Raging Sandstorm in the first place, Blacklist International maintains such good pressure, and they're going to keep on doing this, right? They've got the tempo, they've got pressure as well, and unfortunately for Alter Ego, they're getting stat checked.
This is the kind of advantage when you have a player like Haji that can play amazing as a mid laner as well as a roamer, where he can choose here that can do both. Just like a Faramis, you can help out your team in terms of like making sure that they don't die with the Netherrealm, but at the same time, if you want some kind of engage, he can do that. Blacklist International, he got a big buff with Haji playing this Faramis.
Oh yeah, and he's apparently he's got the biggest difference compared to his opposing laner Roundel. At this point, Blacklist International are just making sure playing 4 and 1 even, just to keep their eyes available, because Penguin's never gonna die to Gebe at this point, or even to Dreams, and as long as they have vision over both of them, Blacklist International will continue to punish the other 3 who are just trying to clear the wave.
And now we can see the speed that Blacklist International can move around the map with both the Hilda as well as the Khalid. It does look like they understand that Alter Ego, they want to split up the map, so they pick both these picks very, very early so that in case anything happens, one of them can go and slow them down or potentially stop them dead in their tracks. And Pikmin looks like he's going to get picked off, use the flicker to get away, and we can see the difference of gold here really hurting Alter Ego, where 4 members is unable to pick off 1 member of Blacklist International.
This game is looking really unplayable, right? Because again, Blacklist International aren't just focused on the waves and gaining priority, but they're also keeping in mind the rotational pass for the jungle clear, right? As soon as that orange buff comes back up, they're moving towards that side of the map to push Suyo out of there. If Gebe is unable to find any farm, then these neutral objectives are so free for Blacklist International, and they can basically just sit on top of the Lord Pit, right? They want Alter Ego to actually come into them.
My worry here is that they might not have enough damage from Alter Ego to really deal with Blacklist International. Zaman Force has been used by Outplay just to zone them away, letting MP get this Lord for free.
This is such a tough game. Such a tough game. Endless battle already being finished up by MP as he's about to hit max level as well on the next 2 clears. This is not looking great for Alter Ego, because even so, the people who I'm hoping have enough items to tempo break, like Kai's or maybe even Nino, they're kind of underfarmed. Oh!
Looks like Dreams and Gaby are able to get away, but that's all they can do. But they want to fight. Now they have advantage in the turret, but Haji with another realm is able to survive for now. Nino goes in, Highs goes in, shut down onto Haji, and now they find MP. Can they actually get him? Gaby will try to move forward. MP is able to get out of that bad situation, but Outplay here looking for an opportunity. Going with the Zaman Force, trying to chase after them, but looks like he's not going to force it out. They're just going to get this turret.
Dreams bailing them out of some pretty tough situations, but unfortunately for Jane Pikmin, oh, so close! But AE don't want to go further to finish off that kill. At this point, it's all about the defense, and despite everything, I think that was their best attempt from Alter Ego to try and pull this game back into their control. Golden Staff finally finished by Highs, and even the Radiant Armor is done for Nino. But I don't think it's going to be enough just yet. The next item, Power Spikes, for the side of Blacklist International should be coming up in about, I'd say give or take 6,000 for Outplayed specifically, because he hasn't stopped farming. He's been finding kills on the map as well. He's very supercharged and very accelerated this game.
Yeah, honestly, I was very much worried Alter Ego doesn't have enough damage, but in the previous fight, it does look like they do have damage. Now, to be fair, we got to put the asterisk that a turret was helping out. The turret was attacking Haji the entire time, so that does help out in terms of the damage, but it does look like Alter Ego, there is a chance. But how many chances can you have just like that? Because now they only have their inhibitors, and Blacklist International, they don't have to force it out. They're just waiting for the Lord so that they can get a free inhibitor. Now Jane Pikmin is just zoning them away.
Yeah, and now that he's spot out too, they're all rotating for this, and Jane Pikmin, he doesn't mind taking the damage for now. If it causes a reaction, Xiva might be able to see the rest of them. He spots out 3, but really, they care more about the Lord than anything else. And you're right, Blacklist International don't have to force these fights out. And honestly, at this point of the game, with a 5k gold lead, as we move on to the 12th minute and the second Lord, I think that Blacklist International are the ones who have to give that free pass over to Alter Ego. It's their decision whether or not they will give Alter Ego that chance.
Yeah, at this point, I'm not so sure what's the window for Alter Ego. Like, what will have to happen for them to say, we can take this fight? Like, the most obvious one, I guess, is that Haji accidentally misclicks his ult, and then using the Netherrealm early, and then maybe you can go in for a fight, but what are the chances of that actually happening?
It's pretty low, honestly. Pretty low unless, you know, you can bait Haji with a low member. I think that's the only way. Just, you know, trigger those killer instincts. Let's see how they play out this Lord fight. At this point, Blacklist International, as you mentioned, don't need to force it out. And every time Alter Ego come to take space, Blacklist International happily gives it to them. They've got priority down on bot side. A wave is building up there. So Blacklist International are not inclined to do anything at this point.
Yeah, it's very smart by JM Pikmin. He was actually setting up that slow push by just killing out the front minions, making it so that slowly but surely they're building this wave. And the bottom lane, it's really built up. And now JM Pikmin, he's controlling the top as well. So he's really doing a lot for the macro of Blacklist International, and now they even get the Lord.
Ziva, he's gonna Raging Sandstorm out of there. Manages to survive still. They even had the insurance, health insurance of the Deadly Catch as well. Oh wait, no, they want to continue fighting even further. With the Netherrealm already popped on the opposite head. Eyes is able to get into the back line, and Nino is able to cut him off. JM Pikmin goes down to Jebe, and 2 members at the cost of nothing for the side of Alter Ego. Despite the health insurance, it doesn't cover everything.
Now, Gideon, we just talked about it. What's the green light for Alter Ego is when Haji just used his Netherrealm early. And you said someone, you know, gets very low in it and he has to use it. And I was like, okay, that happened. But that is like, there's no way Blacklist International stays for the fight. But yeah, did they make that mistake?
They really did. And right now, Dreams really far out of position, taking so much damage as Haji is going to chase after him. But in the meantime, Alter Ego will take full control, right? They won that team fight. They're looking for their spoils of war, and that's going to be the mid-tier 1 to open up this map a little bit more. Remember, Highs, he's already got 4 items in the bag. He's been consistently farming, hasn't lagged behind Outplayed, who at this moment is looking for that 3rd item. He needs to get, he needs to eventually, actually, no, he doesn't need a defensive item. If he wants to be greedy, he can, but JM Pigman, once again, opening up this map very nicely for Blacklist.
Gideon, honestly, this is very impressive. Look at the goal difference. It's not that much. In the mid lane, there's a lot, but now even Highs is actually having a bit of an advantage over Outplayed. Now, this is very impressive. Highs is really showing up, and now that the Wishing Lantern has been built by Roundel, a lot more ways that they can handle the front line of Blacklist International. If Blacklist waits a bit longer and the Divine Glaive gets built up by Alter Ego as well, JM Pikmin, MP, as well as Prexiva, they're not going to be all that tanky, and Dream Shield and Heal will be, I would say, superior compared to their tankiness.
Well, I mean, Alter Ego, they've equalized very nicely against Blacklist International. Now reducing the gold lead to 1.5k. It's not going to be as easy for Blacklist International to kind of bulldoze their way through ever since the mid-game. But now looking at the damage leaderboard, Rondella has been doing a pretty good job as well, right? He's been finding a lot of value from his Shadow Strikes. And even for JM Pinkman, as much as he likes opening up the map, as you mentioned, with that Wishing Lantern, he probably won't be able to do that as often now.
Yeah, like, again, looking at the damage that Highs is able to deal out against GM Pikmin, I feel like Blacklist International, they need to start respecting the damage coming in from Alter Ego, because, yeah, now looks like they can definitely do it. Speaking of which, Highs so far has very good discipline in making sure that he doesn't overcommit with his Blazing Duet, because so far, 0-0 and 3, he hasn't made a mistake that really cost Alter Ego the game. Sure, Nino, Roundel, and Dreams have been caught up a little bit, but as the main damage dealer, Highs is doing very well.
Okay. JM Pinkman taking a good amount of damage here, doesn't lose his battle spell, and now Alter Ego's plan is in full effect. Rondell getting chunked out, outplayed, finds him with the help of the Zaman Force, finding his resets and maintaining perfect distance. Good footsies from Blacklist International. And with Rondell down, they know for a fact that their Cult Altar or their Netherrealm is not going to be stolen away to be used by their opponents. They're going to take this Lord very easily, unless Prexiva is willing to give another kill on over. Doesn't seem to be the case. With another Zaman Force and a Deadly Catch, they take that Lord. They're looking to reset and push in for the end.
Yeah, that was actually quite good that the Alter Ego was able to, I would say, push Prexiva away, because I kind of feel like if Prexiva has a little bit more HP, he might even commit a Raging Sandstorm to get one member of Alter Ego. But looking at the wave clear here, honestly, is not the best coming in from Alter Ego. I still feel like they can defend for sure, but they probably will have to sacrifice one inhibitor, especially with the charge that Blacklist International have with the Raging Sandstorm as well as the Zaman Force.
Well, Pinkman getting chunked out heavily here. The help of Haji deters the rest of the members, but the Lord, as well as the empowered minions, are going to be moving together at this point of time. Now, interestingly enough, Blacklist International, if they do want to guarantee at least one of those inhibitor turrets, it's from the Lord side. But if they want more than that, they can commit a couple... Oh, interesting. MP, early Winter Crown here. Not going to...
Bit of a mistake.
Yeah, he's not going to have it for the upcoming fight. I mean, regardless, they still get at least one inhibitor, right?
Yeah, Roundel also made a mistake where I feel like he wanted the Netherrealm, but he accidentally took away the Zaman Force. So unfortunately, Alter Ego will not have an ult coming in from Roundel.
Well, he gets chunked to 50% here.
He got it.
soon as they're holding it, it gets bit back up. Outplay getting chunked down still, and he gets out going. Nino finds him, and now they're jumping straight into the back line. The NetherRealm is not going to do it enough as the Deadly Catch only finds 2, but it doesn't matter to Highs. He's gunning them down one by one. Oh man, the consistency of this marksman.
Dude, I gotta say, if Ultra Ego wins this one, it's because of Highs, man. He's playing this so well. But yeah, now we can start to see Matilda is pretty weak in the early mid game. But once she has 2 items, look at the amount of utility she provides for Ultra Ego. Like, she just makes sure that Highs and Roundel is able to dish out the damage. And Highs especially is dealing a lot of damage.
MP's Crab Claw Cannon isn't doing much now, right? All the pokes just kind of don't matter once they once this Matilda has come on a line. Oh man, they even have the Divine Glaive as well.
Yep.
You can see that EE are getting extremely confident. Look at them walking up.
Yep, now that the Divine Glaive is there, Roundel can deal significant amount of damage. Ultra Ego, they gotta be careful because again, the counter engage coming in from Blacklist is still very, very strong because if they're caught lacking, they might be caught in the Deadly Catch, and afterwards it's gonna be GG. But Ultra Ego, they won the previous fight because they immediately popped Outplayed. If they can do that again, then yeah, Ultra Ego has a very big chance of actually winning this game. They just gotta take out Outplay, which again is easier said than done.
My eyes are on Nino right now, right? If he's able to get that initial knockup, because keep in mind, Outplayed is not running Purify, he's running Flicker, so he's confident he's not going to get locked down anytime soon, unless he gets, you know, pulled in by Rundell, he hits by a knockup, or even gets feared. That's when the problems start to occur.
Yeah, we can start to see Roundel with one combo forces Prixiva half HP. That's how much damage that you can have with the Divine Glaive as well as the Wishing Lantern. And now Ultra Ego, they're really going for this Lord. They gotta be careful because I gotta feel like Blacklist is better here. Jam Pigman already chunked down very, very low by Ultra Ego. And now the Lord has been reset. Ultra Ego is waiting for that opportunity, but the same can be said by Blacklist International.
They're just baiting out ults here. They're trying to see how many resources they can get out. Rundell put down to 1/3. Oh, with the Winter Crown and the Blazing Duet here. Oh no, the timing is perfect coming in for Prixiva. He still manages to get out with the help of his Purify. MP takes out Highs with the Crab Claw Cannon as they're looking for the counter engage. I don't think they have enough damage here, but J-Man looks straight for the back line towards Outplayed. Saved by the NetherRealm once more. And Nino, he's still alive. He's able to kind of hold that front line with the help and peel from Dreams and Rundell. But that's a devastating fight. More value coming in from Blacklist International.
Oh, MP is so low. Ultra Ego, they so want to go in and kill him off. But the support was there. They make sure that MP was able to take that Lord cleanly. The only depth that Highs had so far, that's game-changing, where it was a good idea, but man, the risk, that was so risky, and Blacklist International was so ready to counter that play.
Oh yeah, he was. Thank goodness. I thought initially he had Purify, but no, it's just because he has the extra tenacity, durability from his boots. And I mean, the fact that he had Sprint, managed to try and get out there, the heal just isn't enough in these types of scenarios. Now Nino will get the Twilight Armor. He's expected to get bursted down, but he wants to hold off that front line like he did in that previous Lord fight as they start to push in.
Yeah, Highs, looks like now he's picking up a little bit more damage. But Dreams actually goes in, and now Dreams has to use the Winter Crown, but looks like he might be taken down. MP gets the kill. The Lord marches in, but it looks like the Lord is going to get taken down. Blacklist International is inside the base of Ultra Ego, and now they're charging in mid, getting that mid inhibitor. 2 inhibitors are down. Minions are marching in. Ultra Ego with 3 members are going to have to try to defend. Nino jumps in. It looks like Nino is going to get taken down, shut down by Haji, and game number 1 goes over to Blacklist International.
Woo, took a couple more steps than it probably should have for Blacklist International. One bad team fight where they had split communication, costed them a lot of time, but Ultra Ego showing up at the right time still just was not enough. This team fighting composition coming in for the side of Blacklist International is just too much to handle.
Yeah, we talked about how Blacklist has the superior team fight composition, but honestly, that wasn't the big reason of how they were able to take this game. Ultra Ego, despite having such a bad early game and arguably bad mid game as well, they're able to recover, they're able to get the farm and actually fight back, and it's all because of Highs. So the moment Highs was taken care of, when he was the first to die in that fight around the Lord, of all the plays in the game, that was the one that's gonna get a lot of attention.
Yeah, it's confidence, right? Confidence is key to go in with a blazing duet like that, especially when you have the Winter Crown. Yes, it's a great idea, but Perxiva, he did not miss that timing. He knew exactly how long he had before he needed to connect that Raging Sandstorm immediately after the Winter Crown, so he wouldn't be able to take the BMI back in time. And even so, Blacklist International, it looks, honestly, considering that the early game went into their hand as well as the mid game, AE pulling it back, I feel like these teams are very much well-rounded against each other. This has been one of the few matchups that are a lot more even compared to the others. 22 minutes and 18 seconds of game time.
I gotta say, out of everyone from Alter Ego, of course everyone played very well, but it does feel like Roundel doesn't get to have that big of an impact in the game. And we gotta talk about how Perxiva as well as Haj always making sure that they're able to deal some form of damage onto Roundel, as well as outplay. Just one hit from the basic attack or enhanced base attack coming in from Harif, and it's basically half HP, making it so that Roundel isn't able to contribute too much, especially when you look at the build, putting a lot of damage instead of going for a Bloodwing. So he's really tunnel visioning on doing a lot of damage, which if you're looking at numbers, he did a lot of damage, but maybe he needed some sustain to actually stay in the fight.
Honestly, I think there's good arguments to be made for both directions, right? But at the end of the day, it's just how much AoE do you have to kind of get through? Because even if Rondell wanted to steal a different ult, yes, he probably could have looked towards to get the Deadly Catch, but I don't think he would have gotten as much value, only because since MP was building pure attack damage, hey, you drop your Netherrealm, you touch a single one of my sharks, you instantly lose your temp HP.
Yeah, that's the only thing. If Roundel was using a hero with a little bit more range, maybe it could have been different for Alter Ego. But I gotta say, Gideon, another lose for the Matilda. But honestly, that looked like a pretty good Matilda game.
I think it was one of the better ones for sure. Because usually when it's like, oh, you lose the early game, you lose your tempo. We've seen really heavy snowballs coming in from the majority of the teams playing against that Matilda, and they don't let up very easily. I think that Blacklist International obviously probably could have played that slightly better to inevitably get the result that they were looking for. But at least they have to keep in mind, against AE, if they make those types of mistakes, they will get punished.
Yeah, but now the pressure is definitely on AE. Blacklist International starting this best of 3 looking very strong. And I kind of feel like even though Blacklist won, I feel like they were able to learn something from AE. So I feel like game number 2, they're going to be a little bit more aware, especially on High's performance, where even though he was oppressed in the early game, he's still able to do well. And now our MVP outplayed. Looks like he even went for Weapon Master to make sure when it comes to the late game, he can overpower whoever moves forward from Alter Ego.
Athena Shield, not that big of a deal, just means I have to auto attack him one more time. Overall, I think, you know, Outplayed has been very greedy with the way that he treats his lane, because he's extremely confident in his own mechanics, right? That's why you see him going out of position and even chasing down targets knowing that he's got the damage to do so. And of course, living up to his namesake, he is done phenomenally in these matches, right? As long as he's got his team nearby him, and especially since Haji is really sharp on these Netherrealms, he's been bailed out from a lot of moments that most players would have been bursted in one hit.
Yeah, if we're looking at the highlights here for Blacklist International, we gotta talk about how they're always ready for a fight. As I said, that we were showing the fight that they actually lost, but with the movement speed coming in from Perxiva as well as JM Pikmin, even though Alter Ego wants to play the map, they really can. The movements from Blacklist, especially Blacklist coming in from the Philippines, they have amazing macro awareness. So before you make that play, they're looking at a map and they're thinking of the possibilities of where they could be, and then they're there before it even began. So Alter Ego looking actually very strong when it comes to the team fights. It was just one mistake, that one mistake really changed it all.
Yeah, that's why I think that Alter Ego aren't sweating too much about game number 2. There's a couple of things that they probably are going to have to work on. Number 1 is that early game. Number 2 is to actually adjust their draft a little bit to incorporate that early game presence, right? To make sure that they can at least not only find tempo breakers, because again, you don't want to have to lose two of your inhibitors, you know, all your out-of-tier turrets before you find that opportunity against Blacklist International, but instead actually keep up with their line of fire, and more importantly, to make sure that they don't get stat checked for the next 8 minutes of the match.
Yeah, I kind of feel like if the only change that they, you know, would make, maybe around that mid, because Valentina is an amazing pick no matter which meta it's in, but the difference between Valentina and other mages that is popular right now is the range, and maybe with added range, he's able to poke out Blacklist International enough so that Heis is not forced to do those crazy engages. But now we're looking at MP's movement around the map, and we can never see in the early stages of the game, he's able to invade the jungle, but he doesn't go all that greedy. He just goes for the front camp, and then that's it. Even though earlier on he was able to get that purple buff, but we see the domination that MP has with Bane. He doesn't move just inside of his jungle, he moves inside the jungle of Alter Ego, but still showing a little bit of respect when it comes to the early game, not overextending, just taking the outer jungle.
I think MP just understands the presence that he has, and not only that, just the overall game, game status of his team. When they have that snowball going for them, yes, I'm able to start stealing your bigger buffs across the map. But most of the time, he's not even looking for these turtles, right? He is just power farming on his side, maintaining that level lead against Jebe, and then moving over to the neutral objectives to actually fight over them. He doesn't necessarily have to coin toss them. He can even give away a couple of these turtles if necessary, but that's why you see him just continuously oppress Jebe, because you're underfarmed, I get to stat check you, and as long as we move as 5, the deadly catch is just too big of an issue for Alter Ego to fully commit into a fight.
Yeah, I feel like this is his assassin instincts, where we know him using assassins like the Ling, where you want to outfarm your opposing jungler, and even though he's using a fighter, he's still using the same base strategy, which we definitely see work out earlier, but because of the turtles able to secure by Gebe, and then I think he got an assist at top, made it so that he's able to fight back or contest the levels. But overall, we can definitely see MP has that mentality. I want to outfarm you, I want to out-level you, and then basically he wants an unfair fight, right? He wants that advantage to make sure that he will always win either the neutral contest or just team fights.
Yep, just a little strong here, but now thinking about game number 2 here, Alter Ego, a couple of adjustments you've already mentioned about Rundell, like switching it up, maybe going into some of the traditional counters but if, you know, the Farmist does get shown again by Haji, maybe considering the Farsa, maybe even going a little bit further than that, mainly just to force out that Nether Realm as soon as possible, if not get first move from the lane in like a Vexana.
Yeah, really the traditional way you handle a Faramis is you want to create a box, because you know that the opposing team is going to be moving as a unit. Usually we see Eve getting picked up, but now Eve is so popular, always getting banned out, you have to go for the other option, something like Aurora, something like a Vexana. Although of those two picks, I would go for the Vexana, because between Vexana as well as Aurora, Vexana has the advantage of having a little bit more range as well as damage. So that's one of the reasons we don't see a lot of Aurora. The damage is just not there, and even though as a mid laner, it's not important for you to deal damage because now it's about jungler as well as gold lane, but still it's always nice to deal more damage than your opponent.
It always feels great. And yeah, I do think that the Aurora would have been like would be in a very awkward position, but maybe it could have forced out Outplay to actually take a Purify for once, you know? I feel like he got away a lot because of the Flicker alone, but even so, I think that Alter Ego, they play pretty well around it. Their team fights have been looking really, really good. A bit of polish on the side, and I think they might have this game. Do you think that Alter Ego is going to take first pick this time round to kind of control where the draft is going to move?
I feel like if they do, they probably want that Harif, because even though in that game, everyone from Blacklist really shines, but you cannot doubt the amount of damage that Harif is able to dish out, especially we saw how Outplay is not hesitant to dash forward just for that one hit to push people away. I kind of feel like Heis wants that kind of advantage, especially because we see how Heis was being bullied out in his lane. Pretty sure he doesn't want that to happen again.
All right, Alter Ego have opted to go for second pick this time on the red side. Blacklist International, first pick on blue. I'm curious to see whether or not Alter Ego, maybe we're overthinking this, right? Maybe we just put Highs instead of Claude, give him that Granger. It got snuck through in that very first phase, which I'm pretty surprised because yes, Zhushid is one of the go-tos in terms of priority bans. Same goes for Joy, but man, I don't know. I feel like Matilda has been such a bait to a couple of these teams.
No, I do agree. Like, we can definitely see the impact that the Matilda have. But as we were discussing earlier, you want lockdown for Harith, and the Matilda just doesn't do that. So Alter Ego looks like they are sticking with it, but this time, like you said, Gideon, they're going with the Granger.
All right, I'm down for this. I'm all for it. Let's see what Blacklist International is going to do this time.
Suyo?
Ooh, they could get Suyo.
Right, Suyo Hilda or
Suyo Khalid.
Khalid.
Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. Again, I don't think they really need to like change up their draft too much unless they want to still go for their double flex picks, but I feel like junglers are going to be punishable in the second phase if it does come down to it. It just means that Alter Ego can just instantly lock down. Oh wait, no, the Alpha got banned out for the side of Blacklist International. Yeah, they could be just setting up for Suyo.
Yeah, because again, what other options are there? Franny has been banned, Alpha has been banned, Joy has been banned. We even saw MP having to go for a different route, picking up the Bane. If you pick up the Suyo here, you're gonna force Gebe to use something like maybe even go back to a Fredrin or a Ling or a Hayabusa. So we talked about it. They do pick up the Suyo as well as Khalid. Alter Ego, if they want to go for Assassins, the Hayabusa is still up. If they want more utility, then honestly, the world's your oyster. You know, you still have your Fredrin. We've seen an Akai jungle before. A lot of options.
Yeah, I think that, man, for Alter Ego,
Hayabusa,
I want to say Hayabusa, but considering the way that Alter Ego has been generally playing as like a team fight oriented comp most of the time, I feel like Fredrin is just going to suit them a little bit better. Yeah. 50% win rate has only been picked 4 times and 1 time hasn't been banned. This suits Alter Ego's style just a little bit more. As we go on to the second phase, I'm guessing at this point they don't really have to worry about a couple of things. You know, things along the lines of Cho, for an example. They don't want to, you know, really mess that up. They want Blacklist International to go back to playing, hey, if you want to play Hilda, sure. If you also want to be able to play out that Khalid, that's also fine with us.
Something that Blacklist International can... how do I say this? Consider batting out is the Phoveus as well as something like the Sicilian, because Phoveus Matilda is also very strong, and you want some kind of you want to bat out these utility mid laners, one with a lot of range, because when you have a very strong front line like the Fredrin plus any kind of EXP laner that can really tank it, the poke damage coming in from the Granger as well as a mid laner, I favor the Sicilian because the Sicilian just scales very well late game as well. So the amount of damage you can dish out from long range is just much better.
Okay, I can see where you're coming from. But if they do decide to ban that out, I think that might just open options for Lucas to come back in for Alter Ego, right? Again, they are going to be on the on second pick, so they're going to have first pick in the second phase. So let's see whether Blacklist International are even considering that matchup, because I feel like JM Pinkman wants to get his hands on it too.
Yeah, like I said, the Phoveus has been banned out. You don't want to give that combination. But honestly, you made a good point. If Blacklist International doesn't see this, now that the Phoveus gets banned out, not a lot of options can really stop that Lucas from roaming freely. So far, Alter Ego looks like they're adjusting their plan a little bit. It looks like they're moving in a comfortable way. They don't look that stressed. I mean, I guess the coach looks a bit stressed in the bans, but still. Coaches are always stressed.
Players be like, not my responsibility, nothing to stress about.
Yep. I'll just play, man.
I just want to play video games, man. I'll leave the braining to you guys. All right, 10 more seconds. We've seen 2 EXP bans in this second phase. I want to see whether or not Alter Ego are going to get... Yep, they're going to get rid of the Valentina. This time, they want to set up for their mid laner. They want to have the EXP as their final pick for the side of Alter Ego. I want to see whether Blacklist International is going to respect that or maybe kind of throw a curveball.
Yeah, I feel like Lucas is a good ban, long range mid, something like the, like I say, Sicilian, the Farsa, anything that I'm missing out here. I guess the Vexana as well. All of this are pretty good bans. And Blacklist International, if they're forced to, they can still pick up something like the CC to potentially go to the back line, or you just want added damage to the front line, you can pick up an Edith.
I guess it really comes down to what is JM Pinkman okay with, right? If the they ban out the Lucas instead. All right, never mind. That line of conversation is done as Alter Ego does get the first pick in the second phase. Now that the Lucas is gone, as well as the Phoveus, picking up their mid laner doesn't seem like a bad idea. Mainly to allow JB on his Fredrin to make sure that he can kind of like sit down in place. If they steal away Vexana here, at least it opens up possibilities to kind of just stand still. Oh, they're gonna wait for it.
Yeah, I was talking about the CC because I'm actually thinking of a high loss pick for either team, because high loss is good for Alter Ego and also potentially good for Blacklist International, because with the Glorious Pathway you can get on top of the a Granger or whatever mid laner they have. So Alter Ego, they're trying to make sure that Blacklist International don't pick up that high loss by picking up this CC. This is a bit of a risk, but I can see the logic here.
I actually don't mind this. Can they outmaneuver it? They probably could be even considering getting a mid laner that can help disengage as well. I actually don't mind this, but
Badang!
Wait. So Badang comes in. I mean, technically they can put Badang into the roam if necessary. I don't think it's necessary though. I think it's all right into the CC matchup, and they get the Sicilian as you mentioned before, LaFell. Yeah, you're catching this. Blacklist International, they got a pretty decent comp.
Yeah, Sicilian is better for Alter Ego, so Blacklist International understand that and they pick it up. If they want something scaling, something like the Xavier does do well, if they want more team fighty, then you can pick up something like a Veil. If not, just something safe, a Vexana. Vexana is incredible safe, where you can deal with Blacklist International. A lot of options are good here for Alter Ego, just something with a little bit more range so that you don't get caught out, especially by this Harif.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be really, really tough though. Ideally, they would have liked to pick up Yves, but they're the ones who banned it out in the very first phase itself. At this point, yeah, even grouping up together if they want to play, even if they wanted to play Farmers for themselves, it feels like a bit of a troll, especially with the amount of AoE and not to mention the fist crack coming in from this Badang. So they're gonna go with the Farsa. This will be an interesting matchup. I mean, from EXP side, it's pretty volatile from either Badang or even CC, and I think that Gebe is going to have a slightly more comfortable time, but even so, Blacklist International, they can force out priority pretty quick in the early game. We might see a bit of a repeat of game number 1.
Yeah, I feel like the Farsa pick here is a risk, but there's good logic behind it, where Farsa is strong at level 2, and the Matilda just helps him move around the map so that she can kind of slow down the opposing side by clearing the minions very fast or doing a lot of burst damage onto the opponents. But the bad thing is, the Farsa, why I mentioned it only once and not repeatedly, is because there's a lot of threats that Blacklist International has that deals with the Farsa. The Raging Sandstorm, the Zaman Force. Even if you don't connect it, it's enough for the Farsa to cancel out her ult. So coming into the mid game as well as the late game, Roundel has to be very, very disciplined, allowing his front line to create the space and then come in for the fight. But if the front line dies very, very fast, then Roundel won't contribute too much to the fight.
Yeah, probably will get zoned out pretty fast. I mean, keep in mind, there's Badang from the side of Blacklist International as well. Even that's quite a bit of a threat, right? Able to cancel out the Feather Airstrike super easily as well. I'm curious to see how they're going to play this out, especially when it comes down to the jungle starts, right? Because at that point, it's what is the clear path and where do they want to end up as soon as they hit level 4. I'm going to assume that they want to keep towards outplayed side because that's the Blacklist MO, but now with the possibilities of actually moving out to JM Pinkman's side of the map, this could be a interesting back and forth here in game number 2.
Something that we have to consider as well, what is the build coming in for Badang? It looks like we're going in for a pause here, so now we can start to talk about the build, because never mind, we're not pausing. Anyways, Badang usually in terms of professional play going for that tankier build. I feel like no matter what build you're getting, you usually get the Thunderbelt first because it's just unfair how fast Badang stacks that Thunderbelt. But then after that, do you go for damage, do you go for defense? Usually professionally people go for defense though.
Yeah, I think it would make sense. If he wants to go for damage, that means Perxiva might have to think about what he wants to build as a second item. I mean, he's already working with very few resources to begin with. At this point, Dumb Ices is the real big question here. Let's look at the emblems real quick. He goes for tenacity. He's not looking to win out that lane too much. He basically just wants to farm, support emblems as well. Just, I mean, that's the atypical way of building Badang nowadays. But even so, anything else that catches your eye?
No, honestly, looking at the build here, this does look like the cooldown build for Badang, where you're just trying to be as destructive as you can. So first item is going to be that Thunderbelt, but then afterwards, you go for cooldown items. We're talking about Dominance Ice as well as Oracle, and even going for cooldown boots. So what this does is just, you're going to interrupt the front line, mainly Gabe as well as Nino, so that even though they want to stay in the front line for as long as they can, now they're going to get punished. So I feel like this is the idea for Blacklist International, letting JM Pikmin actually deal with the front line, and then giving some space for both MP and maybe even Persada to go directly to the back line.
Another thing I noticed is that Heist has been consistently, both on Claude and even with his Ranger, he likes to actually pick up a bit of vitality for himself, right? He's not thinking about like having added penetration or even movement speed at that point. He just wants to survive the lane and knows that he will scale. But here comes the first interaction, first potential big team fight here from both AE and Blacklist International as they fight for the space and are positioning against each other. But it looks like Black is going to just let this through. MP is nowhere close, and AE running forward for Siva, even got the curtain call, jumps a little too far forward. Appraiser's Wrath does come out, but Haji is getting so much value as the fist crack keeps Gebe in place. Pinkman might be trading his life for hire here as MP is not bothered by this whatsoever, wants to develop an EXP lead for himself first before anything else.
Yeah, definitely a mistake by Alter Ego. Considering that you already got a turtle. Roundel was able to get out. That was close, Gideon.
That was too close. Way too close. But do go on, because at this point, with this EXP lead that we see from MP, I'm feeling like it's happening all over again. Blacklist International, you know, sacrifice the first neutral objective. So what? The next couple is going to be really brutal.
It looks like they got a kill onto Haji. That's amazing, especially because he goes over to highs. So now they're recovering a little bit. My concern was that Alter Ego, after getting the turtle, they really don't have to go for that fight. And we got to talk about what were the consequences. The consequences was Gabe died, and between a Fredrin and a Suyo, the Suyo farms so much faster compared to a Fredrin. And this we can see in terms of the differences in terms of level. Gabe now recovering a little bit, he's level 6, but MP is level 7. So it's just something that you have to consider. You do want to fight, but you don't want to fight that aggressive.
Well, speaking about fighting, the Zama Force has been popped out. Same goes for the Circling Eagle, forcing Outplayed in deeper into his turret side, but that being said, Alter Ego, look at highs, right? He's got that level lead onto Outplayed. I can only assume that he also has a gold lead as well. I think now Alter Ego pivoting their plan a little bit more. It was all around highs in the first place, but now they're going to double up his farm, giving him double waves from both mid and bot side.
Yeah, honestly, this is a very good rotation coming in from Alter Ego. Rotating towards gold lane. You don't have to get a kill. You just have to clear the minion so fast that he can get out of the lane and then get mid. This is a very good idea coming in from Alter Ego. Roundel not getting maximum value in terms of his gold, but still, as a Farsa, you can do enough damage even without items.
Not to mention that Nino has been leaving the lane first. And Haji with the, he is locked down. He can't do anything. He even tries to flicker him out, but the curtain call says no. At the same time, the turtle is currently being taken, but Perksiva is able to zone out enough for the turtle to be stolen by MP. At this point, who's winning off on these trades? As much as the turtle goes down, more battle spells were being blown by Blacklist International.
I would say Blacklist is still winning a little bit here because in terms of scale, they're actually doing quite good. But now a fight breaks out and Roundel gets punished. Perksiva is very low, but Alter Ego can't go in to finish out the fight.
Yeah, we don't get to see this very often. Like, again, JM Pikmin, he was late overall for that rotation, but it doesn't really matter. They still are able to find value in him and even get a bot tier 1 at the same time. The recovery after the neutral objective from Alter Ego seems to continue to bleed them out economic-wise.
And now it looks like Persiva has to get away. But actually, I want to entertain your question a little bit because Blacklist International, in terms of damage, they actually scale quite well. But Alter Ego, hold on, MP goes on to Nino. Nino still able to survive. Haji maybe want to try to get a kill onto Nino here. Even JM Pikmin, looks like they are gonna go away. current call being used just to give extra damage onto Jim Pinkman.
Oh.
But they actually want to continue this.
I mean, they're trying to press the advantage underneath the tier 1 without the minions. They were getting Highs pretty close because, again, they've swapped the lanes at this point of time. Highs wants to be on this top side. He wants to actually participate in these fights. At this point, I think that even for Alter Ego, the big thing is whether or not Haji actually lands the Sanguine Claw. That's why he wants to participate in these fights. He's got a Sky Piercer already complete.
Oh yeah, that, like, if he's able to get 3 stacks, that would be GG, because Ultra Ego, their draft here, Ronaldo really wants MP, but MP looks like he's able to get away. Again, a lot of dashes on the CEO. But anyways, they're going to be very, very tanky come late game. Having this Fredrin alongside the Matilda, he will die, but he will die eventually, not instantly. So giving a lot of space for Roundel as well as High. So Highs just need 3 stacks, and honestly, he will deal enough damage for anyone.
Well, let's see. Blacklist International want to force this fight. They know that Mr. MP doesn't have his retribution. It's coming back up in 6 seconds, and Alter Ego unfortunately missed their timing to actually blitz it out. It's 3-level difference between Gebe and as well as MP as they fight for mid prio. Circling Eagle is to come on through. Feathered Airstrike has done good damage to Perxivan as well as outplayed, but even so, this back and forth just means that Alter Ego is trying to out-sustain them by outputting more damage and still living off of the sustain from Dreams. Raging Sandstorm lands onto 3 with a fist crack as well. It's going to be a save from the Vengeance as outplay even flickering forward with the help of the Zaman Force, getting the damage down, but Jebe can eat shots for days.
Oh yeah, actually it's very impressive that Gebe is actually able to tank the damage coming in from a Harib, even though yes, not a lot of items yet on the Harib, but still, that's very, very impressive. But we can see Ultra Ego now losing quite a bit going up against Blacklist International, where they're always aware against the movement, especially coming in from the Badang, because we saw him always trying to catch out Ultra Ego, because that's basically the go sign for Blacklist International to go for fight. But once JM Pinkman doesn't get it, then it's on Perxiva. So a lot of ways to engage the fight makes it so that Blacklist International has the better opening to actually engage onto Alter Ego, where Alter Ego, they're just waiting on Gebe.
I think Rondell was probably pretty convinced after the first time he got flickered on by JM Pinkman. He's like, nah, never again. I don't want this situation to happen to anybody else. We have to be aware of when Mr. JM Pinkman decides to rotate off of this map, because so far Nino has been doing a pretty good job in general, moving out of the lane first, forcing priority, and even locking down the correct targets, high priority targets like Haji in the middle, pre-building up to the fights.
This is very impressive, where the game is 8 minutes long, only 2 kills each, but Blacklist International is almost 3,000 gold ahead. Considering that they have scalers like the Harib as well as the Sicilian, this is all good news for them. Ultra Ego can definitely still fight back because, again, the tankiness that you have as a Fredrin with the Matilda, but if Ultra Ego can't deal the damage, then it kind of doesn't matter.
Here we go. The next fight actually finding Gebe is able to lock down 2, but they need to find the finisher here. Finally breaking the quicksand guard. Mr. Pinkman is going to take the damage from the curtain call, but outplayed. He needs to target just one person at a time. MP late to the fight, but the damage has been done, and it is going to sting as Alter Ego are able to claw their way back in. And I mean, while these fights, these picks are going through, MP maintains such a huge level lead against Gebe.
Oh yeah, he definitely needs it, because he needs to find a way to kill Highs, because Highs right now has 2 stacks on that, or I guess 20 stacks, but you know, you understand. 2 stacks on that Sky Piercer, 1 more stack, and it's gonna be very, very difficult for Blacklist to handle this. But Hope is cracked onto the team of Ultra Ego, and Gebe still gets the Lord, but still shut down. MP gets onto Highs. Ultra Ego has to leave, but Nino taking a lot of damage, outplay, finally getting that kill, even though JM Pinkman died there, but able to get Nino, but more importantly, they got High.
Oh, what a play. What a play coming in from Pinkman. He's getting so much value from this Badang. And I mean, unfortunately for Highs, he tried to go for the big outplay, flickering the opposite direction, trying to throw them off guard, and then taking the guiding winds coming in from Dreams, but still, Blacklist International not dropping the beat just yet. They've got their eyes on Highs, and they gotta make sure that they can continue to punish and make sure those stacks are very, very low. They do lose out on this Lord, however, but still, I do believe that Blacklist International could potentially at least win this next upcoming fight.
But we can definitely see the instincts that MP has as an assassin player. The way that he flanks, he finds a way to get onto the marksman. And now Nino is 1v1ing against Outplay. Nino is actually doing quite well outside of his own force. And Nino is solo, but Outplay finally gets the kill. The Alter Ego, they're not stopping. They want to get this mid turret. They're able to get it. And now the Badang gets chunked down. Roundel gets the kill. Haji has to flicker back because he almost got taken down by Gebe.
Yep, MP cannot find any value in these fights. If he goes for these engages alongside Mr. J and Pigment, he might just be another casualty of war. So they're just waiting for the right times. If they can catch highs, that'd be ideal. If he's not caught, he's not going in. And AE just pumping up the gas here off of this Lord. I definitely thought that maybe Blacklist International could have looked for a potential fight down by the bottom side of the map, but they didn't want to take that angle. And now Alter Ego finally trying to claw their way back into the game, getting more map presence with the help of these tower falls. They get at least a foothold in the game.
We were discussing on the itemization for Roundel in game number 2 here. This time he goes for Blood Wings instead of going for more damage. Maybe it's probably the difference in terms of the hero because he does a lot of damage even without items. So even the Blood Wings will help him out in the damage, but he really needs to survive, especially going up against an assassin like Suyo. But we can definitely see a bit of a difference here when he's a little bit more tankier. Able to safely deal damage.
He is safely putting out the damage, right? And honestly, the times that he is disrupted, the fights are basically done for already. But Alter Ego trying to keep Blacklist International in place, keep them in their jungle, steal what you can, allow Gebe to actually catch up in that EXP because Mr. MP is already at level 15, doesn't need any more. And it's a scary sight, right? Because they just have to respect the space.
Haji's still scaling. I feel like all this while as he's protecting the lane, he's getting those stacks. But Roundel, before the fight even starts, he discourages Blacklist International to do anything. But something very scary here is that Blacklist International, look at the positioning here, especially by JM Pikmin. He's waiting for that flank. He's already in position where once Blacklist International sees Alter Ego's positioning, he can go all the way back.
Yeah.
No. Yeah, he's in a dangerous position here for Alter Ego.
It is. They really need Outplay to get to this Lord fast so that at least they can take advantage of his current positioning, right? He hasn't moved just yet, doesn't want to reveal himself, and Blacklist International are just trying to juggle this Lord to get him into that spot. But again, no priority. Outplay has to take the safe path. Here comes JM Pikmin. He's already by the orange buff.
Yeah, we can see Highs moving quite forward here. Jane Pinkman is just waiting for the opportunity, and now it looks like he's gonna go in. Fist break onto the back, fist crack onto 2, but looks like they're able to get out of there. Haji gets taken down by Highs, and Gabe takes down GM Pigman. MP secures the Lord, but now Alter Ego, they just want to go for the fight. Nino is chasing after Perxiva. MP is solo, he has to get out. Alter Ego, even though they were surprised, they were able to survive.
You know, hats off to Dream. That was a clutch circling Eagle, knocking up the follow-up from the side of Blacklist International. Both MP and Outplayed got hit by it. Were they able to close the distance? They could have potentially punished Highs or maybe even stopped Rondell from actually getting more shots from that feathered airstrike. Even so, with this being said, at least they were able to take the Lord away from Alter Ego so they can at least extend the game and maybe have another opportunity to fight.
Yeah, that must be very discouraging where your game plan actually succeeded, but you still failed. Looks like even with the fist crack, somehow Highs as well as Dreams was able to get out of it. But now the Lord marching in, going for the mid lane. Alter Ego, they're the one that has to defend this. And with the better airstrike used, already pushing Blacklist International away, and now the Lord has been taken care of.
Yep. It goes back to a very neutral state of the game. 5-8 is the current kill score. What used to be 2-2. Both sides refuse to just give up just yet. Oh, hold on. Ziva is getting chunked down here with the energy eruption already coming through. He has to use the Raging Sandstorm to bail back out. But now, honestly, now that we've come to the later stages of the game, it's tough to say who really scales harder. I would like to believe that Alter Ego's composition is better when it comes down to like just the raw scaling, and not to mention that they are playing with the Fredrin as the main tank. That should be all right for them. But at the same time, the Badang kind of tips the balance just a little bit, and not to forget about Haji playing on Sicilian.
Honestly, Eden, that's a very good question. Who scales harder? And Unfortunately, the answer cannot be a straight A or B, right? It has to be a little bit dynamic because you would imagine the Sicilian with the infinite scaling is going to be much better in the late game. However, we see somehow High is able to kill him off in the middle of a fight. So if he dies off early, then whatever advantage that they have is basically gone. Roundel as well, being able to chunk them out so low before the fight even starts, does make it so that it's very much skewed towards Alter Ego's favor. Now, another thing is that the Badang looks like is going for a full defense build, which is the most popular build. But this is why I personally would like maybe just one damage item, just one Demon Hunter Sword, so that even without a follow-up, you would deal significant amount of damage. But yeah, just to answer you in terms of who has the better late game here, on paper it should be Blacklist. But I feel like the range advantage makes it look like Alter Ego has the better late game.
Oh wait, hold on. They're right on top of Haji here. They use the circling eagle and even pop the feathered airstrike as well to deter them. Alter Ego with 2 big ults already down. Probably don't want to take the Lord just yet. They're looking for position and they want to correct their waves. Nino gonna be on that top side, probably wants to correct that wave as well. But Blacklist International, I want to see how they want to approach this fight. They don't have the JM Pinkman flank anymore.
Oh yeah. Looks like there is a slow push. Nah, it looks like the bottom lane is going to be pretty even here. Persiva already very low, having to flicker out. And Gideon, you just said they already used the Feather Airstrike. In just a few seconds, it's back up. So Alter Ego, yes, they use their skills, but it looks like it's in such low cooldown that it's not that punishing.
Yep, they can just keep throwing it out time and time again. And luckily for Gebe, he can just keep sustaining. No, they're taking position here. Even with the conceal, Pinkman doesn't really want to go on top of Nino. It's just not worth his time. Coin flip, it's getting closer and closer here.
Yeah, and MP on that Suyo can burst with the Soul Sever, so not as strong as before, but definitely still one of the strongest in the game. And this is why we see a little bit of hesitation coming in from Gebe, because you understand that the Lord can't be taken. Oh, and now they just want to jump in.
Oh, they're jumping in pretty fast here. Even the Zombie Force are getting cut off pretty quickly as Haji ends up getting blown up by Nino. And now we see the turn around. James Pinkman tries his best, but Gebe has got the damage done with the Appraiser's Wrath, chunking out all 4 outplay by himself. With the help of Highs, will try his best, but there's just too many bodies. Alter Ego find the wipeout here. Don't even need the Lord, looking to end this game.
I mean, with 30 seconds, 20 seconds on the clock, they have a minion wave. They can definitely end this game right now. Looks like this is going to be 1-2-1. Alter Ego managing to win game number 2. And now, we got a game here, Gideon.
We got a series, pushing it to game number 3. Alter Ego. Really great stuff coming in from Nino. He is finding some great angles on top of Haji with those curtain calls as well, and followed up by the feathered airstrikes. Just a really good call from AE. What an angle.
And this is why we talked about the answer of who skills better is not simple, because we see in this situation Haji has the better late game, but if he dies first, it really doesn't matter. And that's what AE did. He managed to get Haji first. So honestly, like you said, props to Nino, props to Dreams, and props to Highs as well. Even from a long range, he's able to get Sicilian.
He's got some great battlefield awareness. He's making sure that he's able to apply pressure with those Death Sonatas without necessarily having to put himself in danger. And that's how you really want to use that Granger. You're technically a part of every single fight as long as it's within the Death Sonata range, and as long as Blacklist International are not blocking his line of sight. I mean, great stuff. 7-13, a pretty evenly matched game. Even when we're looking at the gold, it's 51.1 to 51.9.
Yeah, and big difference here, huh, Gideon, when Alter Ego actually picks up that Granger. Maybe in game number 1, they just forgot. They're just like, oh, there's no way we're gonna get Granger, right? And it's like, wait,
what have we done?
Didn't pick up Granger. What have we done?
What have we done, Bo?
Yeah, the MVP now, Dreams, really impacting the game. But this is where the Matilda really shines, when you have a tank jungler. Fighter jungles do well too, but a pure tank, forget about it.
So sustainable. Like, Game was down so many levels against MP, but he always still maintained relevance because of the amount of CC he brings to the table. And even if he decides to overextend that lead, Dreams is able to pull him back out of those tight spots. But I think the big difference maker compared to the other Matilda players is the usage of the Circling Eagle. How many times have we seen Dreams knock up 2 to 3 players in the middle of a crucial team fight, allowing the space for both Nino and as well as Highs to apply their damage?
Oh yeah, that was a calm moment right there. But yeah, honestly, amazing drafting coming in from Alter Ego. And honestly, the same can be said from Blacklist International, because they read the draft and they're able to take picks away from Alter Ego. It's just that it looks like they're more prepared, where they understand that there's a risk that the Sicilian can get picked up, but they're always ready to fight back. JM Pikmin using the Badang, using the cooldown build, it's not really his fault. It's more on Alter Ego, always ready for the fist break, always dodging it, and 100% kill participation for Dreams, definitely deserving of the MVP.
Yep, I think definitely well deserved as well. Oh my goodness. How many times has he saved people? Really great stuff coming in from Dreams, really shining here in Alter Ego. I think that's something that, at the very least, for Blacklist International need to keep into consideration. Is it worth banning out this Matilda? Is it worth first picking this Harith over the Granger?
I feel like the Harith, sure, it's still good because we see how strong Blacklist is when they have that pick. The Matilda is an interesting one because is it an overreaction of banning out the Matilda? This is very strong, but if we're looking at numbers, if you're a numbers kind of guy, only one win for the Matilda out of the many different losses, but it can be said that even in loses, the Matilda looks very, very strong.
It's that 2-item power spike that you were talking about, right? You're basically, a delivery service for the earlier stages of the game, but then once you start getting those items, once you have your tanks in position, it just becomes such a hard game to play. It just feels like no matter how much damage you apply, nothing really sticks on such a tight team fight and composition coming out from the side of Alter Ego. And again, this is the general style we've been seeing throughout the tournament of SPS from Alter Ego.
Actually, you know what? As I'm looking at the highlights here, there is a good argument for you to ban out that Matilda, because now that we know Gebe can use Fredrin very, very well, you know that you can only really use the Fredrin that well is if you have a Matilda. If you ban out the Matilda, you kind of ban out a lot of different jungle options as well. So maybe instead of banning out the Alpha, you just ban out the Matilda, and then you make MP have a winning fight, because MP can't really burst anyone when they have the Matilda. So actually thinking about it now, banning one hero actually bans quite a lot of options for Alter Ego. So it actually might be a very good good strategy just to ban it out.
I don't know, because Gebe has been playing a pretty mean alpha in the past couple of games as well, and I feel like if they do decide to ban out the Matilda on blue side once again and open up that alpha, it makes Suyo less valuable as an overall option for Blacklist International. I think that Alter Ego is posing a lot of problems with their overall strong style and tight team fighting that I think that Blacklist International might have to get a little wild with it, I mean, the Joy hasn't been let through for a number of games, and I don't think Alter Ego is going to let that happen, so maybe they can open up a different pick on the blue side.
I mean, if they want to force fights, we see how the Alice was really impactful at actually forcing those fights. But at this point, yeah, I feel like if you just want to be safe, you don't want to overcomplicate things, just ban out the Granger, because Highs, even without the Granger, is very, very strong. Like, Claude is not S tier compared to all the previous seasons before, and he's performing that well. And now you're giving him an amazing marksman like Granger. That might not have been a mistake.
Look, the last chance qualifiers here for the Snapdragon Pro Series is still going on here, and both of these teams do not want to get eliminated just yet. But before then, we're going to go on a short break, and when we come back, it's going to be Game 3 between Blacklist International versus Alter Ego.
joke design. Think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX cutthroat code. Run it again, not there. XOX cutthroat code. Run it again, not there. You waited all night for me to come back. Why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me up?
Welcome back, everybody. The SPS continues here with the last chance qualifiers as it heats back up some more as Blacklist International. Yes, they did take the initial game, but Alter Ego are not letting go of this best of 3 just yet. One game away to try to qualify to the next round here. As we head on into the drafting phase, Alter Ego is going to be on blue side first pick, with Blacklist International opting for red side as second pick.
Now that's not long at all. And now get in. Ultra Ego, they're the one that actually banned out that Matilda. Blacklist International, now they gotta consider this. Do they want to ban out that Granger? The only thing is, if Blacklist International bans out the Granger, Ultra Ego, it's pretty free for them to pick up the CEO or the Harif. So Ultra Ego is looking pretty good in the draft right now.
Well, I think that Blacklist International can just wait and see, right? If Alter Ego gets rid of either Harith or Granger, that's when they want to consider it. If not, there's no reason to do so. You'll take one, then pick up the other. If they don't really like dealing with Granger just in general, they might as well ban it
Joy.
now. Yes, Joy is wide open. So this is the scary part, right? What's the gamble here? Do they want to give Mr. MP the Joy, or do they prefer the Granger?
Ooh, yeah, that's very interesting here. Blacklist definitely have options. They can just have a throwaway ban here to let all the options out, because I don't know, personally for me, I would still ban out that Granger, because Alter Ego, will they be confident to first pick that Joy, you know?
Are they? I wouldn't put it past Gibe though. Then again, it could clash with the overall team fighting style that Alter Ego want to go for. So they ban out Wan instead and let Alter Ego take first pick of the litter. Let's see what it's going to be. Woohoo!
Yeah, Blacklist International is opening it up. They're just like, okay, just a throwaway ban, but what 2 heroes would they want? Because I imagine Alter Ego wants to pick up this Granger, because if you pick up the CEO, Blacklist just gets the Joy, and you know, same in between. You pick up the Joy, they pick up the CEO. I don't know. Personally, for me, this should be a Granger pick, but yeah, I think Alter Ego is thrown off a bit with this 1-1 ban. They pick up the Harif instead. Wow.
Okay. All right, they get the Harith, so now 2 power picks could be falling into the hands of Blacklist International, unless they want to have some forward thinking to start imagining what the composition is going to look like as a whole, rather than just lane matchups. Yes, technically, putting the Granger here is going to be a little awkward, but at the same time, Joy is just so juicy as well.
Oh yeah, and there you go. The Joy has been picked up. The thing is, Blacklist don't even need to take the Granger now. They can just take it third pick, because there's no way Alter Ego picks up Harif and Granger. So Blacklist, they can get a priority, say, EXP laner. Wait, no, they just pick up the Granger now.
I guess
just like, okay, we're just gonna hide it.
Okay. Now that's interesting to see. I think they also want to set up for a winning matchup for Mr. J and Pigman for once, right? Because in both matches, it's been a little awkward for him to play with Nino having winning matchups of his own. So they're going to give him the standard in that Hilda, Alter Ego. They lock in the Suyo. They're very confident in the Suyo versus Joy matchup, but they're also making sure they have the counter in the Tigreal just in case. And Tigreal works really well, especially in the earlier stages of the game before Granger gets that Malefic Roar.
Gideon, this is where I want to take us out of this draft a bit and just talk about if only Munton buffed Dairoth enough, then maybe Hilda wouldn't be that big of a problem. By the way, the Odette got banned because Odette is strong against Joy. In case anyone is wondering.
Yes. I mean, it used to be the natural counter up. I mean, we saw it for the very first time prior to it coming in from. I
think it was M5.
Yeah,
M5.
all the way back then. It is one of the few classics for those who are getting into the esports now for MLBB. But Angela banned for the side of Alter Ego. They want to make sure they take away that combination. Blacklist International now holding priority. What are you thinking here? Because yes, I do miss the good old days of EXP laners actually having bigger impact towards the early mid stages of the game. But now that we play a more utility role, are we thinking that the high loss might just be the lock in here? Yes, they do have the Hilda technically, but the fact that they're getting rid of Glue does give me vibes of it could be a Haji mid lane Hilda.
Yes, I'm thinking the same thing because then they can pick up the Phoveus, right? Phoveus, Hilda. This Granger is gonna have a lot of range because I was thinking for Alter Ego, just pick up the CC because it's still okay going up against the Joy, going up against the Granger. But yeah, with that glue ban, they might pick up the Phoveus, and Phoveus is gonna be very strong going up against Harif and Suyo.
This is an interesting draft coming up for Blacklist International. A lot of little, tidbits here and there, but no guarantees just yet. And Alter Ego, they gotta rack their brains a little bit. They've already denied the Angela, which again might
I would ban Phoveus.
Oh, you would ban the Phoveus?
I would.
I feel like it's okay if you give Phoveus over to Blacklist International because then you lock in Lucas for yourself, right? Oh wait, no, and then it's still a losing matchup. You're right.
It's a losing matchup. It's a losing matchup because Lucas is strong against Joy, but not strong against Phoveus. So you need some kind of like armor reduction. I still think CC is fine because it's HP % damage. If you want more tankiness, maybe even consider something like the Gatot Kacha, I guess, so that you can taunt them and give a little bit more time for the Hive to do work. But I don't know. Like I call the Phoveus. Looks like Blacklist International got what they want. Still go with the CC. Final pick here. Mid. Oh, Valentina. All right.
Valentina. I think Valentina is generally okay. It's still a pretty scary matchup. You don't exactly have like any valuable ults, but the fact that I was thinking that maybe Alter Ego, they didn't want to go for the hard read of, hey, you're going to take Phoveus, so therefore I'm going to ban out something other than a mid laner here. So to pick up, Vexana for yourself, at least you have some form of self peel. You have some way to actually wombo combo with the implosion coming in from Tigreal, but they didn't want to take that risk. They're going to take Valentina instead, and I'm interested to see what Blacklist International are going to do. Are they going to be like, here are no useful ults for you?
Yeah, they could pick up something like the Cho, if you want to avoid that, like something that can engage, maybe even potentially lock down either the Suyo or the Harif. Because oh, Florin though. Oh, I did not see that Florin coming. Not gonna lie.
What? Okay. How do they control? Ooh, this one's a tough one. This one's a toughie. How are they gonna control the mid lane now? They're gonna have Concussive Blast. Yes, you have like ultra sustainable mid lane, but you're always gonna be late on the draw. So I'm going to assume that Blacklist International have multiple outs in their side lanes, and they're gonna use MP as the main driving force.
I mean, here's just the thing. My experience of the current meta, healing metas are honestly very strong late game. Florins, the Matildas, whatever it is, Angela, because they need Flash of the Oasis plus one more, but then after that, any kind of burst damage, it won't be enough. Like even with the Zaman Force and then full chrono dashing in and out, with just a few heals, all that damage is denied. And then after that, the Granger just toss out the Rondo, the Death Sonata. So it's all about sustaining, where your opponents, whether they like it or not, they won't have enough damage, and then eventually you'll just win the fight.
Oh, you're right. Oh boy. This is going to be an interesting one. AE going to be on blue side up against Blacklist International on the red side. This mid lane is such a big question mark here because Randall is going to find a lot of value in it unless he gets chunked out super early on. But even so, it looks like it's going to be a purple start for Mr. MP. He wants to end up towards the top side of the map unless he wants to do a half clear and then head down to the bottom side to play around Outplayed once more. Anything in the emblems that catch your interest?
A little bit. So we see that Granger, they have two options. Either go for the Assassin emblem or the Fighter emblem. With the Fighter emblem, you know he's just going to be poking out a lot. But it looks like Outplay goes for the Assassin emblem, understanding that he's going to be the majority of the damage. So he goes for the Assassin emblem. So if Outplay gets taken down, then higher chance for Alter Ego to win the fight. But Blacklist International, they just got to take the chance, pick up the Assassin emblem, so it's something for Alter Ego to take note of.
I do think it is interesting that he's also going for Festival of Blood. Again, it's one of those choices where it feels like he wants to either think about building into War Axe, because I don't think he's worried about... Actually, no. I think he has to actually go for Sky Piercer, right? They don't have strong finishers unless MP gets like a huge lead.
Yeah, and honestly right now, Alter Ego, they have a very limited time to win the game, but they can't really win any kind of pokes because in mid, having this Hilda actually wins you a lot of trades. And now look at Alter Ego, they're waiting for someone, and Haji, he just heals up.
Yeah, Mr. Pinkman is going to be joining in here. He hasn't hit level 4 just yet. He won't be able to start chasing down his targets. This is the big problem we were initially worried about. Now, forcing out the Vengeance early on. It looks like MP is trying his best with the electrifying beats. Initially was on the turtle, but instead had to turn and divert his attention away because his team is just not prepared for this neutral take just yet. Mr. Pinkman, he's already level 4, jumps in, straight in for Nino and finds it, gets pushed away, but even so, Haji is able to find a trade back, a 2-for-1 in favor of Blacklist.
Dude, that's so tanky. Roundel now goes in, maybe trying to get a triple kill here. Also low, MP gets taken down. Haji sure secures the turtle, but now Roundel has a lot of options. He wants Haji, but Haji is so fast. Roundel still wants to go for it and still doesn't get it.
Okay, Roundel made the smart choice. He decided to use the dash to get out rather than to go in further to try and go for a reset. Mainly because he just doesn't have enough mana. It's so early on into the game, but that was quite the brawl, and Blacklist is playing on a very fine line, really abusing that early game power and not to mention sustainability.
Oh yeah, now Gaby has to get away, but JM Pinkman is just chasing after him. And Blacklist International, honestly, even if they don't get killed, they're fine. They just want to slow them down. They just want enough time for the Florian to get items. And then after that, you just look at Alter Ego, type Alter, and just be like, hey guys, GG, good luck for your next matches.
Yes, of course, they have to go into all chat to make it known to them.
Yeah.
But with the mid lane, once again, being pushed out very early on by Alter Ego, they're diverting their attention towards the bottom side of the map. Now, it looks like Outplayed has been able to win over the River Crab a number of times against Highs in this match, so they want to alleviate some pressure, let Highs catch back up into this matchup, especially against Outplayed, who's, again, going to be the main win condition for Blacklist International. He has to be the big finisher.
Well, something to note of as well, Gideon, is that Blacklist International, 0 purifies.
Oh, you're right.
Dreams has very good opportunities to get them. So Blacklist International, they need to have this mental stamina to always remember there's a Tigreal. There's a Tigreal, there's a Tigreal. Keep your distance, because the moment they like forget the Tigreal exists, Dreams can just turn the tables around.
You know what? I'm also surprised that Outplayed is also taking Flicker for himself, right? Because even if we're not thinking about Implosion, just the curtain call alone from Nino, it's a bit of an issue, right? You flicker, if you get locked down to 2 people, you can't even flicker away. So I think that there's a lot of angles. Hold on, Gebe. He's trying to lock down Haji as much as he can. Implosion comes on the through, stunning up Mr. Pinkman himself, forcing out the Vengeance. Haji is trying his best, but he can't sustain any longer. But with the help of the Death Sonata, they find one as MP tries to run away. No, he gets hit, and Highs is not letting him run for free. It's going to be a 2-for-1 this time in favor for Alter Ego. I thought for a moment Outplayed stole it. Never mind, it's a 3-for-1 on top of the turtle for Alter Ego.
this is best case scenario for Alter Ego, and Highs is making this first pick Harif work, because going up against the Joy, usually Joy wins the matchup going up against Harif. But, oh, hold on. Looks like Alter Ego, they have to go away. Haji is chasing them out. But no, they want to fight back. MP goes in. Haji is so low. Nino grabs the kill. MP, that might have been a mistake because Gaby gets a killing spree.
The curtain call, finding max value here. If it's an isolated target, maybe Haji has a chance to live. But locked down against another frontliner, there's nothing you can do. And while this has been happening, bot tier 1 will eventually collapse. His first item power spikes are starting to roll in for Alter Ego.
Yeah, we can also see that Pinkman does want to do a little bit more damage. So he first items goes for that War Axe. And yeah, Blacklist International, if they lose by 2,000 gold, honestly, it's fine. But now they're losing by 3,000. So Alter Ego definitely has a big advantage here. But again, they're on a... Their time is very, very limited. Eventually, the Florian will get the Blast of the Oasis, and then at that time, it's going to be much, much more difficult to deal with any members of Blacklist International.
Honestly, we'll see. Because again, I am a little scared for Phobiuses who want to first item the War Axe in the first place. Yes, it's very, very useful and it's powerful even, especially in the earlier stages of the game. But then you run into the problem of being unable to really hard sustain against some of the members from the side of Alter Ego, especially if you get CC'd and don't dodge the abilities, right? You just get punished even harder if you're unable to, you know, dodge the initial hits.
I do agree. Now Haji taking a lot of damage. That's so much coming in from Roundel as well as Gaby, but it looks like Gaby will get the kill with the Soul Sever. And now Nino is chasing MP away. Alter Ego is using this opportunity to start controlling the jungle. Now if Alter Ego wants, they have two options. They can go for mid, they can go for top. And they could also just not go for it. Let the turrets get the minions, so that Blacklist is just denied of gold.
Yep, and this is honestly very comfortable for AE, right? They have Nino just sitting on the top side, just be the watchman, count how many people show up on that top side, and if by any chance that MP the King does happen to go over, just take him out. They're not worried about that. Nino is in a very comfortable position, not only in lane, but has been doing so much in these team fights as Alter Ego cut off these rotations to find a T2 on the bot side of the map.
Yeah, at 7 minutes of the game, this is very good timing coming in from Alter Ego. Because if I'm not mistaken, I think Persada still has not gotten the first item just yet. And now Outplayed, he is forced to go for a Sea Halberd a little bit earlier, just so that he can deal with some of the sustain, especially coming in from Nino. Alter Ego is just taking turrets over turrets over turrets at this point.
Yep, I mean, this is the tempo that we were talking about, right? This is what the meta has been all about. When you have that advantage, make sure that you can flaunt it in the faces of your opponent and suffocate them as early as possible, because the early game is very short. The mid game is especially long, but once you reach that 10 to 11 minute mark, you better have those 3 core items ready to go.
Yeah, we're looking at the gold leaderboard here. Highs is 6,000, and if we're looking at Outplay, a little bit over 1,500 difference here just from the gold lead. And this is a very big difference, because this does mean that Highs will get that Holy Crystal very, very fast.
Yep, and you can tell that the stat checking is becoming very evident. Mr. Pinkman can't sustain as hard as he wants to, and even Haji in the front line getting chunked out here. The fear is great, but Nino is just creating so much space. He has nowhere to retreat to, even when he has sprint.
I gotta tell you, Gideon, it's rare to see a Hilda die that fast. Like, Haji is not having a good time. 1-4-1 as a tank, it's okay to throw bodies, but that kind of makes it so that one of your win condition is out, and now Zaman Force has been used onto JM Pikmin, and just like Haji, he gets taken down immediately.
They just have no disengage. They're just hoping that the frontliners can actually sustain against the raw damage of Alter Ego. And now that Heiza has got the Holy Crystal 9 minutes 31 seconds into the game, he is hitting everything on time, and this snowball is not going to stop. Zaman Force being popped again by Heiz as he's going to crack open the mid inhibitor 9 minutes 43 seconds into the game. Haji trying to run into that backline, but Roundel is playing a strong game. As the electrifying beats come out, he flickers away. Is he going to be able to survive? No, the Leonin catches him as he jumps right back in with the help of that Temporal Rain underneath his inhibitors. Nicely done by Blacklist International as they do find Roundel, but it's just not enough.
Yeah, MP now is utilizing the heal. We can definitely see the heal helping out MP quite a lot. He's able to sustain in between, I believe, 3 members of Alter Ego just now. And you were talking about it, Gideon. Now Outplay does have that
Sky Piercer.
Sky Piercer, thank you very much. But oh, it's very, very low. Now MP is gonna get taken down by Highs. Highs. I gotta say, man, next season for MPLID, you gotta look at this guy.
Dude, AE, they've got Highs and they're ready to go. This is looking so devastating. How is Blacklist International going to even delay it, right? They don't have high ground defense. They wanted to win early, and now it's an endgame scenario.
As Zaman Force popped in, they're just going for that Crystal Gem. Pikmin trying to delay it, but looks like it's GG. Alter Ego defeats Blacklist International.
Man, and it has to end like this. A 2-1 victory for Alter Ego. A strong game, as once they had a concrete lead, they did not let it go, deny the main win conditions in Mr. MP, and I mean, Highs. Give it to this man. He is one deadly gold lane player.
Honestly, with players like Highs, it's very difficult to argue with anyone when they say this is back to the gold lane meta. Whoever has a good gold laner, it's much easier for them to win the game. Because damn, Highs, man, like, that was an incredible Harif play.
It really was. But hey, he wasn't really getting involved in the earlier stages of the game. A lot of the early game was actually played very well by both Nino and as well as Dreams, right? They were hitting their ults on time. Nino was creating a ungodly amount of space, really denying Blacklist the opportunity to bounce back into the game, because you saw that a majority of the time, if Haji is moving forward, that's usually okay as long as he can fall back. But Perxiva sometimes getting locked down with Mr. MP or even Mr. JM Pigman, Nino is able to just make sure that nobody's able to follow up on that initial map open.
Yeah, and honestly, I thought Blacklist would be more punished by not having any purifies, but it does look like Dreams is not really forced to force an engage, because the damage coming in from Roundel as well as Gabe is more than enough, and Suyo deceptively does a lot of damage, right? Because his skills happen so quick. It's not it's pretty cool looking, but it's not like super flashy like a Lucas. But damn, the damage out of Suyo is just too much.
It's just way too much. I think, they played through the right avenues at the right times. Make sure that, the main damage dealers, especially when it comes down to the early game, Mr. Pinkman, unfortunately, just couldn't beat Nino in lane, especially once he got that War Axe. Nino still played a strong spatial game against him. Bottom side, Highs was having an okay time against Outplay because of these early engagements around the mid lane. Dreams, as you mentioned, didn't have to forcefully use his ult. He just had to kind of stand still, block the shots, and if they move up too far, maybe then consider going for the implosion against MP.
It's like, if I feel like it, I'll do it. But you guys are not giving any chance for me to do it. They're killing off Haji so fast, and that's a very rare sight to see. But we gotta talk about what happens now, because Alter Ego defeating Blacklist International is giving them the opportunity for a revenge match going up against TLID.
Ooh, I mean, we saw TLID against AE. Both sides, the fact that it dragged out to a 2-for-1, I think that Alter Ego, now that they've got that warm-up in, and maybe the TLID is looking at this game thinking, all right, we're definitely not going to give Gebe a good time. We need to make sure that Fabian is able to get that initial space. I think that the draft is going to be heavily centric around the gold and jungle, like you mentioned before.
And now we gotta look at our MVP, Gabe, coming in from Alter Ego, 5-1-3 KDA. And again, just moving around the map alongside with Roundel. Whenever he has the opportunity, Soul Sever does a lot of damage. Doesn't matter if it's in fighter form or in the assassin form. Over here we can see Blacklist International in the early game actually does quite well to fight with the turtle, but Roundel able to get the electrifying beats, and then just the Shadow Strike just does a lot of damage. And without the Purify here, Dreams was able to catch Perxiva as well as Haji. And honestly, the MVP is Gabe. But Rondo played a mean Valentina.
He did. He did. I think, the whole team from the side of Alter Ego really had their shining moments in these matchups, really taking full advantage of, hey, you're down on your cooldowns, that's perfect for us. We can keep on fighting because ours is so much shorter. And once we get the right items, especially when we have that anti-heal, Haji is not able to do much to sustain unless Perkziva is going to commit the ult. And even then, I still think that Blacklist International probably needed to divert their attention towards Outplayed because he was starved for gold.
Yeah, I gotta say, Dyrov wish he was CC. Because now if the opposing side is tanky, CC is the answer. You would have thought Dyrov would be the one, but CC is like, hey, honestly, armor reduction is not as good as HP percent damage.
It's so true. It's so very, very true. Make Dyroth great again, man. Well, gone are the days of Dyroth players just dominating the lane and then snowballing it from the EXP side of the map. But AE played a really strong game here, and I think, definitely when it comes down to the predictions between our next upcoming game between AE and as well as TLID, they're making one hell of an argument for a 2-1 in favor of either side.
Hey, I'm just going with someone has to be wrong. You went for Blacklist, I went for Alter Ego. I was wrong. I thought it was gonna be a 3-0. Who would have thought that my prediction would be wrong? But I got the right team.
Yep, you did get the right team. I'll give you that one. For the upcoming game, I don't know what to say. I feel like TLID should be. I'm gonna lean into them on this one, and I think there's a very good argument for Alter Ego as well. But man, these drafts have been just such a big proponent of the Snapdragon Pro Series so far, and I think even for the LCQ, some interesting ideas being developed, especially with such high stakes games.
Yeah, this is the final ticket to go over to Johor. So honestly, both teams really need to step it up, and I believe the last time Alter Ego went to Johor, they won that match. I forgot the name of the tournament, but still, it should be a good place for them to compete. And who'd have thought that Alter Ego would defeat Blacklist International? So maybe they could surprise us. Maybe they can take down the second strongest team in the world.
Possibly. I mean, at this point, we do have to say goodbye to Blacklist International as their road has ended. I am very excited to see this team actually, continue to progress as they move on. I think the next tournament that they're going to have is going to be for MPLPH. And I think, it's been a long time coming since last year. This lineup has been trying to find its feet, but I think now, based on what we've seen at the SPS, they've got a much better identity.
I mean, again, we heard from Coach Bonchan, he wants to innovate. And we can definitely see that. It just needs a little bit more refinement, right? Understanding what are the weaknesses of this comp and how to play around it. So you have a bit of time to discover all the strengths and weaknesses of the comps that they want to play. But there you go, folks. Alter Ego will be going up against Team Liquid Indonesia. While you guys are in the chat, give us your predictions because we don't want to be the only ones being wrong. Yeah, that's just it. Let us all be wrong. Let us all be wrong.
Let us all be wrong or all be correct. We're on the right side of history. Depends on what you guys are predicting in the chat itself. I mean, it's I feel like the group stages were a little easier to kind of foresee some certain teams actually, making it through. There was one big surprise, and that was TLID, but generally, other than that, the LCQ has been pretty evenly matched for a lot of these teams, and unless they're trying to truly innovate like what Blacklist International is doing with the Hilda in the mid lane, then I think it's again a flip of a coin. With that being said, we're gonna wrap things up here. Our next match is going to happen right after this. TLID up against AE one more time, one more best of 3 to see who moves on from the last chance qualifiers here at the Snapdragon Pro Series.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
You waited all night for me to come back. Why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Was hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. I'm good, babe. I'm on my own. This ain't a phase. Just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Double the waist and ride. Begging for one more chance. Yeah, know you got carried away. Ooh, you made me to say you've been messing with greatness. Faces, stay in your place. I was looking to play, then you got in the way. All the love that we made got me stuck in the rain. Got no time to stay here and say goodbye. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. Take back your heart. Yeah, yeah. Like a moth to the flame, I'm attracted when the doubts start saying my name. I can go there easily, and it's hard to maintain, 'cause I know it's not the world I know, it's me. Believe in every little thing I hear, and no, I ain't no stranger to the fire, burning up all my desire to be great. It stays coming in waves.
to the fire, burning up all my desire to be great. I gotta just open the gate. All I need is saving from hitting the pavement, understand it when I'm impatient, that only I give to me. All I need is a little love in lonely places, the strength to stand fear in the face, that only I give to me. I can feel it in my bones, yeah. I can feel it in my bones. I've been waiting for this moment. All my life I've been waiting. Ain't nothing gonna hold me down. Ain't nothing gonna stop me now. 'Cause I was born for this moment. I was born for this moment. Everybody said I was crazy for believing. Told me to give up, there ain't no shame in me losing, but they're wrong. Oh, but they're wrong. Oh, I came to win 'cause I know it's my time. Giving too much, now I ain't going back. So give me the green light. Give me the green light. 'Cause I'll stand and fight. So give me the green light. The green light. I will stand and fight. I will stand and fight. I will stand and fight.
Welcome back, everybody. TLID and Alter Ego, one best of 3 away from qualifying to the next stage here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. Let's look at the team head-to-head. And in LaFell, I'm looking at team average GPM leaning to the side of TLID, but average kills, average DPM leaning to the side of Alter Ego.
Yeah, I kind of feel like between Team Liquid ID and Alter Ego, very different styles actually, where TLID we know them to be very strong in terms of team fight, but here in the SPS, we see a lot of movements coming in from Fabian where he solos a lane, getting the turrets, and then letting his team just to avoid the team fight. So honestly, TLID looking to be like the team that is more macro oriented compared to Alter Ego, where we just saw them going up against Blacklist International. Even when Blacklist has a strong team fight composition, they go for the team fight anyway. So this is they're both coming in from the same regions, but so far they've been playing a little bit differently.
Oh yeah, for sure. I feel like, I don't know, something about TLID facing off against like Indonesian squads that they have a bit of a change of face, right? At certain points of time, there's a lot more respect, rather than like testing the waters. They're either all in or all out. Very clear-cut decision making coming in from this squad. But Alter Ego has just been showing some really strong performances with the help of Nino and as well as Dreams on the opposite side of the map to kind of extend the game enough for Highs to get involved, who has been one of the more consistent gold laners at the entire tournament.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, going up against TLID, teams have somehow figured out a way how to control Fabian, or at least understand when, like, how does he engage? Like, knowing how Fabian engages in the fight, you can kind of kite away from the initial engage and then punish him. Because that's something that I've been noticing, where Fabian does not seem to find an angle to actually go for the fight, whether he's using Joy, whether he's using the Suyo, or even the Alpha. Every once in a while, he gets a good team fight, but he rarely gets a good team fight nowadays.
Yeah, he's definitely been a little hesitant to jump on in. I think more and more teams, after seeing TLID's success during M6 as one of the grand finalists, they probably took a couple of notes. They're like, okay, this is going to be a team that's going to be a problem during MPLID, so we might as well try and look for these bigger punishes. And if they do show on other internationals, at least we have the checklist to follow.
And I gotta say, the gold lane is gonna be quite a matchup as well, because Aaron Shiki going up against Heist. Heist have already shown he can go up against the best of the best, and he can do well. Before this, yes, Aaron Shiki has managed to take him down, but still, I don't know, maybe after that warm-up, Heist has something to prove.
I think he does. I think he definitely wants to get a little bit of revenge here. But now, let's look at the head-to-head specifically on the junglers, right? We've already talked about Fabian, but let's talk a little bit more about Jebe, because again, he's one of the up-and-coming junglers for AE, and I think he definitely fits a very interesting role, right? Because he understands the shape, a lot of the shapes of these fights, and I think as a squad, I'm not sure if he's going to be, you know, part of the shot-calling decision-making, but the way that he's been able to enter fights and disengage really shows his synergy with the rest of Alter Ego.
Gebe is different from a lot of junglers that we see here in Snapdragon Pro Series. One very big difference. Most of the other junglers, their pathing is towards getting farm. Gebe's pathing is actually to follow something up, right? That's a big difference, where you don't see any kill participation because Fabian is higher than Gebe, but if you think about his game with the Fredrin, with the Alpha, with the Suyo, if there's a fight about to break out, he wants to be there to participate in it. Where other junglers, they're like, okay, how can I enter the opposing jungle, get their farm, increasing my level ahead? You know, like how MP played earlier. So Gebe is slightly different compared to all the other junglers. That's why his average gold per minute is actually lower than Fabian, where Fabian is very good at looking for gold.
I think another big difference that we've seen is that Jebe is actually pretty comfortable playing from behind compared to Fabian, right? Because we've seen a lot of teams like put a lot of focus on like if Fabian doesn't have a good time, therefore we're able to start punishing the other areas of the map pretty easily now that Fabian is kind of out of that picture.
Yeah, for sure. Especially because Gebe is very, I don't know, he plays for his team. He plays for his team probably because they have the understanding that he's not the main win condition. Highs is usually the main win condition, so it's all about moving to get advantage for him. It doesn't look like he wants to get all of those MVP plays, even though he is MVP for a lot of the time. So he's a very selfless jungler.
Well, speaking of which, actually now let's extend this conversation to the mid trio, right? Because junglers are usually paired up with both their support roamers and even their mid laners. And I feel like that's where we see like the big divergence between these two teams in sort of like play styles, because Team Liquid, like their name, plays very fluidly. If there is an advantage being given over to them, they think of multiple different ways to look for punishes or advantages on the map, while Alter Ego is a little bit more textbook in the way that they approach the game.
Yeah, I feel like you got to be careful of Weedy, because Weedy has shown his chip able to really change the shape of the fight. So that's just something to add on, because I kind of feel like Weedy, his micro mechanics is good, is aight. But the most important thing is his macro. So, okay, Gideon, you're gonna be different than me. I'm gonna choose, and then you'll be the opposite one.
Okay, fair enough.
I know how much you love TLID. So you're gonna go for Alter Ego, I'm going for TLID.
Just the worst, just the worst.
I know how much you love TLID.
I
so,
do.
Not just any Liquid, doesn't matter which region, I know you love them, so there you go, you're Alter Ego.
Yep, I love the org, but this one is out of my control. I'm sorry, social media is just the way it is. The Cavalry will have to take the back foot for me. I do think that Alter Ego has left a lasting impression after their match against Blacklist International, showing that they can play multiple styles despite being very team fight oriented. But now that we jump into the draft, let's get down to business, because Alter Ego taking first pick on blue side and Team Liquid ID second pick red side.
By the way, production, that's an idea. After this, ask someone else to do the prediction for someone else. So take it away from their control. Wait, hold on. Someone's video calling?
I see. People are not happy
on there.
Yeah, they aren't happy with it. It's just like, hey, LaFell, you better be showing that real support here. You can't just be changing our #1 fan here. But Alter Ego, they banned out the Eve, they banned out the Matilda, as well as the Loyi, Granger, Fanny, and as well as Zushin for the side of Team Liquid ID. That does mean Harith is open, but at the same time, the Joy is open.
Yeah, but hey, Alter Ego, they have the momentum. They just played me and Harith. There you go, Harith gets picked up. Now, TLID, this is going to be very interesting. Which one does Fabian prefer? I think in this SPS, he's been preferring Suyo over the Joy. But going up against a Harif, the Joy is usually the answer. So this is going to be very interesting moving forward this best of 3. Which one does Fabian prefer?
Yeah, I'm curious to see what he's leaning more towards, because we saw during M6 that he was happy playing all 3 of those junglers, right? If he plays Alpha, he's totally fine. If he's playing Suyo, he's totally fine. If he's playing Joy, he can be devastating. So I want to see what side of Fabian we're going to get today.
Yeah, Fabian with the Joy says, I want to solo kill you. But no, he prefers the Suyo. So think about Snapdragon Pro Series, man. He prefers that. Now Weedy gets the Cho. And again, Weedy's macro mechanics, the way that he moves around the map is very impressive. Having this Cho is just going to help him out a lot. But Alter Ego, they can play around this. Have some kind of counter engage, and that can shut down the Cho.
Now, I am interested to see how Alter Ego is going to... well, they could look to just punish the Cho, but they also have to question what exactly the matchup is going to be against Suyo. We've seen matchups with the Joy, we've seen matchups with the Alpha. Alpha is the usual go-to for the Suyo, but in JB's eyes, if he is going to play that, you know, team fight-oriented role, Alpha is the go-to, but against the Cho, as soon as he throws that spear, he might be in some trouble, so they pair it up with the Tigreal.
Yeah, a lot of crowd control here, Gideon, for Alter Ego. Control might be the name of the game because the Zaman Force can slow you down, Implosion can suck you in, and the Spear of Alpha can knock people up. So Alter Ego already has a very good team fight composition, and TLID, they have a lot of burst and catch. So already seeing a difference of playstyle in terms of the drafts.
Yeah, and... I mean, they're playing to their identity, right? We know that Alter Ego is a little bit more standard in their team fights. Team Liquid is the one who likes to be a little bit more messy here, but they're going to be locking in that Lucas so early on and instantly. Second phase, ban out that Phoveus.
Yeah, honestly, it's not fun as a Lucas to go up against a Phoveus, but this does cover a little bit of the weakness of TLID because the first 2 picks looks like they want to go for a pickoff comp, but having that Lucas balances it out. If they want to go for an extended team fight, there's a lot of displacements with his skills. So TLID is opening up the map. But because TLID is very good at handling those side lanes, Alter Ego has to consider the Moskov. I don't think they will ban out the Claude, but Alter Ego has already shown that the Claude is also pretty viable. So there we go. Moskov gets banned out, forcing TLID to kind of go for the team fight instead of splitting the map.
Yeah, I think it's a smart choice to ban out that Moskov because we've seen that Aaron Shiki, even if he doesn't have full items, he doesn't mind actually participating in the fight because that spear is able to push people back. And especially when we're thinking about implosions and Spear of Alphas, it could save another team member from the side of Liquid ID. The CC, the next ban out coming out from Team Liquid ID, they've taken away all the Lucas direct Lucas counters at this point. Now Alter Ego, they've got to come up with something creative because again, Nino has been a large driving force of the early to mid game.
Now TLID, honestly, there's not a lot of good mid laners to go up against a Tigre as well as an Alpha. The one that comes to mind is the Valentina because you can take away that implosion and use it against Alter Ego. Because the thing is, Purify is good going up against a Tigreal. As a mid laner, you really do want to use that flicker. So TLID, I kind of feel like Valentina is going to be a good pick to fight against the Tigreal, but you can go for something like the Farsa as well as Sicilian just for that added range and just be careful of your positioning.
Yeah, Alter Ego get rid of the carry this time around, which is rather surprising. I would imagine that they want to lead Team Liquid ID into a composition where they can actually run them down, which could intend that Alter Ego does want to pick up high loss here, right? The Bruno gets locked in for the side of Team Liquid ID. I think that's completely fine, but unless we see a high loss from the side of Alter Ego, that could pose a couple of problems for TL.
Yeah, because, okay, let's see here. Just in case if Nino wants to play a little bit of damage to handle against the Lucas, honestly drawing a little bit of blank. I do agree. If not, even the Gato Kacha might be an okay pick. The fact that TLID has picked up the Bruno first, not showing their mid laner, because certain mid laners are so weak against Gato, so maybe that's one of the reasons why TLD is not showing it so far. I do like the high loss pick though, but I just wonder because Nina looks like he likes to use damage. So Alter Ego, they themselves pick up the Valentina and then they pick up the Hilda. I don't know how I completely forgot about Hilda.
I think Hilda's also okay here. Either or, it just fits into the style of Nino. Like you mentioned, he prefers just a little bit more damage, right? And I think at least with the Hilda, it's going to make Fabian's life just a little more difficult because we've seen so many teams just punish Fabian, and then the rest of Team Liquid ID is kind of left stranded if they want to play their traditional fluid style without that lead. But based on what we're seeing here in the drafts, is Sicilian the final lock-in for TL? What are you feeling, Lafell? You leading in towards the comp from TLID or Alter Ego?
In terms of simplicity, honestly, Alter Ego has the more straightforward draft, where if you're looking at TLID, the good thing is there's multiple win conditions, but sometimes you have this option paralysis where there's too much for you to think about. They can win off of Bruno by the early game, they can stall it out and let the Sicilian do a lot of work, or let Fabian just split the map and then ending the game, because we've seen him do a backdoor play before. When it comes to what Alter Ego wants, if you see an opportunity, just go in front, kill them, rinse and repeat. Their draft is a little bit more straightforward in that sense.
All right, it's all going to depend on how this early game plays out for either side. Whoever has control, whoever has tempo, will be able to predetermine the next 8 minutes of the game. It's going to be Alter Ego on the blue side up against TLID on the red side here. It's going to be an orange start for Jebe, a mirrored start on the opposite side. Fabian, oh sorry, not a mirrored start, but the same sided start. They want to end up towards the EXP. However, it's not a 2 camp and then buff. It looks like he still wants to end up on the gold side of the map. He's just gonna full clear and then start making his way to end up with Harif for Jebe.
Yeah, and again, this is where we see Nino just really likes damage. He even goes for the thrill here on the Hilda. A lot of different options. We see movement speed as an option. We see Vitality as an option. But yeah, he wants a little bit more damage. And just to clarify, I feel like Alter Ego is more straightforward because it's a very good team fight comp. And I feel like team fight comps are a bit more straightforward compared to macro centric comps like TLID.
And with the macro, at least then they can possibly pull out a couple of fake outs. But if Alter Ego has that lead, or they're kind of able to like bulldoze their way through like they did against Blacklist International, it's really difficult to execute with that comp. Even so, now that both junglers hit their level 4, getting ready to actually participate in the upcoming turtle bout, Haskell still is yet to hit his own 4. Same goes for Rondell, so they're making their way over to the EXP side to see if they can cut it off early.
Honestly, if Alter Ego can wait a little bit, let Tigro get level 4, and it's going to be impactful. Witty is able to get out of that bad situation, but Fabian wants to go in. Dreams is already taking quite a lot of damage, but Witty is going to be first blood. Dreams picking that up for himself.
Really good punish coming in from Jebe. If he was a second too late, it would have been a Shunpo and a free dash out for Witty. With him down, the man advantage is evident. See whether Fabian can get in on this fight, but no, he gets zoned out. That turtle is falling into the hands of Team Liquid.
Yeah, we can see Aran here putting a little bit of pressure, but he is dropping quite a lot of HP. He has to be careful. He needs to save some HP for his own lane, because now looking at Nino, Nino wants to go for Aran, and he gets a kill. Aran made a mistake there, committing when he really didn't have to.
I mean, you called it. He was sacrificing way too much HP, and while all of that happened, Aaron Shiki having to go for an early recall as highs is able to force him out and even take a river crab for himself. That's one in the bag here. As we look at the level leads, not too far away, Fabian still maintaining somewhat EXP relevancy to Jebe.
Yeah, but we can see a big difference when it comes to gold. 1,400 here. That Team Liquid. Oh! Crazy engaged by Dreams, but looks like a kick coming in from Witty. Manages to counter-engage the initial engage and giving a kill over to Ezekiel. Mwah, chef's kiss.
Chef's kiss. A really good. Honestly, they slowed down the initial follow-up with the help of the Sanguine Claw, and even so, there was just no time to really react to it. Thank God for Purifies, am I right? As now we do see the Sacred Beast being popped out early on highs. Honestly, he's not worried at all. He knows that Witty doesn't have the Way of the Dragon, so he doesn't have to do anything crazy in lane just yet.
Yeah, with that one trade, 400 gold-ish, went over to TLID and went to a very good target. So TLID right now is looking pretty good. Looking at the top side, Aran is gonna get ganked by Gebe as well as Nino, but looks like he's surviving so far.
I'm surprised that Nino didn't want to get involved to apply his damage on, but he didn't have his ult. It just came off of cooldown. He really wanted to give Gebe that kill initially, but now Aaron Shiki with double waves, one from mid and one from the bot side of the map, trying to recover the initial damage he took from the early game.
Yeah, Aaron Shiki now having that Haskell, you know, now gets the Thunderbelt. Quite big power spikes for both teams, honestly. And looking at the rotation here, Highs wants to be involved in this turtle, or at least get pressure down mid. It's like TLID doesn't have the option to go for this turtle, so Highs probably just wants to get that mid lane.
Yeah, not to mention that at least for Roundel, he's holding on to that Sacred Beast, which is a really good zoning tool. Like, yes, sure, you do a lot of damage, but it pushes people and displaces people from their initial walk-in towards the turtle pit. Even so, Alter Ego still playing to their main win condition. They want to end up towards the bottom side to alleviate pressure and to let Highs just do his thing.
Yeah, unfortunately, Aaron Shiki does have that Purify, so Dreams might have the same thing happen to him. Again, he gets an impressive implosion, but gets canceled out. Highs was able to get that, so that's good for him. Gabe now, oh, looks like a kick coming in from Weedy, but Dreams, oh my goodness, what a good save. Making sure that his friends stay alive for a long time. Roundel is able to get out of there, and Gabe gets a kill onto Weedy. Both teams look like they were waiting for that team fight to happen.
Oh yeah, they could smell it. Alter Ego found the opportunity, and they knew that they were going to be members from TLID actually rotating towards that side of the map. Nino does sacrifice a tier 1 on the top side, and that's totally fine with them, right? Their main win condition is going to be wherever Highs is on the map, and if they can give Gebe a level lead against Fabian, that's even better.
Well, Gideon, you do like Team Liquid, and this is a big thing. You might like this. Aran goes for a first item, War Axe. So, what are your thoughts on this?
I'm all about it. It does mean that he wants to be able to threaten that backline. He wants to not only sustain, but provide some relevant damage. And I think it's a good idea considering that, you know, Aaron Shiki is going to be a little bit behind overall in terms of picking up his gold. Slightly for now, but thanks to these double waves, it's kind of, you know, softened the economic damage that's been applied to him. Even so, I still think that he needs to start building tank sooner rather than later. Ideally, start picking up a Queen's Wings, most likely, and then consider getting an Oracle. Oh!
Oh, Nino almost one-shots Fabian. Weedy unable to hit the Jig Kundo, but hey, I think if I'm Fabian, I don't care. As long as I'm alive, I'm all good. And now it looks like Gebe is on that turtle. Aran is close, but doesn't look like he has an opportunity to fight anything. Highs goes for Aaron Shiki. Aaron Shiki is getting chunked down. Highs 1v1, and he gets Aaron Shiki. It looks like they want to continue on. Dreams try to push someone away. Weedy, Jit can no onto 2, but not a good angle for a kick.
You know, it's pretty crazy that we thought initially that Granger was a big issue coming and building up into M6. Obviously, Bruno was going to be a problem, but then they decided, you know what? Harith needed a buff, right? He's able to dash 3 times before that first turret shot connected onto him. Think about that for a moment. Now, tell me he's not busted.
Hey, Killua skin, man.
You're right.
They gotta make sure the Killua skin sells. Right? This is all marketing.
It's true. It's fair. You're seeing past the matrix here. I'm just caught up in the middle of it. Aaron Shiki still, he's trying to scale back up and currently earning the most amount of gold for his team. And he needs to be able to go even against Alter Ego because so far, side lane's having a little bit of issue. The mid lane even for Yehezkiel. Yes, he's building up those stacks, but these team fights are getting harder and harder for him.
Yeah, but hey, Team Liquid ID, they're gonna scale quite well. The Bruno, after getting the Malefic Gun, is gonna deal a significant amount of damage in a very long range. And Fabian 1v1 against Highs, he doesn't want this. He's just like, okay, bro, it's all you. You know what? I'm an assassin. You're technically a gold laner. Not a good matchup for me, apparently.
Yep. It's too much. It's too much to handle. And they also know that Fabian is going to be missing out on his retribution for a short period of time, so they can go for like these easy invades. It will be ready, however, for the upcoming Lord fight. However, it's going to be the Berserker's Fury finished for Aaron Shiki. He's got some decent damage now, but it's not going to be as consistent until we see his next couple of items. For now, Highs, he's trying to pull attention to himself, and just look at the coverage from Alter Ego.
Now, Team Liquid ID, they're in a conundrum. There you go. I use a very big word. Because they actually need the team fight. Because they can't let Aaron Shiki and Fabian do it alone. They need some kind of cover. But the thing is, Alter Ego is pretty good at a 5v5 team fight, especially having that Tigreal. So, you know, it's... You have a choice to make. You should team fight because your damage dealers need some kind of cover. Oh, speaking of which, Highs! Looks like he's being caught by Fabian, but the follow-up is good, and Dreams catches Fabian. Roundel gets that kill. TLID, good idea. Alter Ego, They saw through it.
Yeah, it was a great response. As soon as Hai started moving down towards, again, taking a pretty dangerous path through the river, that's when Dreams is like, okay, I need to get out of here, right? We don't see where Fabian is. Again, we saw Witty earlier, but then disappeared, and Aran is nowhere to be seen on the map as well, so I might as well cover Highs because this could be an angle for Team Liquid to bounce back into this game because they need to play off of Aaron Shiki and Yehezkill.
Oh, this is what does CLID do here?
Pray and hope
Oh,
that alter ego,
That's a good-
that alter ego kind of like dive a little too far forward, right? I think that's the only way that they really botch this up. I mean, to be fair, Dreams does have the implosion, but he doesn't have the flicker. So unless TLID make a reactive play, then it just has to be alter ego's overextension.
Dude, Moonton really nerfed Bruno quite a bit. To be fair, he deserved it, but oh, that's a big nerf.
It hurts. Whoa, Witty! Just for the initial.
Oh, Witty gets a kick onto Gabe, and now Gabe looks like he's been caught. Aaron Shiki gets the kill. Witty has been caught. Flicker out, but Roundel gets the kill, and now TLID is good. But Gideon, is it enough?
I think it's worthwhile. I think it's worthwhile. Witty is able to punch up in terms of his economic class. Like, he's hitting junglers here. Gabe does end up dying. They're trading 1-for-1 despite Alter Ego having a pretty significant gold lead. They do end up losing a bit of their blessings on the top side of the map, but still, it works out for them. At least it buys a little bit of time, and it means that this this cover push isn't going to be more devastating than it needs to be and keeps them away from the checkmate angle.
Witty tries to find an angle, but yeah, Alter Ego, the coverage is very, very good. Having the Hilda, having the Tigreal makes it so that even if you catch someone, they can CC you to cancel out your way to Dragon.
Can't really do much about that, right? You're just gonna have to be faster on it, I suppose. It's really, really tough because the follow-up coming in from Team Liquid ID, it's good. It's just they don't have the stats to back it up. We do see, however, the Glowing Wand as well as the Wishing Lantern coming out from Yehezkill. He wants to poke down some of the frontliners coming in from Alter Ego, but with a 5.3k lead in their hands, I think that Team Liquid ID is definitely going to need at least 5 minutes worth of time to buy against Alter Ego if they truly want to come back into this game.
I mean, let me tell you, Gideon, if Aaron Shiki can build a Malefic Gun and a Malefic Roar, I'm pretty sure he would do it because the front lines of Alter Ego is just a little bit too much. Hai is now having the Divine Glaive. Holy Crystal, Divine Glaive. If I'm Witty or Aran, I'd be like, I'm not feeling good.
Yep. And not to mention that they're already, like, behind building up MR items in the first place. So even if they do, it's not going to feel that great. For now, we're seeing that Yehezkill getting some good chunks again. Oh, no, he's in so much trouble. He gets blasted down. Rondell finds the initial kill as Witty tries to peel back, but it's just too late. With so many people just running at him, the aggressive play from Yehezkill ends up costing him his life.
Yeah, it looked like he was trying to bait out Highs, which Highs took the bait. Witty used the Way of the Dragon onto Highs. The Purify is a spell, and Purify is such a good spell. Immediately nullify one of the key features of a hero. Highs is an absolute monster. He's just 102, but that is a very good 102.
It really is. He is so consistent. We haven't seen him make too many mistakes, and even when push comes to shove, he has shown that he can clutch as well. In the meantime, at least Aaron Shiki was able to secure their own orange buff, but this next Lord guarantees at least one inhibitor. Let's see the damage from Alter Ego.
Yep, Lord pushing in. The mid inhibitor looks like it's gonna get taken down. All three lanes are pushing. Very good wave management coming in from Alter Ego, maximizing this Lord. And now they're looking at the top inhibitor. Witty already uses the conceal. He's able to get Gabe. Oh my god! He just freezes it out, and now Witty gets taken down by Haas. Aaron Shiki, he gets destroyed. Double kill by Haas. 3 members of TLID is alive. Aran looks like he's gonna be the next one to fall. Fabian has to leave the premises, and now 2 inhibitors are down. Oh, Aran goes on to Roundel as well as Nino, but the cover-up, Fabian is taking way too much damage. Aran gets taken down by Highs, and now Alter Ego, they just have to go up against 2.
And they do it though. Again, Both of them very short range, and they're going to call it off. They've done enough damage against Team Liquid's side. They missed their opportunity as Highs was just tanking just too many shots coming in from the Crystal at the very end there. Had Highs survived a little bit longer, he should have been able to close out this game, but Team Liquid are given another opportunity to try and bounce back at the cost of 2 of their inhibitors. Man, it's funny that Jebe would just literally looked at Witty and told him, yo, chill out, bro. Don't even try. And Dreams was able to respond perfectly to it.
This is the perfect opportunity to talk about the nerfs onto Bruno, where they nerf his range, but they also nerf the Malefic gun range. Like, one of the strongest thing about Bruno, the damage is good, but more importantly, he can attack from so far away that he's practically untouchable. But we saw in that trade where if he wants to deal damage, he has to get into the range of that Harif. And the burst damage with the Holy Crystal, with the Divine Glaive, is just too much. That's a big nerf for Bruno, where the strongest thing about him is that he has amazing range. And now that's gone.
I mean, they really stripped him away of what made him pretty strong, other than just being a crit-based marksman. And at this point, Alter Ego, they position themselves on the opposite side, trying to make a hard read onto Team Liquid ID, as now the Blitz comes on through for TL. They steal away the Lord, faking out Alter Ego, as Alter Ego are scrambling and finding anything they can to deny the initial push. Nino gets chunked out, and we do see that a flicker comes out from Dreams to scout out the rest. They only find one, but this was such an important steal. Aaron Shiki more than happy to die, but he's gonna take Rondell with him to outplays 1, but can't outplay 4, as Alter Ego lose their opportunity to end the game, as Team Liquid has bought themselves another 4 minutes in this game.
Again, we talked about this before the game even starts. Alter Ego is more of that team fighting, and Team Liquid ID is playing more macro-centric, and they made the read that, okay, Alter Ego's nowhere close. We can get this. Oh, but looks like they're setting up something cheeky here, Gideon.
Oh, they want it. Oh, Witty is going to get pushed first initially after the conceal. Still can't find the right target, as Highs is able to blow him up instantly. Hezkill Fabian, unfortunately, sitting there watching. They can't do much about that. They don't want to be giving their lives, especially 16 minutes into the game. You can see that the death timers breaking into the 30s and soon to be the 40s.
My professional analysis here is that Alter Ego can see the future, because they completely read that Weedy wants to get onto them, because Kevin's reaction was very quick to see where the choke came in, and then immediately pushes him back and then deals the damage onto him. Like, of course, it's an exaggeration to say that they saw the future. They just see the silhouette of the Cho, but still, that was an impressive read. They were ready for any kind of situation.
They're trying to maintain this optimal distance against Team Liquid ID, right? There are invisible lines of which they are playing around to make sure that if they overextend those boundaries, Alter Ego can find the initial punish, and if Team Liquid ID are outside of it, then they are able to apply pressure in other areas. But even so, I think that Team Liquid, they have bought exactly what we were looking for. 5 minutes worth of time. And now that Aaron Shiki is finally scaled up into this upcoming fight, he's going to have some very relevant damage. And the same can be said about Yehezkill.
I feel like now Aaron Shiki, he needs to make a decision where I kind of feel like soon he will sell his boots. And then he has 2 item options, whether to go for the Rose Gold Meteor or for the Athena Shield, because the damage coming in from Rondo as well as Highs is very, very strong. If you build Athena Shield, you can last much longer in the fight, for sure. But if you have the Rose Gold Meteor, you have some tankiness, but you have a little bit more damage and lifesteal as well. So this is all on him. Both are good options, but which one does he prefer?
I think it's gonna be the Rose Gold, right? Knowing Aaron Shiki, the way how greedy he is and the way that he has the mechanics to try and outplay his opponent, I think the more damage the better. It gives him more opportunities to punish Alter Ego. Not to mention the changes to Rose Gold as well allows him to get a little bit more extra defense based on the amount of lifesteal he has. And even so, TLID looking to apply pressure, pushing Alter Ego back, testing the waters to see where their positions could be. As they do so, Nino on the opposite side. Wait, hold on. Highs is really split off from the rest of the team here.
I'm pretty sure he doesn't want to be there. So Dreams came in, and hold on, Witty wants to get someone. They managed to get Roundel, but Witty was the first down to go down. Aran immediately gets Roundel, but now Aran has nowhere to go. Fabian, a lot of damage. Aran still survives, and he manages to get out. Gebe is gonna get eliminated. Gideon, what happened? TLID almost got a wipeout.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Well played, Aran, finding a huge chunk of damage towards not only Dreams, but specifically Roundel, isolating him all by himself and managing to survive the fight because the follow-up from TLID was there. Heis is going to try his best to outplay it, but he gets one shot here as Aaron Shiki with the Winter Crown dodges the damage. They scaled up, they bought the time that they need, and Team Liquid ID find an incredible fight thanks to the play of Aran.
Gideon, you know how there's an after show to explain the show before? I think this needs that. Like, what the heck? We need a frame by frame to see what really happened in the final fight. We need like a half an hour analysis of what TLID did right or what AE did wrong. I mean, like, we're the analysis here, but I feel like it's unfair to just let us see one time and then do a full analysis. I feel like that needs to be reviewed over and over again.
It was so good. Whittian as well as Aran get on top of Roundel. They basically chain CC him down to the ground, right? Whitty does get the initial kick towards Roundel's side, and because he doesn't have Purify, Aran quickly follows up with a flash step of his own and then just chunks him out. To be fair, Dreams did try his best to slow down the initial artillery damage coming in from Yehezkiel and even catching Witty within the implosion as well. However, the Purifies coming through big time for both Aaron Shiki and Yehezkiel. They get to hit him, they get to free hit Dreams. They already took down Roundel, and Jebe didn't get any value from the Spear of Alpha. At that point, it was a game of Peel and Witty continuing to show why he's one of the best Chos in the world.
Now, can we talk about the positioning of Heis in that lore fight? Even we were talking about it. It's like, wait, you're far away from your team. Was that the mistake? Because we saw Dreams forego his position to rotate towards Heis so that he has a pathway to go with the Lord. Is that what TLID saw? It's like, wait, you're not supposed to be there. Your team is forced to get out of position just to save you. And then they just made the call. Just like, it's now or never. We gotta go in.
I think that TLID just made some really good adjustments on the fly, right? The first initial fake of like, hey, let's blitz down the Lord. They're gonna assume that we're on the opposite side of the map like we always do, right? AE has been figuring out our textbook, so we have to change things up. And then coming into the second scenario of, hey, we could be playing on the opposite side of the map, but we actually really want this Lord. We've blitzed it the first times, and AE had to make a 50-50 decision. Unfortunately, Heis was not coming along for the ride, and once he realized, oh, wait a minute, TLID are already controlling that mid lane, I can't just walk up. If not, he probably is feeling that PTSD of both Witty and as well as Fabian trying to jump him at the exact same spot where he got attacked the last time.
This is why it's not fun to fight against one of the best teams in the world. You're not allowed to make a mistake. Like, no one's perfect. Usually when you make a mistake, you just move on. But in this game, against one of the best in the world, one mistake costs you the game. Like, people, like, Heis did an amazing, he had an amazing time as Hire. The entire, I don't know, 14, 13 minutes of the game. Just one mistake, and then that's the end of the game. Like, that's how unfair life is.
Admittedly, it's very upsetting. And I think, even for the lead that, Jebe was holding on to, at the end of it, we gotta give our MVP over to Yehezkiel because he needed time and they bought him time, and he continued to show why he is very, very deadly. I mean, there were a couple of mistakes that he made throughout the match, especially with the one time that he did initially die. There were a lot of Sanguine Call-On misses, but inevitably it doesn't matter when you've scaled up to infinity and turned this fight around.
Yeah, apparently in this fight, Hisoka is better than Killua, but I'm honestly gonna take my time. I'm just gonna watch this replay because that final fight, that in my mind, that's all that matters because Alter Ego controlled 80% of the game.
Oh, they did. They also got faked out by TLID, which is again one of the big reasons why we saw that TLID got so much time to scale in the first place, right? Because as we see these plays go by, it's just dominating from the side of Alter Ego every single time. Like Nino is able to get free damage, he's able to do whatever he wants. Yes, they maybe trade like 1-for-1, not the biggest deal in the world. And then the unfortunate mistake coming in from Yehezkiel because Heis is just that confident overall. It just happens time and time again.
Yeah, it's crazy because Alter Ego actually outplayed Team Liquid a lot of times, majority of the times, in fact. But Team Liquid is always able to protect their own base. Like, this is such a dangerous situation. 3 members down, and then you're still okay. Honestly, TLID, that was too close for comfort.
Way too close. Definitely need to rethink how the early game needs to go. Oh, even this one.
Right? I mean, like, it always seems like Alter Ego is one step ahead. This is the time. I feel like Aran having that War Axe caused a lot of damage onto Roundel, really created enough chaos where Alter Ego panicked a little bit. Like legit, I really feel like they weren't expecting that amount of damage, and that caused them to lose their composure.
Yeah, I mean, he chunked out like 4 people, and not to mention that when he is in that Sacred Beast transformation, he is displacing targets as well, right? This allowed the free hits starting to walk through for Aaron Shiki and as well as our MVP Yehezkiel. They got free bad impacts a majority of that fight.
Yeah, you know what? Yehezkiel, I agree. He is the MVP. But without Aran, that win was impossible, man.
Oh, yeah. Oof. Man, that was only game number 1, by the way, in this series. Like, TL got bailed out from super plays, faking out Alter Ego. Like, this is not going to be an easy matchup because I don't think Alter Ego is going to let that happen again.
Will TLID let that Harif go through again? Because they win, sure. But, bro, it didn't have to be that hard, man. Like, that Harif is a naughty boy.
It was brutal. It was brutal to watch, especially with how much Hyde got away with. I don't know. I think that, first things first, they're probably going to swap sides. I think clearly Alter Ego has a very dedicated drafting plan coming into this game on blue. So let's put them on the red side. TL take blue, stick to their colors, and we'll play it from there. Maybe they'll ban that out and hopefully they'll get a bit of a trade. Maybe a Granger is going to slip by.
Here's the thing. One thing that we have to hope, because this is the final ticket to go to the challenge finals. Hopefully Alter Ego is not tilted, man.
Oh yeah.
Because I feel like they know it in their bones. They should have won that one. Like, I feel like if I was the coach, I have to hold myself back from saying things that should not be said. Just be like, hey, it's okay, things happen. Just move on. Just don't do the same thing and move on.
Why are we making hard reads on the opposite side of the map? Why do we give away a free Lord stuck underneath their nose? I don't know. From that Lord take onwards, it was just a downhill spiral. A downhill. Not like an insane downward spiral, but like a consistent down slope.
Yeah, either ways, congratulations to TLID. Because here's the thing. If TLID doesn't make it to challenge finals, I can already see the comments, Gideon. People are just gonna call them a one-season wonder. And I'm pretty sure with how Sigma the boys of TLID are, they don't want to hear that from no one.
Nope. They definitely don't. And I think, coming into this game number 2, adjustments from both teams need to be made. I think bigger adjustments for the side of TLID at the very least.
Yeah, because Alter Ego, again, just one mistake. Like, I feel like after this, I think this is a humbling experience for Heis. Right? Maybe after this, when it comes to the late game, as much as he wants to be the bait at the side lane, he has to understand that if he dies, it's all over. It's all over. So it's something that I feel like in this short of a time, the team needs to rediscuss about how do they handle the long lanes, because so far they've been giving it to Heis because he can win the 1v1. But is that a risk that they're willing to take again?
Well, I think it's the way that they kind of set their lines, right? Because initially it's like, oh, we have a couple of people around the Lord. We've seen this against Blacklist International, right? A couple of people around the Lord, have our support sit closer towards the mid side, and then maybe we see whether or not Highs is able to kind of get a clean rotation down in towards that mid lane here. But against TLID, they had they were making some really hard reads against them. Like, I expect you, with no information whatsoever, I expect you to be moving towards us. And I think that Alter Ego need to kind of fact check themselves, you know, test the waters, litmus test it, push up a little bit further forward, especially if you are going to be, you know, they're playing a pick-off composition, but at the same time, Dreams is strong enough to take a majority of that damage.
Yeah, you know what? Actually, we're gonna give it to TLID. They outplayed it. The fact that they were able to take position in that bush is the game changer. So yes, Alter Ego made a mistake, but TLID was in position to capitalize on that mistake. So honestly, I feel like this is the experience going against multiple teams internationally, knowing at the end, at the late game, the Lord is gonna be a big point of interest that the opposing team wants to fight against, and having priority over certain core parts of the map can win you the game. So you know what, props to TLID. If they win this 2-0, they definitely deserve to go to the challenge finals. But after qualifying, I'm pretty sure they're gonna take their time to reevaluate some of their drafts and their strategies.
Yep. I mean, let's look at the head-to-head here between Yehezkiel and Rondell, because again, I would say that both of these mid laners are extremely similar in how they kind of approach the game, right? They both kind of fill the gaps in, especially if Team Liquid is playing a little bit more fluid, and more importantly, if Alter Ego needs like an absolute rock to fall back behind, these are the two people that come to mind.
Yeah, Yehezkiel, we've been giving him the name the Ghost of Jakarta because throughout M6, at most he only died once, except going up against Onyx PH. But that's a special case. Even in this game against Alter Ego as the Sicilian, he only died once, and that was the one time he died against Highs, where Highs really forced it out. Roundel, basically just like his jungler Gebe, always there to follow up. So we see the mid trio of Alter Ego always joining the fight. That's why we see the average kill participation for Roundel is much higher, 10% higher, well 9%-ish higher compared to Yehezkiel, where Yehezkiel is more about maintaining his distance. If he deals out the damage but then he dies, it's not a worth trade. So he doesn't put himself in danger just to get a kill or an assist. If it's gonna end up in death, he's not gonna take the chance. So that's where we see a very big difference between the both of them.
And I think, you know, even for some of the draft picks that we've seen given over to Yehezkiel, he does end up having to play, you know, the more scaling style of mid mages. Now, Team Liquid ID going to be on blue side up against Alter Ego on the red side. First pick, Harith, gonna take that away from Highs, not gonna let him play it no longer, but that means that Highs is gonna get his hands on that Granger.
Yo, Gideon, you predicted it before the draft even started. Alter Ego's taking their time though. I wonder, because I feel like this is a Granger Suyo pick. What else are they considering that they're taking the time here? Maybe they're just taking the time just to really discuss about what's the they go for a Tigreal. I mean, like, to be fair, you don't need to pick up the Granger now, because unless TLID plays a Granger jungle.
Yeah, I don't see that happening. I don't see that happening. Not in this meta, not right now, because there's just too many ways to punish it, especially if you start losing pressure in your mid lane, or even one of the sides of one or the other of the side lanes. But now Team Liquid ID, they see this, they're like, okay, sure. It's gonna be pretty difficult to play Joy into the Tigreal, but they could technically still do it if we want to. The second go-to is probably going to be the Alpha, which can at least do pretty good against not only the Suyo, but chunk out the Tigreal after he engages with the ult.
Or Hayabusa that's still in Fabian's name, but no, he goes for the Alpha just like you said, alongside with the Khalid. So it looks like TLID, they want a lot more early game pressure here. They just need a very strong mid laner in terms of burst damage in the early game, and then they'll be set. But like you said, usually they put a scaling hero onto Yehezkiel. Maybe they have to change it up. Maybe they just realize you can't let Alter Ego control the early game. And now Alter Ego, getting Nino on that CC, that's a big power pick.
What?
Oh, wait, but that also means Granger gets banned, right?
Yeah. I mean, sure. All right, dude. All right. I think
Claude.
they still. I mean, they can technically play Moskov if they want to. Since TLID already have like both the Khalid as well as the Alpha, there are ways to kind of peel for your team if things don't exactly go well. But I'm very surprised that Alter Ego prioritized this CC more than anything else. I think he did perfectly fine in his lane up against Lucas in the first place. They could have locked in Lucas here and then followed the same drafting pattern that Team Liquid ID did, which was banned out both the Phobias and as well as the CC. That would have worked out too.
Yeah. Let's think about the conversation they had, right? Maybe Nino is saying, if we have triple threat, then that will overwhelm TLID, because in that game, the real threat is definitely Highs as well as the mid laner, Roundel as well as Highs was the main damage dealer. So if they add one more layer, maybe okay. I'm just speaking out. I feel like Alter Ego, their strategy overwhelmed TLID. I feel like that's it. They're not gonna play range. They're actually gonna play dive. Actually, now that I look at this, three members of Alter Ego can flicker forward.
Okay.
Not flicker, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I get what you mean. I definitely get what you mean. Because again, TLID in terms of like their battle lines, again, Spear of Alpha makes sense. They have the Raging Sandstorm as well, and then they want to make sure that Eronchi can kind of keep up with that Hera through this innate movement abilities, through those Chrono Dash resets, right? But even so, I think that Alter Ego, they can play a more dive style, but it doesn't necessarily have to be the way that they take it, especially when you have a Tigreal, right? Because I do think there needs to be some kind of enabler, right? You have the enabler, now what's the payoff? And I'm curious to see whether Alter Ego might lean into like a Beatrix, for an example, or maybe in their mid laner, something with like, you know, high burst ability. It could be, I wish it was the Vexana, but it's just banned out. Same goes with Sicilian. But I'm also surprised that, you know, Team Liquid, ahead of the game, get rid of the get rid of some of the bad matchups for Harith, like Lunox.
Honestly, if Alter Ego picks up Valentina here, it does look like they're gonna play for dive. But no, they pick up the Farsa. So far we've seen incredible Farsa plays by both teams, Alter Ego as well as TLID. So you can make the argument that this is taking away from Yehizekiel, but still, pretty good pickup here and still hiding their gold laner, which a lot of options. The Moskov is up, the Claude is up. Yeah, a lot of options for Alter Ego here, and I kind of feel like it's a good strategy to let Heis have the last pick so that he's comfortable with the lineup that TLID is showing.
I don't know. I think it would have been like pretty comfortable with the Granger earlier over the CC like that. He had the lottery ticket, but he's just like, no, I'm giving it to you. You can check out the Chocolate Factory, Mr. Nino. Wow, Novaria. Interesting options for the side of Team Liquid. Yes, it does increase the hitbox overall, but they're also pairing it up with, again, a very hefty front line here from the side of TLID with the Hilda as well.
Well, Gideon, you're showing proof that you're a fan of TLID. You talked about how Ezekiel is usually the scaling guy in the team. Well, with the Novaria, scales very well. Early game, cheap damage, you know, just very, very little. But when it comes to the late game, a little bit unfair. Alter Ego, if they want to get onto this, a Claude as well as Moskov is good options. More on the Claude, honestly, but let's see. 5 seconds in, he has to lock it up. And the 1-1. Okay, I wasn't expecting the 1-1, but hey, this is do or die for Alter Ego.
I think it's all right. I think that the 1-1 in this type of position is actually kind of okay because Alter Ego isn't lacking damage at this point. They're more scared of Team Liquid ID having that first punch initiative, and if it lands clean on the chin, it's lights out. So having the maneuverability of that 1-1 might give them an opportunity to kind of open up some big plays. And I think that Alter Ego are convinced that TLID are targeting Highs.
Or maybe Highs is just a little bit upset because 1-1 is a very good lane bully, the type that can go all in and force out a lot of abilities from your opposing laner. Granger is a lane bully as well, but he's more about poking you out, like slowly chunking you down, forcing you to recall and then miss some of your minion waves. But a 1-1, he just goes in. Like, I'm not gonna poke you out, I'm just gonna straight up kill you. But here's the thing, going up against the Hiref, I'm not so sure if he can do that. Haven't seen a lot of matchups 1-1 against the Hiref, so this is gonna be new for me as well.
Yeah, I think that still it is very much Harith favorite here, right? Because it doesn't, if Aaron is like, oh, I'm taking a bad trade, I can just dash out of the situation, right? I just need to make sure that the fissure just lands. It just needs to touch highs ever so slightly. And now the mid lane is my biggest concern. Yep, this is why Yehezkiel and as well as Witty, the fact if Witty does get his hands on this Khalid, it's instant priority. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Okay, Gideon, let me just say it. I called it.
I take it back. I'm surprised that Aaron Shiki decided to trade against highs, especially when it's like you know that there's Inspire. You know the Inspire is available. Like, well, what are we doing here?
Like I said, I think Highs is upset.
He is very upset.
And he is expressing himself well. Speaking of which, looking at the emblems here, Weakness Finder does make it so that once Aaron Shiki is hit, without after the dash, he's very slow, so free damage for Highs, and Highs is using Pull Yourself Together, so his Inspire comes up more often. So yeah, I feel like this is a lane bully 1-1, where off cooldown, uses the Inspire, get the proc on the Weakness Finder, make it so that Aaron can't get out, especially pre-level 4, that's prime time.
Oh, dude.
I mean, look at it.
He's about to die. He's about to die. He's got his Inspire ready to go. If Aaron Shiki tries to go for anything crazy at this point, then it's going to be an interesting bout.
Yeah, dude, at this point, the gold lane, more like EXP lane, man.
Yeah, dude, it's all about the EXP lane. Aran versus Nino. Both sides not getting much priority in their own individual lanes. But it doesn't matter, right? Because who gets a turtle first? They're opening it up the map. Straight away with the Astral Echoes. Dreams right on top of Favi on his backline is getting attacked by Witty. He flickers on out of there. Rundell's about to hit level 4. Oh, it's close! And it looks like Nino goes down to takes down Fabian. And Ron, unfortunately, might not have the same fate. Flickers away just in time. Rundell, he doesn't notice! He doesn't notice! He's looking elsewhere. Man, sleeping at the wheel. He also doesn't have his cooldowns off to take down Aran. But at the end of the day, despite everything that has happened, you're kidding. I'm done. I'm done with this game. You know what? MLBB sucks. This game is... I'm so mad. How? Dude. So...
Level of Caster Curse to the max. Let's look at gold lane, by the way. Okay, an attempt happened. Okay, so let's start it off. Number one, yeah, 1-1 killed 1v1 the Hive. So that's number one. Number two, trying to kill off Aran, cheeky flicker. Means if Gebe dies, I swear. Gebe, if you die,
no, he's got cooldowns. He's got cooldowns, right? Okay, that one's well deserved once Aran shows up into the lane. Once Aran shows up into the lane, like, well deserved.
What is Fabian doing now? Okay, Gideon. What is this game, Gideon?
I don't know. I don't know, bro. I don't know. I gave up like 2 seconds ago. Like, look at this. What's going on, Witty? What are you doing, buddy? RG is going to get a little bit of pressure here, but doesn't matter. Rundell's gonna blow him out of the water. Highs wants to get involved. Flickers forward, dies anyways. Was surprised that absolutely nobody. I feel like both teams are pushing each other's buttons.
No, you know what this is? This is Indonesia. This is why people call them the Brawl server. I think they had a gentleman's agreement and be like, bro, what are we doing? Like, why are we trying to out-macro each other? What are we, Filipinos? Come on, man. We fight. We brawl.
Oh,
none of this chess stuff, blah, you know?
That's chess, that's lame. That's lame. We're playing Mobile Legends. Let's play real Mobile Legends right now, and I think that
we play checkers.
we play checkers, and we're happy with that. I don't know.
And then there's a pause.
No way, dude.
Of course, there's a pause.
I swear to God. I can't with this right now. I really can't. Oh man, what is happening? I feel like as much as both teams want to get underneath each other's skins, there's also just a raw sense of it's starting to get late. I don't know if when these guys go to bed, I would imagine it's late in the night because they still have to play some ranked individually, but I think it's like what? It's 9:44 in Indonesia right now. So it makes no sense to me why they're playing like this.
You know what, Gideon? I'm just gonna say I'm glad that I get to experience this game with you. The last time I casted with you is like last year.
Yep.
It's been a long time. I'm enjoying myself. I love partnering with you, but that game just showcased attitude more than anything. It's about how you feel about yourself and how do you force it onto your opponents. It's like when a dude is having an argument with the best friend. We don't talk. We just hit each other until we both feel okay.
Yep. That's the way to go, right? I think you're right. I think that Alter Ego and TLID, they looked at each other. It's like, are you having fun playing this game? And both went no. No, last game that was like, ugh, gross. Ugh. Oh, we have to play from a deficit. You guys had a lead. Like, ugh, none of us are having fun. At least now, individually, Alter Ego as well as Team Liquid ID get to show off a little bit. You know, get a little bit of early game gold, get a little bit of like lane priority, making sure that they can, again, as you mentioned, show off some attitude.
Yeah, it's the type of thing where you just type all chat and then you just say 1v1 me, bro. 1v1 me, bro. Come turtle, bro. Come turtle. No one fights back. But yeah, okay. So getting back into the game, I'm being legit though. I feel like this is just them expressing themselves. Where it's just this game might just be mechanics, like straight up mechanics. We will see some macro when we see the like 12-minute Lord. Maybe the 8-minute Lord, they'll still try to fight it out. But again, this is just them doing their best by forcing things out. Because if you look at the draft for both teams, whoever does get the early lead has tremendous potential to keep that lead. Like if TLID gets a lead with the Novaria, you have so much map pressure because you can keep opening up the map. It will be very difficult for Alter Ego to get back that advantage. And if Alter Ego wins, they can just play off of 1-1, where 1-1 can basically 1v5 at that point.
You're not entirely wrong, but I do think that the scaling is a bit of a question, just a bit of a question mark, right? Because a lot of it just comes down to, in a team fight, can we all hit the same target at once? And I think that, that's the big issue that I'm having here with Alter Ego's overall draft, right? In comparison to Team Liquid, where I feel like there are more tools in the kit to really capitalize off of certain scenarios, which it feels like Alter Ego must force upon them.
Yeah, it gets scary. If you're talking about scaling, it gets scary when the Novaria has the Wishing Lantern. Not even talking about all the other items, right? It makes it so that it's impossible for you to move forward because you're just gonna get chunked down by too much. Once the Wishing Lantern is there, before the fight even starts, you're starting at half HP. So it's very unfair. Novaria creates that unfair situation that Alter Ego, if they let it happen, well, that's just how it is.
And I think, the beautiful thing about Novaria is the fact that she can open up the map and reconfirm whether or not Alter Ego is still playing by the same playbook like they did in game number 1, where, again, Alter Ego were just making some really good reads onto TLID without much information to go off with, purely based on studying their habits. And I think that this way, it will be very obvious if we see a fake out coming in from TLID once again.
Now it looks like a technical pause here might be coming in from Alter Ego side. Gotta say thank you very much to the folks watching this game. It honestly, just the start makes you want to stay to see how the hell it ends. Because the first question is, after this pause, does both team calm down?
Oh,
because sometimes pauses gives that effect where either you go extremely aggressive for no reason, and the other is like, actually, you know what? Maybe we're being too harsh. Let's just get maybe level 4, maybe level 12, and then we'll see how it goes.
They go back into all chat. Guys, what are we doing?
What are we doing?
they come back
or
to
they
their
be like,
senses.
I know what we discussed, but this is too much.
Guys, the fans are watching.
Like scale it back a bit. Scale it back a bit. Like I asked for an 8, you gave me a 15.
Oh boy, I do hope that it does calm down a little bit because again, very tight win cons for either side, but I do agree with you that it is going to be like a very heavily mechanical game coming out specifically from like Alter Ego's side. I think generally if they want to be able to like find, I mean, the fact that they went CC over Granger, it just goes to show that like Alter Ego want to play comfort picks, but at the same time still have enough damage to win out in these moment to moments of the team fight.
Yeah, and now you guys see our faces, and let me just say, I'm still having fun. Like, after watching so many chess matches, seeing a brawl, it invigorates me. It gives me energy.
It gives you energy. It's good to know. Revitalized, you know, powered up for what is to happen here. I think that the brawling could potentially still happen for all intents and purposes, you know, and I think that I don't know whether or not the technical boss is due to, you know, some people just kind of like running it down a little bit, but generally based on what we've seen so far, a lot of it seems to be just like hard chasing for kills. If not, I will sacrifice myself, you get like X amount of payout for my team.
So honestly, with this situation, at least one thing, I want to say this shows that Alter Ego is not really all that tilted. I don't know, because tilt shows itself in many different ways, right? Like tilt either makes it so that you don't do anything, like extremely passive, and tilt also makes you extremely aggressive. So actually, no, I take it back. Does this show that they are tilted or not tilted? I can't decide.
Maybe one or two players are tilted. Maybe.
Yeah.
That could be the situation that we're going for here. Because again, I mean, there's some very good reasons why some of these players might be tilted. Like Witty, for an example, over chasing certain scenarios because in the previous game he just could not get away with too many Cho plays, getting, you know, spotted out of his conceal as well. Same can be said about the opposite side of Nino is just like, hey, I had a very boring lane matchup. I need something a little bit more exciting.
Oh yeah, and now we're back into the game, and we're instantly around the turtle here. Oh, an instant engage. Witty gets on the 3 members. Raudal is very low, and Ezekiel hits the shot, gets the kill. Fabian secures the turtle, and Heis goes in with a crossbow of 10, getting 2, and now trying to run away, but he instantly gets taken down. Nino gets a kill. What are we talking about? This is the Brawl server. Everyone's fighting. It's 3-4-3.
I mean, both sides were chasing for trades, and it makes a lot of sense why they were brawling this time around compared to what happened earlier. But man, Ezekiel just landing these meteors like literally pixel perfect. Heis comes down from the crossbow of tank, instantly gets blasted by the splash damage.
You know what? I heard a Selena buff is coming, and that's just gonna buff up TLID. Seeing as how Ezekiel is hitting the shots, Selena Ezekiel is gonna be nasty.
Hey, who knows? Maybe Witty's gonna be the one who shows us how it's done.
Hey, you know what? Maybe. But either way, TLID has the advantage right now. And that's not what you want, especially if you're looking at the goal differences here. Fabian as well as Ezekiel and Aaron Shiki, all the damage dealers are having the advantage.
Yeah, they are. Nino trying to poke out Fabian as much as he can, but Fabian can just out-sustain. Oh, wait, missing the surge, but no punish just yet. They're looking for the opportunity. Astral Echoes comes on through Rundell's in so much trouble. He's dead, and Aron flickers out of there. K, thanks, bye. As Fabian sticks around for the fight a little bit longer, trying to push through the vengeance, excuse me, but it doesn't matter because Yehezkill does not miss. That is why he's being the ghost of vengeance of Jakarta. Jaron, once again, going back into the middle of this fight, finally we do see the initial miss, but Yehezkill right on top of Nino as Witty finds the kill with the help of the Raging Sandstorm. Holy, 9-8 the current kill score, 3.2k for TLID.
That was a long play-by-play. I'm glad we're taking turns. But yeah, it's a kill. Dude, what's up with... He makes me want to play Novaria, man. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna suck, by the way, but Dude, that's big. High is now having the Demon Hunter sword. The action does not stop. Dreams gets one member, and it's Fabian. Fabian gets caught out, and now the turtle is gonna continue. Ezekiel already shot his shot, so Gabe is gonna be the one getting this turtle. Did we say TLID got an advantage? In a split second, now Alter Ego is taking charge.
Oh yeah, they've taken full charge of it. Again, both sides equally eager to make plays happen across the map. However, we are seeing on the opposite end, their airstrike already coming out. Dreams, he wants to push Iran of all people outside the turret range, but now Iran Shikin as well as Witty forcing Rundell out. I mean, Witty, he's just gonna follow him all the way through. He's guaranteed that he should be guaranteed this kill, but on the opposite end, Highs is able to sneak past with the help of his Inspire, getting the extra attack speed to increase the amount of dashes he have. Curtain Call comes through. Nino trades his life. Sorry, at this point, Witty trades his life, but at least he is taking out Rundell, so he's still punching above his weight.
Okay, so one team fight done. Are we gonna get another one in 2 minutes?
I feel like
It's
probably
Yeah.
gonna happen sooner, right? Because I'm looking at the map, Fabian has nothing to farm right now, and he has to go to the enemy jungle side.
Okay, there we go. The fight does not stop. Aaron Shiki has to use the Zaman Force, but another fight here in mid. Roundel with the Feather S-Strike hitting onto them, and Aran taking a bit of damage coming in from Nino. Alter Ego, they're inside the jungle of TLID. All 5 members are here. Looks like they are discouraged with the presence of Ezekiel.
Okay, they're like, okay, the Astral Echo is out. Let's get out of here. This is where we call it quits. That's gonna be the big red flag for them. They don't want to take more damage than they probably should. The next objective is coming up in about 16 seconds, and current score 10-10.
Yeah, and TLID looking at the top lead, almost getting that. So I feel like a little bit of macro play here while you're going for the Lord. Try to push it in, get some advantage, and then it'll be good. Highs right now 3, 2, and 4. In this game, he's definitely moving forward quite a lot. We see him using the Claude, using the Granger, much safer with this 1-1. It's almost like his Ultra Ego just came out.
His Ultra Ego. Yeah. I like it. He's gonna be looking to devour people on the map, but if it wasn't for this technical pause, we probably would have gotten a taste of it.
You already see the positioning. Like, I think even with this, like, bro. like, potong steam, bro.
They're like, handphones down. Aw, man.
And I was having fun.
It was about to break out. We could see where this fight is about to happen, but it's been a very long day. A lot of games have been played. Even Yehezkiel, rubbing his eyes, he knows that he has to stay sharp. He cannot just keep getting lost in the sauce, but if he does break out to a chaotic fight, he's got to maximize his moments.
I wonder if Yehezkiel is watching the world move in slow motion. Because what other reasoning can you give me that makes it so that he hits his shot? Like, something is about, or he just feels a disturbance in the force.
Or I don't know, maybe he just like shrinks his UI so he can see a little bit better when he's just so that he can see more, you know? I don't know what the settings are, dude. It just feels like he's hitting it consistently. I don't know whether he does this, whether he just goes into like the practice, into the what was it called, the practice room, just so that he can play Novaria while everybody else is warming up with Fanny. He's just playing Novaria.
Or even crazier, I'm alone, all 4 of you guys are there, you guys move around, I'll try to hit you.
All 4 of you are playing Fanny.
yeah, exactly.
Okay.
And now look at the Lord. Oh, engagement coming in from the Tigreal. Guess who? Fabian charges in, gets the Lord, and immediately a fight ensues. Erishiki just got the Holy Crystal. The fight has been begun. Double kill coming in for Fabian. 2 members of Alter Ego is down. Arad is down. And looks like it's covering up, but Nino is going up against Fabian. They want to make sure Fabian goes down. Look at Fabian using the Winter Crown. that Winter Crown saved his life.
Yep, the rest of his teammates actually coming in for this fight, and Fabian doesn't mind fighting if it's just a 1v1, but against highs, he could be a little tough here. Rondell instantly dropping the feather airstrike, but he gets chunked out in response. Thanks for giving away your position, kid, as Yehezkiel making sure that he is sniping them whenever he can. At this point, again, great Raging Sandstorm coming up from Witty, being able to stop Gebe from actually getting his retribution off.
By the way, Wishing Lantern has been completed. And now Astral Echo Hughes, they want to get Dreams. They got Dreams. Highs is so low. Aaron Shiki dashing all over the place. And now they want Nino. Nino has to go back into his base. Feather S-Strike used, but no kill goes over to Alter Ego.
So ridiculous, so ridiculous. Dreams taking so much damage there, but you can just see the value that Yehezkiel is getting. With this Lord push, they should be able to at least force out one of these inhibitors, but it really depends, right? It comes down to Yehezkiel just hitting shots, but they at least will guarantee all the outer turrets for sure. This mid-tier 2, it's just a matter of time.
Now TLID, that draft is unfair because the Wishing Lantern has been built. Again, they don't even have to fight at this point. They don't have to brawl. Just keep shooting your shots. Gabe has to dodge that. Now everyone is living in the Matrix.
Whoa, both sides. They're just trying to keep their distance. Again, some of these shots are going to be pretty hard. Like hitting highs, for an example, hitting Gabe. They're the more mobile targets. And unfortunately, Rondell, Dreams, and even for Nino, they're spacing out. Especially Rondell. Like, he doesn't want to give away his position just yet, but he needs to somehow bait TLID into walking into his feathered airstrike territory.
One shot from Ezekiel gets 20% HP from a tank. That is bad news for any damage dealer for Alter Ego. TLID almost having 4,000 gold lead here. Alter Ego, they're not going to shy away from a fight. They just need to find a way for Highs to get his basically get his ult up. But the problem is, I already see at least 2 Winter Crowns. One on Fabian, one on Aran. So that can be bad news for the 1-1.
Talking about bad news, as Highs is going to get doved upon. Dreams is going to sacrifice his life for hire, as Highs still able, with the help of the Inspire, manages to make it through. They finally find the angle, but again, no setup to make it work. Gebe able to get out just in time. A good catch coming in for the side of TLID. They wanted Highs, but they got Dream instead, and I think even so, plenty of value in it. No implosion, no flicker as well.
At this point, I feel like Roundel is a little bit frustrated with the flickers from TLID. How many times Roundel should have gotten the kill, but because of a damn flicker, they got out of it?
Too many times. Too many times. Maybe he should have considered playing Novaria next time. That's hey, at least then you can more consistently hit your shots. You're not dependent on that ult as often.
Yeah, but that is only if he sees the world in slow motion. Ezekiel now having that divine glaive.
Dude, look at his items, bro. Look at his items. It's so.
He already has 5.
How does he have 9k gold? How does he have 9k gold in this matchup? He's not like, I mean, I want to say that he's not participating too often in these fights, but he's 2-10, so you can just tell that he's been part of majority of these fights and still is holding a 2.4k lead on Rondell.
He has doubled the items of what Roundel has, and now the Winter Crown has been used by Aran, and now the Zaman Force onto Dreams. Dreams, he has the immortality. The immortality has popped, and Ezekiel gets the killing spree. And at this point, TLID is looking at Alter Ego is like, bro, game number 1, nah, not happening again.
Oh, it is a tough match to watch here. I mean, Team Liquid ID, their sieging is just so good, right? I mean, Gabe is getting poked out by Fabian because he's trying to hit the Lord. Eventually, these 2 inhibitors will eventually fall. Witty trying his best, but Fabian gonna be the next up as they crack open 2 inhibitors. They're looking for a third on that top side, but Aaron Shiki is right on top of the Zaman Force. He's going straight for the Crystal, and they bought too much time. They gave him too much space. Team Liquid ID close out this game, and you can see on the face of Aaron Shiki, bro, I wasn't even sweating. What's up with you guys?
It's like, why'd you force me to use Harith, man? I didn't want to use that hero, man. I wanted something physical, but TLID 2-0 against Alter Ego. Man, Gideon, I know you voted for Alter Ego, man.
Oh,
but,
yeah.
hey, you know what? I gotta take the W here.
I mean, the Cavalry are doing you proud, man. They really are. I really wish Alter Ego. Again, weird drafting pattern here, but unfortunately, push comes to shove. Definitely not one of their prouder games. It's really, really difficult. Still, I feel like they're hella tilted from game number 1, but that's just an assumption here. You can tell by the faces of the players, it's been a very long and exhausting day after playing so many matches here during the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Hey, if I was TLID, next coming MPL, I watch my back. Because I feel like, okay, that game was intense. Gonna be a bit careful coming into the next season. But yeah, Alter Ego, dude, this lineup is nuts. I kind of feel like brush up a bit, just a few qualities outside of the game, and I kind of feel like they'll be a contender, man. Like, Highs, this guy is the real deal. Dreams performing well, Rounder performing well. Nino with that CC. Whew, crazy.
Yeah, they can do some crazy stuff here, but TLID is going to be moving on to the next rounds. The LCQ finally coming to its conclusion here, and we've got 2 teams who have qualified. Very happy that Team Liquid ID was able to find some redemption after the group stages.
Oh yeah, they've qualified to the challenge finals, and this is what people predicted. Although, is it crazy to say that TLID is the final team to qualify to the challenge finals? Like, put that into perspective.
Admittedly, yes it is. Admittedly, I definitely thought that their road wasn't supposed to take this long. I thought they would make it out of the group stage pretty handedly, but man, it just goes to show that the ecosystem here of the MLBB esports space is continuing to increase. The level of these players that we've seen here at the Snapdragon Pro Series have elevated every single season, and I'm happy to see that, right? 15-11, the final score line coming in for TLID, and obviously, with the amount of punishing power that we see from Yehezkiel, definitely deserves it.
Wait, I'm thinking now. Will there be a patch note before the challenge finals?
Oh, that's actually a really good question. I am not 100% sure.
Because I feel like it's been a while since we had a patch note.
You're right. You're right. Well, we'll see. Maybe. Oh man, actually, this happens pretty consistently that there is a patch note before the challenge. But then again, the timings of the challenge finals have always been different. We'll see. We'll see how this is going to play out.
I'm just speaking out loud. Maybe there's not, but at the same time, while watching this game, I'm like, what if it changes? And then the underdog stop performing, and then everyone else is just not figuring out the meta. It's something about MLBB competition, man. They like to throw a twist. They like to throw a wrench into your plans.
Oh yeah, they do. They do. Especially with the inconsistency of when these patches are supposed to drop in the first place, right? I think that's.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna check when was the last patch.
The last patch probably would have been the Lucas patch, if I remember correctly.
Yep.
And the changes and the big changes in the nerfs coming into specifically Bruno. But generally, considering how this game is being played from TLID and as well as AE, happy to say that at least for TLID's side, I am curious that if, the patch does change and moves power away from gold and as well as jungle towards maybe the mid lane and EXP, is that going to be a change that Yehezkiel can handle? I think yes. I think that both Aran and Yehezkiel are doing good work here on TLID, and they should be able to perform.
Okay, literally the last patch note was on the 1st of January.
So it has been a time.
It has been 12 days.
It has been 2 weeks.
Yes. So, I'm just putting it out there. Maybe not a big patch, maybe just like a hotfix kind of thing, but just putting it out there. 3-0-10. Yehezkiel on this Novaria. He might get another title, man. The Indonesian sniper. I don't know. It depends how often he actually uses this hero.
I mean, he has been known when push comes to shove. He still has the Novaria. He showed it off against RR Kira during their grand finals of the MPL ID. He's good. He is a good mage player, and he suits the role very nicely here.
I feel like good is insulting, because you need extra flowers for compliments. to talk about Ezekiel.
Fine, he's the avenging ghost of Jakarta here. Every single
That's
trade,
it.
bang! Yehezkiel's the one
That's
who
it.
finds it.
That's better than good. That's greater than ever, man.
Greater than better. Love it.
Greater than better. But yeah, if we look at the highlights here, it boggles the mind how often he hits the shot. In fact, honestly, just by stealing the turtle, should have been it. Should have been like, okay, you know what? We're in for a bad time here, boys. Dude, the shots.
He's not even. It feels like sometimes he's just not even looking at the person in front of him, like at all. He's just looking past, only towards his targets. Does he care about it? But even so, despite Aaron Shiki actually having like a bit of a wonky early game, sorry, not early game, but laning phase against Highs. So some of these team fights did get a little scary, right? Because you saw after so many resources being blown on the front line, Aaron Shiki had a very clear path to just chunk out the front to pack.
You know what, Gideon? Legend has it, when Ezekiel doesn't hit the shot, it's not because the opponents dodged the shot. Is that he was attacking the fly next to the opponents and he wants to take it down.
He's telling the other spirits to not take them out. That's his prey.
Yep. I mean, like the guy is good. But yeah, this is the final team to go to the challenge finals. In fact, Gideon, after this, we'll be doing a group draw to see which team's going up against each other. And I'm gonna take this opportunity to let you know, Gideon, that before this we had the rule where the same countries or same region doesn't face against each other. No such rule exists this time.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's the SPS. We gotta shake things up, right? We gotta make sure that we are getting the best teams possible, and no matter the matchup, you have to challenge them. It's not about regional pride, it's for an individual's team's pride as they move on. Because keep in mind, this is eventually going to build up to the Mobile Masters, and that's where every team from around the world are gonna be looking to play here.
Dude, I want to go to Mobile Masters, man. It's in April.
It's long. It's gonna be a very long time until we get there. And plus, we need to conclude all the challenge finals happening across the world. Because again, we've got plenty of APAC teams, but we've also got Latam, EMEA, so many others that are happening at the same time.
Yeah, I believe 5 from APAC is going, which is 5 from our region. But now, like, while we're talking about this, let's actually look at the video to know what's coming up next.
Welcome to the 6th season of the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang. We've had an exciting season filled with dramatic upsets and exciting matches. And this will definitely be the case with this new season, where it starts off with the Mobile Open, where teams from APAC, LATAM, and EMEA will compete for their spot in the respective Regional Mobile Challenge. Winning teams will qualify for the Regional Mobile Challenge, where teams will have to go up against even better teams for their spot in the next and final phase, the Mobile Masters. Only the top 12 teams split across APAC, LATAM, EMEA, and China will qualify for this prestigious event. Which teams will represent their region and claim the title of being the best of Mobile Legends Bang Bang, and who will ultimately be crowned the champion of it all. It's a long but exciting road ahead, so stay tuned and follow us for the latest information and updates.
And that's going to be the Mobile Masters in the format. Just in case you guys are unaware of how it's going to be played out here. Now, again, we need to conclude a lot of the challenge finals before we get our competitors ready to go. And it's going to be a really exciting time, especially since they were also being inclusive of both LATAM and EMEA. We're going to get the best of the best from these 3 regions.
Dude, like, I love international tournaments, man. Like here is like basically just Southeast Asia, but now opening up. And especially knowing the previous World Championship where the top 4 teams all from different countries, right? So that would make it very interesting for Mobile Masters, where if the meta really favors a different region, then that could be hype.
It could be extremely hype here. But let's look at the challenge finals teams who have qualified. Once again, congratulations to Onyx PH, RQ Hoshi, Evos Holy, Bigatron Alpha, and our 2 new additions, Aurora and Team Liquid ID, for making it to the challenge finals.
Yep, these are the 6 teams that have made it through, but we also have the invited teams pool, which we will see a little bit after this. And a lot, like, I see the comments, people keep saying, where are these guys? Are these guys not in SPS? No, they are. They're just so good. They're just waiting at the challenge finals.
Yep. Again, this is based off of their performances from the previous year. Onic ID, Falcon Esports, Falcon AP Bren. Let's not forget about Slango Red Giants, Flash Singapore, and See You Soon. So it's going to be interesting how this is going to be played out because, again, 12 teams have already been selected here. And I'm interested to see what this group draw is going to be because they're going to be put into 2 groups. And I'm interested to see how many powerhouses are going to be put into one or the other. Are we going to get an even draw? Are we going to get the group of death draw? It'll be tough to say.
I'm a little bit nervous, Gideon, because funny enough, we'll see. I'm not physically there. Both of us are not physically there to do the draw. If it's still bad that
thanks for not putting our portraits up. Thanks, Zipper. Appreciate it.
How did we get the same point?
I actually don't know.
We suck.
Zipper's telling us it's because of that last match that we really dropped the ball. We really sucked on that one to get the perfect -13 for both of us. But shouts out to Stafa being our prediction on top of the prediction leaderboard. Don't worry, Fasha, -5 is not as bad as -13, and Husky evened it out at the very end.
Gideon, we suck, man.
Oh yeah, we're terrible at predictions. That's why we don't do it.
We're the most senior here. You've been here since season 2. I've been there since season 4. We've done all the M series. Well, you did all the M series, but still.
Hey, look, you know, the ecosystem is always going to be growing, and I'm happy to be wrong. I'm more than happy to be wrong, especially, you know, at this point, we're considered to be seniors in the scene as well. It's great to see that, you know, times are consistently changing, and the competitive season is always going to be challenging here. So shout outs to our prediction leaderboard, and I'm sure that you guys at home, if you kept on track, it's honestly pretty difficult to do so yourselves. But hey, it's only for a short period of time. Maybe we'll do a little bit better during the challenge finals.
You know what? I know what it is. I know what it is. First of all, people say 13 is an unlucky number. It represents us, Gideon. We've been here so long. We have marinated the caster curse. We've accumulated years and years and years of. I can't even say it on broadcast.
You know,
but
considering that, you know, our competitive arc, you know, the amount of times that we've gotten, well, actually no, the fact that we got -13 is also representative of the fact that there's only been 13 seasons of the MPL MY. I mean, coincidence? I think not, and I think by challenge finals we'll hit that 14 once MPL MY starts.
That's just how good we are. This is all planned, you know. Cover one eye. Okay, you know, not gonna go too far there. I'm before we were rudely interrupted by that prediction thingy, which who cares? You know, who cares? -30.
It's not that big deal.
Group draw, if it sucks, really need a petition for me not to do group draws.
We're not doing the group draws technically. We're at home. We're doing this online. We are just.
If it still sucks though.
We're just the deliverer of bad news, and I'm okay with that, you know? As long as I'm not the one you sticking my hand in and drawing the ball.
We're both -13, Gideon. We're negative children.
We're negative children. Yes,
you know how it takes 9 months to become a children. We're like -13 months. We're ghosts. we're phantoms. I'm not even here.
We don't even exist. Fasha is just, you know, getting to that level. The rest of us are already gone.
Okay, you know, I need to get back in my chair. That's uncomfortable. All right. A bit of a cramp. We're just waiting to do the group draw here. So, you know something that people don't know, Gideon?
What?
I'm legitimate. People might not know that we're Malaysians.
What? No, I'm pretty sure. I mean, anybody can, like, open up Wikipedia, right?
People thought we're Indonesian.
Oh, dude, that's sick. I don't mind. Ooh, oh no, this is where it's gonna get real bad here. Power rankings. Yes, obviously we're gonna be leaning towards Onyx PH in first place, but I was really hoping that the Liquids would have made. As you can tell, my general bias is always going to be to the Liquid organization, but hey, I wasn't entirely wrong. Aurora made it, RQ Hoshi, Torak, unfortunately, they were close, but you know, that's why they're all the way in 6th.
I don't even remember mine, but I don't want to see it.
Zipper, pull it up. Zipper, pull it up. Just in case you forgot which is yours exactly. We got you thought mine was crazy.
I got 4 right. I got Onyx, Liquid ID, RQ Hoshi, Biggest Run Alpha.
I think yours is.
I don't know why I put Homeboys there. I'm not. That's the biggest L for me.
Hey, this was
Blacklist. I think is okay, even though they didn't make it. You know.
I think to be fair, Blacklist got pretty close overall. I think there's understandable stigma around Aurora, but you know, I have faith, especially when it comes down to best of 3s. The Homeboys one, you probably made this prediction before they announced the initial lineup as well.
Yeah.
So you just assumed it was last year's lineup coming over, right?
Not gonna lie, I thought Repo would be there. So yeah, my information is so wrong. So Team KDA leaderboard, RQ Hoshi being number 1, Evo Soli being number 2, Onyx PH number 3, Aurora number 4, and Ultra Ego number 5. Now, Onyx PH 4.9? Nani?
I think it makes sense. Yeah, I think it makes sense because majority of the games end.
They died a lot.
I mean, their games ended pretty quick. On top of them dying a decent amount, and they were trading pretty proactively. At the end of the day, I don't know. We're not seeing like the amount of gold lead developed, like the average GPM from these teams, anyways. But hey, big shout out to the Indonesian server overall because again, they're hitting the highest of highs when it comes down to numbers and even MVP leaderboards.
Yeah, Ezekiel number 1, Favia number 2, and Doming number 3, which all 3 shared 4 MVPs each. Erlon and King Kong sharing 3 MVPs each. So we gotta say, this is more skewed because they played more games. TLID, Aurora, they play more games compared to Evo Soli as well as Onyx Philippines.
Yep. Again, not too big of a surprise there. Again, Onyx Philippines, they end their games really quick. They've been 2-0ing their series. They are a cut above the rest. But let's have a look at the leaderboard here. That's what I'm interested about, the kill leaderboards. Oh wow!
69. Nice.
Nicely done, coming up from MP. I mean, he drops the king to add an extra 3-piece to his name, and now he's the kill leaderboard. That's pretty nice. But even Highs taking second place at 61. Not bad.
Huh, the top 3 didn't make it. Aurora made it, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Doming is there, Fabian is there, which that's a big difference. Number 1, 69, and number 5, 56. That's like a difference of 13.
Yep. I mean,
which is our number.
Look, I'm not saying that this was planned from the very beginning, but the coincidences are starting to stack up. But even so, we are seeing the majority of those roles being gold laners as well as junglers. And then we look over to the assist leaderboard. Of course, Persada is going to be sitting on top with 134 34 assists, but Yue is part of that as well. So it's going to be mid laners and roamers who are the big part of the assist leaderboard.
Yeah, and the difference between Persada and Yue is 13 as well.
No, it's not.
I don't think so, actually.
You're really pushing.
1, 3.
It's 19.
It's 19?
It's 19. You're 6 off.
All right. Whatever.
Yeah, you knew that, right? Math is easy. It's real easy. But man, with the leaderboards already set, we know exactly what the roles and what the meta is already asking for a majority of our players here at the SPS, and hopefully that could potentially change if there is going to be any upcoming patches later down the line. But man, oh, I can't wait for this live group chat to actually happen, because I would like to see a lot of these faces. I mean, unfortunately, some of them not going to be shown, but coming into whether or not they're going to be put into Group A or Group B will be an interesting matter, because Onyx PH is definitely one of those teams that you would rather avoid in your group.
You know what? If there's going to be a patch change, they tried to introduce different fighters inside the EXP by changing things out like Badang, Sun, Dairoff, as well as introducing a new change on Rose Gold Meteor. They need to add something more. Just so that other fighters can come back in. Like, where's the Yuzong? Where's the Lapu Lapu? Heck, Gideon, you might not like this. Do you know that they're buffing Uranus?
Why? Is it necessary? I don't think it's necessary. I think Uranus is perfect exactly the way he is right now. No flaws, the perfect hero, some may call it.
I would follow up, but I actually, because I know how much you hate Uranus, I actually didn't check what was being bumped. I just saw the thumbnail. Oh, Uranus buff. He's cracked, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna skip this one. This is such a big exaggeration.
You're just trying to bait a reaction out of me for that one. You're just trying to get it for free. Okay, looks like the live draw is going to take a little bit of time. We're going to be quickly going to a short break, setting it up, but when we come back, the Snapdragon Pro Series is going to be providing you the next level of competition as we figure out what these brackets are going to look like. Until then, we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we're going to be doing the live group draw. We'll catch you then.
Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Speed up, make that thing rev. Foot on the gas, so you got nothing left. Let's drive to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was solo. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I be living for the thrill of it. Whoa, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we can go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. It's like they never even seen us, and nothing will ever get in between us. I'ma ride by your side every season, and if anyone try to stop us, we just speed up. Yeah, always keep it at 100. Top down, pretty face, so sun-kissed. Know it's scary, but I swear I really love this. Big shades on, summertime in London. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we can go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Snapdragon Pro Series. Once again, the challenge finals is very, very soon, but the challenge season is coming to a conclusion, and the only way to conclude it the best way possible is through the live draw. Now, guys, the challenge finals is going to be in a really, really exciting time. So hopefully, for those of you who are considering maybe visiting Malaysia for a fun little holiday to check out some competitive MLBB, buy some tickets for it. It's happening in Johor, and it's only for a limited amount. So again, there's only so many people you can fit in one space, and I don't know about you, LaFell. I mean, it's happening in your hometown once again. Are you excited for this?
Yeah, of course I'm excited. And for you guys, make sure you guys come here. But now we're looking at a challenge finals draw. Okay. So we have to, a short explanation. We're gonna draw the teams, or not but we're gonna do it Group A, Group B, Group A again, Group B again. So every team that basically gets drawn, it would going A B A B A B A B A B until we finish it off. And again, there is no restriction at all when it comes to teams, region, countries, whatever. No restrictions. Whichever group you're in, that's it.
All right, we're now drawing Group A Slot 1. These are based off of the invited teams. We're going to go through the invited teams, and then we're going to start moving over to the qualified team pool. So again, if you're wondering, hey, why are these teams invited? It's because of their previous performances. They were given an invite very early on prior to the SPS. So let's see it. I can't wait. This is for Group A, by the way, and there's a lot of potentials. We're going to start it off with See You Soon. Going to be slotted into Group A.
All right, See You Soon will be in Group A. Not much to talk about it right now because, again, we don't know how Group A and Group B is shaping up. But there you go for Group A from the invited team, starting off with See You Soon. We're going to continue with the draw, and this time we're drawing for Group B. Which, by the way, are they fighting Group A, or Group A fighting against Group B?
It's gonna be Group A, and then Group B, and then the top teams coming up from Group A and Group B will eventually be fighting it in one big bracket. But now, drawing for Group B, slot number 1 from our invited teams. Now, we're hoping to see some of the big powerhouses to kind of get a bit of a grasp. And I think, when we're talking about powerhouses, everybody's eyes are on Onyx PH because they are our current world champions, and I think that everybody would like to avoid them. If not, you know what? Let's brawl against them. Test our mettle against them. Onyx ID. I thought for a moment there, I didn't see the blue and the red, so thank God. It's going to be Onyx ID going over to Group B. Still, formidable team.
Oh yeah, formidable team for sure. The moment you say Onyx, I'm like, I have a feeling. And knowing our caster curse. But yeah, Onyx ID will be in Group B. So See You Soon will not be facing off against Onyx ID. Now we're gonna go for the second slot here in Group A. And still from the invited team. So it's actually gonna be quite a while until we'll see teams like Onyx Philippines. Because again, they were the ones qualified, not the ones invited. So now, I guess in the invited teams, one of the stronger ones is number 3, which is Selangor Red Giants. So in terms of invited teams, that's probably the team people want to avoid for now.
Zipper, you're making us look bad. Zipper, you're making us look really bad.
Dude, this is not rigged. This is not. I swear. Okay.
It's not us.
Wait, dude, this is all RNG. Okay, we're just. You said Onyx, I say SRG, dude, it just happens. Okay, this is why we don't do draws.
Look, 1 in 3 chance coming up for Group B. Another team that I'm genuinely worried about is definitely going to be Falcons AP Brand. Again, we don't know what lineup exactly they're going to be showing. We don't know if they're going to, mix up their lineup for this tournament specifically. But I swear to God, I have a 1 in 3 chance of actually getting it right here.
There's 2 Falcons. It could be the other Falcon.
I mean, would that mean that I'm correct at that point? I'm saying, you know what? Falcons AP Brand? Okay, Falcons Esports. Yo.
That's me. That's me, get it. I told you there's 2 Falcons. That's me there.
Zipper is even sending us screenshots like, I swear, we're doing this live. We're not following your calls right now.
Okay, no. Production, let it be clear. You guys see how we predict the drafts? Now you see how we're predicting the draws. After this, now this is going to be Falcons AP Brand.
Is this going to be Falcons AP Brand? Okay.
This is going to be Falcons AP Brand.
Yeah, going into Group A, that makes complete sense, right? For all we know, it could be Flash, it could be Team Flash SG. What's it going to be?
Okay, you Flash, I say it's Falcons AP Brand. I'm being very confident.
Okay. All right. I'm down for that. We have a 50-50 chance of getting this right. Either way, we're not really losing out, to be honest here.
If I'm right... No. Okay. It's on you. Okay, so...
Hey, what were you going to say?
2 Falcons in the same group here, then.
Oh, you're right. 2 Falcons could be in the same group. And that means Falcons AP Brand will naturally go on over to Group B. But this is where it's going to get real exciting now. For the qualified teams, we all want to see where exactly Onyx PH is going to go. But there are some big shout-outs as well. Teams like Team Liquid ID, RRQ Hoshi, even Bigatron Alpha. Again, I would have imagined that the invited teams would have these, qualified teams all part into one. But let's go right into it. Starting off for slot number 4 of Group A, our qualified teams.
Okay, I know the Malaysian people, they just want one thing. Onyx, PH in Group B. That's it. That's the requirement for Malaysia, you know? Because I know my peeps. They'll be upset with me if this is Onyx.
What a 1 in 6 chance, by the way. You have way better. Oh, you have really, really good. Oh my God! Oh my.
Oh, I'm done. I'm done. I said it. Oh.
Yo, Zipper,
Guys,
you sure we doing
this is live. This is live.
Yo.
No, guys.
This can't be real, right? So far we have had like a collective 75% win rate on the calls. Like
Eden, how did we get -13 prediction?
look, it's karma, right? Our luck had to go somewhere, right? It had to go somewhere, but why did it have to be the draws?
I don't want to call it anymore.
You're scared.
Aurora. I'm just, you know, whatever. Aurora. Probably.
You know what? Bigatron Alpha. Sure, why not? Why not?
Yeah.
Right? Eva's only.
Okay,
See? There we go. It's real. It's real.
No, cause honestly, after Onyx PH, it's always like, okay, you know, whatever.
The worst has passed. Hey, who knows? Group A could be even more dangerous. Put in RRQ Hoshi in there. Slap in a TLID as well.
No. Get it. If Merkel was here, he would say the most dangerous team, Bigatron Alpha.
You're not entirely wrong. You know what? Throw them into Group A while we're at it. You know?
Okay. So you give one name, I give one name for Group A. We have 1 in 4 chance.
Okay, I'll say Aurora.
I say Bigatron Alpha.
You have to think about that for a moment there.
Yeah, I had to think about it. Cause you know what? I feel like Group A is already cooked.
Oh wait, hold on.
Group A is already
I just remembered that for the qualifying teams, the last 2 from the LCQ will be the last draw, so it has to be between Bigatron Alpha and RRQ Hoshi, and it's Bigatron! We actually had a 1 in 2 chance, and I chose one of the LCQ teams.
No, I called Bigatron Alpha. I called Onyx PH. I'm telling you, me getting -13 is just so that I can make all of you guys lose. That's it. That's it. I lose so that you guys can win.
And I have to get -13 on purpose to try and compete. You know, it's just the way it is. Oh no. Oh man.
So this is RQ, right?
This should be RRQ. It would make sense. It would make sense for all intents and purposes, right?
Yeah, because I feel like we're just gonna do the last 2 later. So.
Yep, there we go. RRQ Hoshi, and then the last 2 are from the last chance qualifiers. So they're gonna be in separate groups no matter what here. The question is it gonna be Aurora or is it going to be TLID? Because the way things are shaping up, Group A
is probably Liquid. It's probably Liquid, isn't it?
I mean, if Liquid goes over to Group A, it is a scary group. Like, I don't know who's gonna come out of Group A, but good luck to whoever does.
Hey, you know what? Can you help me out? How do you make an apology letter?
Hey, you can just chat GPT that nowadays. I think you can get away with that, right?
You're right. You can. I mean, I'm ever since Onyx PH, I'm already done. I was done ages ago.
Maybe you're using the wrong AI software. Maybe you gotta go to Oh my god! Oh, dude, Group A is so nasty. Are you kidding me? And that means that Aurora goes into Group B. I don't know what to say. Like, I feel like Group B is the more balanced group, but Group A is dangerous. Dangerous.
I think my reputation for doing draws has been solidified. I called SRG, I called Onyx, I called Bigatron, I called Liquid, I called Falcon, you called Onyx, you called, I called RQ, but RQ was a given. So
look, I was calling all the opposing sides. When I met Onyx, it came out to ID. And I said Falcon esports showed up. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not as accurate.
Hey, but you called for Flash. You called Flash.
You're right. Flash. Maybe Flash was the lucky one.
Okay, The only one we didn't call was Evo's Holy and Siusu. That's it. That's the only two we didn't call out.
That's fair. That's fair. Oh man, this, I don't know. I don't know about you, but like these groups, I feel like Group B is gonna be a tight competition between all of the teams. But man, Group A, we're gonna see a huge skew. It's either some teams just can't find their footing, or is it too soon to call it the Group of Death?
Dude, my prediction is always on point. I'm just, good. Why does everything I touch turns to not gold?
All right, reverse Midas. Let's calm down here for a moment. We need to take it all in, right? Group A, Group B. I mean, as much as you predicted it, at the end of the day, some of these teams are going to get eliminated during the challenge finals. I don't know which teams exactly, but I mean, I'm guessing that you have some quote-unquote predictions, Mr. Anti-Midas, on who is going to be making it out.
Onyx PH. I already forgot.
They'll see you soon. There's SRG. Come on.
That's group. As in Group A, it will be Onyx PH. Group B, AB brand.
You're coming with some really safe answers here. You know.
I mean, am I wrong though? Am I wrong though?
Hey, that's only just one of the potentials that could come out.
Okay. You know what? Fine, spicy a bit. Onyx PH, RQ.
Ooh. Okay, I'll take that. I think that there's some very good arguments to be made on that one. But what about you guys at home? I mean, it's been a very long day here at the Snapdragon Pro Series, and I mean, again, we are at home. We are doing this online. Yes, it is a live draw to make sure that it's absolutely fair. I have screenshots from production in our Discord.
Let's prove it. Okay, look at my hand. Oh wait, no, it's on the other side.
Yes.
See, we're not together.
We're not together at all. I swear. Please buy tickets. Buy the limited tickets. It's available for only $5. You can buy now at esl.gg/SPS MLBB S6 for season 6 ticks. You need to get them now because it's happening in Johor. These teams are gonna show up in Johor. So if you happen to be a Johorian or happen to be in Malaysia, head on over to our southern state. If you're from outside of the country, it's a good time to experience our Malaysian culture down under. My name is Getting Q. This is LaFell. Thank you so much for watching the live draws here to conclude the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge season brought to you by ESL. Huge shout outs to production here. It's always a fun time here with ESL.
I just want to say I apologize. Bye-bye.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.